back again for another stream. Another very out-of-pocket stream name, I get it. But this one's not really that out-of-pocket if you know, you know. Cedric Dumas is literally a fucking criminal. So there is no Mr. Nice Guy when it comes to this. No. We have a zero policy for multiple time frauds, multiple time criminals in this chat. So yes. But anyway, how is everybody? How's everybody's Tuesday going? I was a bit sick, but feeling a bit better. Had a bit of a runny nose, bit of a sore throat this morning. It's been taking a bit easy, but thought I'd come on and chat with the lads, chat with the boys, and maybe some girls. Who knows who will find their way in this chat? You never know. But how is everybody? Who's in the chat right now? Say what's up. But hey, we got 2 likes and it's already a minute in, so people are joining the live streams a bit quicker now. That's good. We're building up the base. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're not rooting for a Cedric Dumas KO, you're probably just a horrible person. You know, like I just don't see what justification there would be to root for Cedric Dumas this weekend. I mean, the guy is one of the biggest scumbags in martial arts. Like I can say this like full-heartedly because the guy's been arrested that many times. So this isn't defamation. Like literally, there's a fucking collage of mugshots with this guy. So I'll just be straight honest. You know, I'm an MMA journalist, but it doesn't mean I'm a fucking coward. You know, I'll talk that shit. You know, Cedric Dumas is a fucking criminal. Now I'm hoping he gets knocked out cold against Jackson McLeay, I think his name is McVeigh. Sorry, I think his name is McVeigh. I think Jackson McVeigh is going to win this weekend as well. I think he's not that bad. I was watching a lot of tape on him. Yeah, he seems pretty good. He's got a good clinch game, good knees to the body, good knees to the head. He's very tall. He's got very good jiu-jitsu. I just hope he doesn't play guard in this fight or I will actually punch a hole in my laptop. If he gets taken down and he does like what Cody Brundage did and just like let Cedric Dumas lay on top of him, I'm going to be absolutely fucking livid. Like when Cody Brundage did that, I was so annoyed. And yeah, hopefully McVeigh doesn't do that here. Maybe hopefully he just goes for the kill on the feet because Dumas has been knocked out so many times. You know, his chin's not that good. He's also coming off a KO loss, like literally like a month or 2 ago, and then he was like out just in a prison cell for like 2 weeks. So yeah, it's gonna be really bad. Finally, a real MMA journalist, yes sir. You know, one who will actually talk about the fucking criminals and horrible people. You have a booger, bro. You have a booger, bro. I do not have a booger. I have like a popped pimple there though. I've been listening to these Muppets. Not really, bro. I've been listening to these Muppets on YouTube. To these for the past hour and a half. Hi, hello Tyson Sinclair. How we going? Hope you're going alright. Not really, bro. You tricked me, you bastard. You made me look. Good job, Carrie Walker. Good job. But yeah, how is everybody going? Thought I'd go live, you know, see what's up with everybody. Pretty excited for this weekend. I keep picturing Ilya Tapora and Charles Oliveira in my head, and it's just, I don't know, I'm picturing greatness. You know, just the whole card, everything is going to be really good, I reckon this, you know, last week before Baku was a really good card on paper, and it under-delivered, but I hope it's all right. I've been listening to these Muppet MMA commenters on YouTube for the past hour and a half. Yeah, well, now you're listening to a real man. You're listening to the to the man himself, the real man. You know, not a Muppet. But yeah, how you going, Rickshaw? What's up with you? I don't think I've seen you in the chat since Baku. So did you enjoy last week's card? I don't know. Last week's card was fucking horrendous. If we're gonna be honest, those first couple fights, like Nazim Sadikov versus Nicholas Motta, was like the fucking meme of like the Lamborghini and like the hood. And that was literally it. Like that was like the only shining bit of the card. And I guess the co-main was alright too. You know, Fiziev versus Bahamondes wasn't a horrible fight. I see a lot of people shitting on it, but like compared to the rest of the card, that was a really good fight. And in general, it wasn't like bad, but I guess I don't know. It wasn't a very action paced card, that's for sure. Action packed or paced or whatever way you want to put it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just I'm just hoping this week will be a lot better. All I need is a Joshua Van masterclass. I think Royval's going to win, but Van's definitely got a shot. I just worry that Van has shown not to be the best against long, rangy strikers like Edgar Shirez, and also obviously Charles Johnson. So I think that Royval will win, but you never know. Joshua Van is improving very quickly, and he's got very good takedown defense. If Royval is getting pieced up and he tries to shoot, Joshua Van might just be able to keep it on the feet. I don't think Jones is done. Neither do I. Jones will come back. He has too much of an ego. This is what I'm saying. If Aspinall wins his next couple fights, Jones is going to be pissed off that he can't, like, put up a tweet like, oh, this is the guy that everyone thinks is going to beat me. You know, he can't do that shit if Aspinall keeps winning. And if that happens, he will just eventually come back. His ego won't let it. Hello, Mr. C. What's up? The OG Mr. C. How you going, brother? But you never know. Maybe John Jones is actually retired. But I don't know. History always repeats itself. And if history is one thing to go off, MMA fighters, especially former champions and never stay retired, they always come back. OG Mr. C. No Diddy. No Diddy. No Diddy in this chat. You know, I doubt. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll have P. Diddy in the chat. Who fucking knows? From the walls of fucking whatever prison he's in. Maybe he'll be sharing a cell with Cedric Dumas and John Jones one day. Who knows? We go from Ilya versus Charles to Derek Lewis. Oh, yeah. Next week is Derek Lewis versus Taliesin Teixeira. I've been doing fighter analysis of Felipe and Talbot. And what has your conclusion been from your fight analyst work, Mr. C? What is K1? What is your thoughts on Teixeira as a prospect? I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if he's that good, to be honest. Cost of a super chat to purchase one public N-word from you. Love from NZ. Cost of a super chat to purchase one public N-word from you. Well, you want the N-word pass from me? Yeah, just send me $5 and you've got it. You've got my blessing, Dolores Umbrage. So yeah, just send me $5 and you got my blessing. Even though I'm not black. But yeah, I'll take the super chat. Are you a weenie, mate? Nah, mate. I'm not a weenie. I wouldn't say I'm a weenie. Yes, you are. Fuck you. I am not a weenie. Anyone else getting audio issues? Oh, don't tell me it's messed up. Wait, hold on. Harder. Can you not actually hear me? Oh, yeah. I don't know if you're fucking with me or not, Mr. C. $5 and you say it hard shit. I don't know. Yeah, you know, maybe $100 then. It's crackly. Okay, that's weird. I'm not sure why. Remember that party when you got drunk like a weenie and we had to get you new pants because you pooped in them? Ah, it's you again. You made this exact same joke. Oh my god, I'm looking for your past channel activity, Dead, and you've said to me, how much for two best buddies to nod on your forehead? You also said Asian girls got sideways noo. You've sent me a lot of interesting stuff. He's the only prospect at heavyweight. I hope he's good, but I could see Derek Lewis randomly chinning him. Yeah, Derek Lewis could just brutally KO him. I remember a lot of people picking Justin Tuffer against Teixeira. I didn't see it. I didn't understand why people were thinking that way. I think Teixeira will beat Derek Lewis, but I am worried because he's tall. He's got tall man defense, and Derek Lewis can just land a massive bomb and just fucking completely crack his chin. But I don't think Teixeira looks too bad. But I don't know. He just seems somewhat athletic. Like he's not fat for heavyweight, and that's pretty much all you need to get to the top 5. But I don't know. I could see Teixeira being another. What's his name? The Cuban guy. I can't believe I can't remember his name off the top of my head here. Rebellis to Spain. I could see him being another Rebellis to Spain where he just gets taken down. He has no takedown defense. I don't think Derek Lewis is the guy to do that to him, but I could definitely see that. But yeah, send me 100 buckaroos, Delirious Umbrage, and I will blast the N-word. Not really. But send me $100 anyway. I need money. I can use my money for evil. Nah, I'm joking. Never. But yeah, I don't know. Heavyweights. Hopefully we get some good heavyweights on Dana White Contender Series. I'm sure we'll I don't know, the division, shortly now, we have an undisputed champion who's going to fight. Hopefully we can actually get some movement going in the division. You know, we've had a champion who literally was waiting for a prehistoric man for fucking 2 years. What time is it in Perth? It's 12:40 in the afternoon, 12:40 p.m. What about you? Whereabouts? What's the time where you are, Delirious Umbridge, my friend? To be fair, I'm pretty sure Tellison Teixeira has a grappling background. Yeah, but I think it's jiu-jitsu. The thing is, a lot of these jiu-jitsu guys, they're very... they will just play guard, and I don't like it. In 2025, you can't just play guard, you will just lose. It is 12:40 a.m. for me, boo. Don't fucking call me boo. No, I'm joking. You can call me boo if you want. Hilarious. Talbot pros, cleaner striker, more power, less flashy. Cons, doesn't fight with urgency, insignificant grappling, accepts position when taken down. Yeah, that's something I noticed. But apparently, a thing is about Talbot is apparently he got hit in the equilibrium in that fight against Barcelos. And apparently that's why his takedown defense was so bad. That's what I've seen someone say. Now, I don't fully believe that because Nick Aguirre was also taking him down and ragdolling him. But I do think that could play into it. Maybe his takedown defense is a bit better. I'm a super feminine woman. Why not call you boo? Well, I can't see you, Delirious Umbridge. All I see is a green D for your profile picture, you know. I don't know. Let me look. What's your Instagram? Let me look at you. Let's see how feminine you really are. I'll check you out right now. Delirious. I'm looking you up right now, bud. Are you fucking telling? Are you the fucking person from fucking Hogwarts? Is that why your name's Delirious Umbridge? Yeah, you fucking sneaky bastard. Yeah, I literally looked it up just before you said that. I was looking at Instagram pages. There's a bunch of Delirious Umbridge. I knew that name seemed so fucking familiar. I was like thinking, where have I heard Delirious Umbridge? For some reason, I wasn't picturing like the woman from Harry Potter. I was picturing some big black guy called Delirious. I don't know why. But yeah, the Umbridge bit, yeah, that makes a lot more sense now that I'm thinking about it. Lima's pros, fights with urgency, sets a high pace, creative striking. Cons, not a great wrestler, too flashy. Crescent kicks, what the fuck, was losing the striking the nine of. Sets a high pace, creative striking. Cons. Yeah, I can't fully remember. Lima's definitely got good grappling, but I can't really remember his wrestling. But he has fought, I would say, higher level of comp than Peyton Talbot. I think that Naimov and oh my god, what's his name off the top of my head? Expelliarmus. But yeah, I think that who did Lima fight? Oh, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Bald guy. John. Oh my god, what's his name? Brett. No, not Brent Johns. Damn, I can't actually remember his fucking name. Oh my god, I was a big believer in him at one point. He beat Adrian Yanez on the regional scene, but I can't remember his name right now. He popped as well. He popped. I'm gonna have to look this up because it's annoying me now. Can't believe I can't remember his name. Also, Talbot had low fight IQ in the Rennie Barcelos fight. He pressured him through a kick, got taken down in round 1. Pressured in round 2, got taken down. Pressured and got taken down. Miles Johns, that's who it is. Miles Johns is like probably better than anybody Peyton Talbot's fought as well. Did you know Peyton Talbot is dating Frank Ocean? They're not dating. They're just buds, you know. They're just, I don't know. They're just buddies. They're boys, you know. They may do some sus stuff together, but they're not dating, you know. They may crack one out together, but from the best of my knowledge, they are not dating. But yeah, just looking at the guys that Felipe Lima has beat, he got some really good wins. Lost his debut, but then, you know, it took a couple fights before he started beating guys. You think Miles Johns is better than Ronnie Barcelos? Maybe not better, but I'm saying his wins. I'd say that Lima's wins are better. I don't know. Miles Johns is weird because he shows like bits of greatness, but he did also lose to John Castaneda, I believe. Yeah, so I don't know. He's weird. He's a weird fighter. Muhammad Naimov is 5 times better than everyone. But yeah, exactly. Like, these are all better. And plus bigger guys as well. And Lima is a natural bantamweight. Like, people are saying, why is he moving down a weight class? But the Lima fight was meant to be a bantamweight, but Lima had it moved up. Not Lima, sorry. Miles Johns had it moved up. So yeah, I reckon it's not going to be a walk in the park because Peyton Talbot is a really crafty striker. But if Lima fights smart, he can get this done pretty easily. But I will say Peyton Talbot has heart because I remember Barcelos almost had him in chokes and he had him in some pretty compromised positions and he managed to survive. So yeah, but I mean Lima is also much younger than a Barcelos. He's rapidly improving as well. I hate how Peyton doesn't fight with urgency, and when he gets taken down, he doesn't try to get up immediately. He accepts position and weight switch is unacceptable. Yeah, you can't be doing that, especially in a division where fucking Merab Dvalishvili is the champion. Like that's something you need to get out of your arsenal. You need to be working your way back up. You can't be doing that in a division like where Merab and Umar are running around. You know, you're like you've got a lot of guys who will just like lay on top of you. So, but I reckon Naima was most likely beating Lima in round 1 and 2. I can't remember the fight off the top of my head, but maybe. But I mean, Naimov, very good still, very good fighter. And do you ever hate yourself? I do. No, I never. I wake up in the mirror. Well, I don't wake up in the mirror. That'd be a bit fucking bizarre. But I wake up, I look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, yeah, I love myself. But no, sometimes I hate my actions. That's for sure. Oh, you know, sometimes I maybe think I could have done things a bit better. Naimov made it a close fight with Bogdangrad. Yeah, but Bogdangrad's like weird. He's got cardio, you know, he doesn't stop moving. That makes one of us. But I don't know. I just rate Naimov better than like Cameron Simon. I rate Naimov better than well, I mean, if you look at all the guys that Peyton Talbot's beat, literally Cameron Simon's the only like non-NPC he's beat. Like he beat the guy in his last win was an NPC that he chinned in like 12 seconds. Nick Aguirre was literally an NPC. I think he got cut after that fight. So I don't know. I just Peyton Talbot sort of just beat up bots, while I feel like Felipe Lima is fighting real characters, you know, real people. But I don't know, Peyton Talbot, I worry about his striking defense. A lot of people are talking about his takedown defense, but I worry a lot about. I just really worry about his striking defense. Hello, Kashmiri Pandit. How you going? Cameron Simon is my favorite UFC fighter because I think he's gay as hell and he's cute. Fair enough, Greg Arnold. Fair enough. I think he has a girlfriend. I think he might even have a fiance. I mean, they're the same person if he does. But you never know. Maybe. People forget, man. Closet homosexuals still exist. The thing I like about Felipe Lima, he has urgency. If it's a close fight, he'll push for it. Yeah, exactly. I like people who have that. Like, if you have an urgency, you have the will to keep pushing forward, you're always going to be in the fight. Who's going to tell her? Yeah, not Cameron Simon, obviously. Nah, I doubt he's gay. He seems like he would be on the other end of the spectrum to being gay. Feels like he would be like more of a guy. What the fuck did I just click? Just retouch. What the fuck? Retouch. Fuck that. People do in fact forget that closeted homosexuals exist. Exactly, Greg Arnold. People do. People forget, man. People forget. Just because you got a girlfriend doesn't mean you don't like it in the butt. I got to pick Lima. I'm worried, though. Yeah, I'm not, like, fully confident on Lima, but I am confident he'll win, but, like, I'm not, like, saying it's a lock by any means. I could see Peyton Talbot fucking just putting on a good performance here. Give one example. There you can't. John Jones. Hill, again, got smashed. To be fair, I don't think John Jones is gay. I do think John Jones is probably bi, though. I mean, he literally he had like a naked woman in his car the other day, or a couple months ago. So I'd imagine, you know, I mean, at the very least, he's a serial cheater. I don't know. John Jones just seems like any hole is a goal type of guy. Elon Musk. I don't think Elon Musk is gay. He's always impregnated. But to be fair, he's impregnating all these women, but apparently, like, because he's got like 6 different baby mums. But, like, none of them, I don't think Elon Musk is actually smashing all of these women. I think he's literally just inseminating his fucking sperm into them. Like, you know, like how, you know, how they would do it for, like, surrogates and stuff like that. Like, I don't think Elon Musk is actually smashing all these women. I reckon that's the hardest fight to pick. Maybe Kai Kara France and Pantoja right up there. I'm picking Kai Kara France. I had some guy comment, for some reason, I don't know why he commented this, but he said, Kai Kara France haka dance won't save him. It's like, okay, like, have you watched the first fight? Like, the first fight, Kai Kara France was stuffing every takedown. He was doing very good. And they're both improved a lot, but Kai Kara France is younger as well. But, I don't know. I don't know. I think Kai France is going to get it done. I think he's a bad stylistic matchup for Pantoja, but Pantoja is gritty though, so maybe it gets a bit harder in the later rounds. The first fight was 9 years ago. Yeah, I know, but like Kai France, his takedown defense has rapidly improved even more since that fight, and I feel like they both improved clearly, but I feel like Kai France showing that his takedown defense back then was good enough when a few fights after that, he's shown, a few problems. I was a teenager when they fought. Like, against Bontaran, Rodrigo Bontaran, he was getting his back taken and everything like that in that fight. But since then, he's, rapidly improved. He beat Askar Askarov. He beat all these guys with good takedowns and everything like that. I feel like he'll be able to get his game off. Kai France versus Royval doesn't help your case. Yeah, but that's more because Royval rocked him on the feet. Like, he club and subbed him, He didn't just take him down and sub him. He literally rocked him. And Royval's, like, pretty tricky, He's a long-rangey striker. Do you think the haka dance that does is cool or not? He's never done the haka. He does, like, I think it's called a tongi. I might be wrong, where he does, like, the thing where he's doing that and he's got his tongue out. I mean, it's his culture, I'm not going to shit on it, but I don't know. Sometimes a lot of people do not like it, when he does it a lot. People think, I think a lot of people assume that Kai France has, like, disabilities, but it's literally just doing his cultural thing. The Dana White Contender Series welterweights from last year are pretty good. Jacoby Smith, Mikhailov, and Islam Dulatov. Yeah, I'm very interested to see who does the best there. My hopes on the best one there is Jacoby Smith. He's the one I have the most faith in. He's a bit older, but I don't know. He just seems like he's got good cardio, power, wrestling. So I like Jacoby Smith out of that. But Islam Duliev, he's got a lot of potential, Duliev. But we need to see Duliev fight a fight where he's not just immediately smoking someone, because he has a loss, and I think he gassed out in that fight. But he does fight at a high pace, so I'm interested to see what Duliev looks like when he maybe fights a bit more calm. Who you got in the main event for 317? I got Ilya El Matador Tiporia with the knockout in the second round after they slug it out a little bit in the first round. He looks like a Bakawi. I don't know how to pronounce it. I know what you mean though. You mean like European, but he's probably got an Iwa behind him. Yeah, well, Kai France, his last name is literally France. He's clearly not fully moldy. I think Tom Aspinall is the most dominant fighter currently in the UFC, minus his first Curtis Blades fight. 8 fights, 8 finishes, 7 out of 8 were in the first round. Yeah, he's so fast. He's just very fast fighter, very powerful. He's athletic. He's big. He's tall. He's got long reach. Like he's got all of the attributes to be a long reigning champion. And I keep seeing MMA Joey keep saying that he's going to lose to Cyril Gane, which is so fucking stupid. We literally just seen Cyril Gane lose to Volkov. He's got enough. Like, Tom Aspinall could just go in there and immediately blast double Cyril Gane and, like, take his arm if he wants to. I did a live stream yesterday just talking to myself and doing some research, starting from the first fight of the main, and just talking at the main event just made me depressed. Yeah, like, the main event it's depressing because I really don't want to see Charles get knocked out. I am hoping for an Ilya Topuria submission, but I just think we're going to get a TKO. Hill in the back foot has a lot of defensive flaws. When Bryce Mitchell was going forward, he was kind of tagging him. Yeah, that's what I worry about a bit, because when he got taken down, he didn't really show an urgency to get back up. There was like 20 seconds in the round, so that could be a reason, but I'm not fully sold on Ilya Topuria as like a defensive genius on the ground, but he could definitely have very good get-ups for all we know. He trains with Marab a lot, so, he's probably... His takedown defense is definitely good, but I just worry about once he gets taken down, his ability to get back up. But he shows a lot of urgency in the fight, and I feel like he's going to bring a bit of a firefight against Charles. And I don't know, I think Charles is going to bring a very similar approach to the Dustin Poirier fight. He's going to be trying to clinch, elbows... that's going to be the type of fight he's going to try and bring, against a boxer like Ilya Topuria, because he's going to have to get in close to beat him. Are you England ancestry? Yeah, I got English ancestry. My dad's from the UK, but he's half Dutch, half English. But yeah, and then my mum's side's got a bit of English too. So yeah, I'd say English ancestry, but I more identify with the Dutch than the English, I feel like, at this point. Just because I look more German and Dutch. I have German and Dutch ancestry, but I feel like I look a bit more German and Dutch. My cousin lives in London. I feel bad for your cousin. Can you get Dutch citizenship via that. No, but I can get British citizenship. If I want to, I can apply for British citizenship, but I'll never fucking do that in my life. I'll never go to the UK. It's too far gone as a country. I will never go to the UK. I don't even know if I would ever want to visit the UK again at this point. It's just, I don't know. It's just a bit of a depressing country. El Matador, why El Toro? El Matador, Ilya, El Matador. Tuiporia. I don't know, it's going to be crazy. We're going to have a champion the size of Frankie Edgar again at lightweight if Ilya Topuria wins. You know, obviously he's a bit bulkier than Frankie Edgar, but both former bantamweights. I know Frankie Edgar ended his career at bantamweight, but both bantamweight-sized guys as well. Country other than Australia you'd want to live the rest of your life in? I wouldn't mind living in like one of them poor South American countries where I would have like lots of money and I could just like spend the rest of my days with big booty Latinas. But realistically, I wouldn't mind living in like, I don't know, New Zealand's very similar to us. Maybe like New Zealand or, yeah, probably New Zealand. I wouldn't, I don't know. I think I'll probably die and live in Australia. You know, I don't think I'd want to move to another country. But you never know. Never know what could come up one day. Against Ilya, go forward, not get pushed backwards, especially against the cage. Yeah, that's very true. Come to USA. Oh, I'd definitely go to the USA, that's for sure. I'd like to go to Texas, Florida, those places. You know, where they got freedom of speech, you know, all them places. That'd be cool. Do you think Ilya is on PEDs? I don't think so. I don't think he's on PEDs. He doesn't really... None of his build or anything makes me think that he's on PEDs. I think he's a natty guy. Plus, because his brother fought a guy who was on roids a couple years ago. His brother's only lost was to this roided Bulgarian dude, and you can tell the difference. That like his brother was natty, and his brother doesn't look too much different build wise. So I reckon they're natty. Plus, it'd be a bit hypocritical because they have shat on that guy for being on roids. So I reckon they're probably natty. Stand your base states. They are. You know, people forget, man. People forget. George Zimmerman, he stood his base and fucking shot a guy in Florida. He was a Florida man. People forget, man. But yeah, it's crazy, some of those like stand your base laws. Like here, you know, here, if someone breaks into your house, you can't hit them or anything unless they're actually bringing like assaulting you or something like that. You're not actually allowed to defend yourself in West Australia. We have to, if someone breaks into our house, we're not allowed to like use force on them. It's fucking stupid. Like obviously it's within reason, but like it's very stupid. Same in New York, it is ridiculous. Yeah, it's stupid. Like if someone breaks into my fucking house, I'm kicking them the fuck out. Like I don't care if I have to be fucking physical. I'll hit them over the head with a fucking pan if I have to, you know. But like this is my fucking happy place, my own home. We can only use equal force in self-defense. Yeah, that's stupid. Is pepper spray legal in Australia? I don't even think it is, to be honest. I know we're not allowed laser pointers. I mean, you can still get them, but I'm pretty sure they are illegal. I don't know. A lot of shit's illegal here that shouldn't be. Wait, really? Yeah. I don't know if it's the same for the rest of Australia, but in WA, there was a case where a guy walked in and some guy was assaulting his, like, baby, and he ended up beating the guy, like, I think almost to death. Almost. I don't think the guy actually died, but the guy who beat him up ended up getting, like, a couple years, but eventually I think they overturned it. But yeah, the self-defense laws are so stupid here. Like, I don't get it. We have the baddest men in the planet. People love to scrap in Australia, but our fucking pussy government won't even let you defend yourself if some fucking crazy loon gets in your house. That's New York, though. There are other states that are called stand your ground states. Yeah, that's like Texas, Florida, all them like southern type of states, probably. And like all the Republican states are probably stand your base ones. Who do you think wins Kaya versus Amavov? That's a very interesting question. I was actually thinking about this. I'm not actually sure because I don't really rate Kaio too highly. He did look very good against Jared Cannonier, but I don't know. I might lean Kaio, but I'm gonna need to watch tape a little bit more. But I'm leaning. I think I lean Kaio, but just because he can grapple, but he can accept being on top. Like he accepts bottom position against strikers a lot as well, which is worrying. But I don't know. I go Kaio just because his cardio seems to hold up a bit better than Amavov. South in the middle of the country, Ohio. Why Australian girls are very hot? Because I don't know. We're very active physically in this country. You know, obviously we still got fat people, but a lot of people look after themselves here. You're only allowed to. I love mutual combat laws. Me too. Wish we had more of them. You're only allowed to bash each other's heads if you're on a rugby field. Yeah, unfortunately, if you're playing AFL, you're in a boxing ring or an MMA cage. But if you're defending yourself, it's against the law. Would you like to engage in mutual combat, sir? I mean, sure, why not? We'll go to prison if we do it here, though. Do you know Lorenzo predicts? Yeah, I think Mr. C mentioned Lorenzo predicts before. I watched some of his videos after he mentioned that. But yeah, I watched a few of them. Seems like a real Aussie bloke. Guru Lorenzo Benny. Damn, why you gotta put me at the end, man? Not nice. Not nice. I should be at the top. I should be. But yeah, Lorenzo predicts. Seems like a good dude, I guess. I didn't watch too much. Didn't know too much about him. I think he's one of the closeted homosexuals we mentioned earlier. Jesus Christ. Who's your favourite Australian cricketer? Oh, probably Shane Warne. That's like literally the only one I can think of. May he rest in peace. Money Grows just fought the other day. Who'd you like? Money Grows just fought the other day. Who'd you like more? Clovers. Money Grows just fought the other day. Who'd you like more? Like, who did I like more? Like, who did I want to win the fight? Is that what you mean by who do I like more? Because obviously, Benny, Fight Fairy, Lorenzo. Yeah, let's go. That's much better. Greg Arnold's the man. I remember seeing a video by some troll. I forgot what his name was. Matinho vs. Patchy. People forget, man. Matinho would probably fucking win at that time. Limit all sports on 1,000 simulation. What sport would be at the top? If we eliminate all sports and run 1,000 simulations, I don't know, probably football, right? Like, what do you mean by we run 1,000 simulations? What sport would be at the top? Like, what are we running? Like, what's the measuring? How are we measuring this? What Australian think about Indians? Australians, I don't know what I meant. I'm sleep deprived. Yeah, I'm very confused. I guess Australians don't mind Indians, but there is obviously a big Indian population. So there is like some people maybe have problems with Indians. I personally don't really. Indians are pretty nice people, but yeah. Sometimes if you work with Indians, there is like a bit of a bias with Indian bosses. They will only hire Indians, so there is like a bit of a problem there with a lot of Australians getting annoyed that they'll only hire other Indians. But in general, Australians don't really hate Indians. My main man, Ben. Hello, Israel CJ. How you going? My favorite man from Benin. We just said it. But yeah, going back to some of the Fight Fairy thing. I forgot what it was, but there used to be like this big time troll like type of guy. He was like sort of like a Gypsy Crusader type guy. And for some reason, he made like a whole video like talking about how like Fight Fairy was his creation and that she's an Ashkenazi Jew and that like he made up all of her lines and everything. Like, it was satire, but like it was very weird to see like this, not mainstream, but this guy from a whole completely different niche just randomly just picking on Fight Fairy. It was really weird. Do they have Zin in Australia? I believe so. Money Grows is shorthand. Money Grows is shorthand for my Blackfooters. Oh, I didn't know that. People forget, man. Chris Matinho beat Damon Blackshear. People forget, man. Who should I put money in this weekend? I reckon put money on Jackson McVeigh. I think he's going to win. He was an underdog. But I don't know if I think he's a favourite now, so maybe don't. But there was a few underdogs I predicted that I'm pretty confident will win. Let me just check let me check the card again, actually, just so I can get it right. Oh, now I get what you say, Mr. C. It does fucking sound like that now that you've fucking dumbed it down for me. Dude, did you see Fight Furry drop the N-word casually during a stream a few months ago? I did not see that. Damn. Fucking insert the fucking Lego fucking emoji with the guy in the suit. I love every Instagram post you see with a woman who's like just even slightly offensive. You always see a fucking emoji with the Lego man in a suit. But yeah, what was I saying? Who did you see? I really want Matinho to do good, but he starts so slow. Yeah, Matinho, I don't know. I've never actually watched any of the fights where he won, so I've never actually seen a winning Matinho performances. How many girlfriends do you have? Well, over the years, I don't know. It depends what you define as girlfriend, but like officially, like we call each other boyfriend, girlfriend. I've had like 7 or 8, but there's situationships that would be very similar. He has boyfriends and we're exclusive. Yeah, the chat. These are my boyfriends. Cedric Dumas is about to get sent back to the dog crate. I hope so. I really hope he loses. I don't want to see him win. Oh yeah, Hyder Emil is a good pick, but Israel Seja, because he is an underdog. I think Hyder Emil will push a very good pace on this fight. I think he'll be able to beat Delgado. I think it's just a little too soon for Delgado. I think Dariush is going to beat Hanato Moicano. He might get into a bit of problems, but I think his takedown defense. I just don't think Moicano's got much on for him on the feet. I got Dariush. Yeah, I got Dariush winning. I had Dariush winning when they were meant to fight in January as well. Do you listen to Troy Sivan music? He is a twink from Perth. Let me look up. Let's look him up. Troy Sivan, Australian singer and actor. Never seen this man in my life. He's South African, but he moved to Perth. He was raised in an Orthodox Jewish family, though he does not consider himself to be religious. His mother converted to Judaism when marrying his father. Fucking hell, even in like the Perth music scene, there's Jewish influence. They're everywhere. No, I'm joking. Never heard of this guy before in my life, though, to be honest with you guys. To be honest with you, Greg Arnold. Is he a good singer? You like his music? Hyder Emil fights it like it's 1999. Hyder Emil. People forget, man. Hyder Emil. He's the illegitimate son of Tank Abbott. Bro, Hyder Emil is actually part Indian. He's the best Indian fighter of all time. I know he represents the Philippines, but his dad was like part Indian, so... India, you have a featherweight who might be ranked. Congratulations. But I don't know. I read an article. It said Hyder Emil's dad is of Indian, Turkish, English, and Romanian descent. So it's very there's not much in there. I don't think. Tom Aspinall's the best Indian fighter. Hey, people forget, man. That was a TikTok filter. Tom Aspinall's not really Indian. He's English. He's an English lad. He's from Manchester. Tom. Sergey Spivak, he's a great fighter. I'd love to fight him. But yeah, I don't know. Hyder Emil, I think he's going to get it done against Delgado. Nazim Sadikov is such an odd fighter. He gets knocked down or he's losing and just wins. Yeah, he's got plot armor. Nazim Sadikov is like the lightweight Drickus. Not that he fights similar to him, but he just has that plot armor. Against Evan Elder, he was clearly down 2 rounds. He was clearly losing to Evan Elder. And then just out of nowhere, he's cut him open. I think there was even a headbutt. The cut was really caused by a headbutt, in the first round. But he ended up getting the doctor stoppage and the win over Evan Elder. He was so clearly losing that fight to Evan Elder as well. He was losing to Ismail Bonfim, but he still ended up getting the win. That's why I like picking him, because he always just finds a way to win. And I like fighters like that. I like fighters that just find a way to win. They're my favorite genre of fighter. You believe in God? Yeah, I believe in God. I don't know which God I believe in. I believe in a higher power, but I'm not a religious person. I'm a deist, but I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in any religions. But yeah, I like to say I'm a deist. So Tupac, man, people forget, man. Tupac, people forget Tupac was a deist. I feel like I could legit get through a whole day just communicating in iconic MMA lines. I could too, to be honest. I feel like you get into a fight with someone, or someone's getting a bit into an argument with you or something. I can't let you get close. I don't know. There's so many lines you could use. I don't know. One day I should just live stream you just a day to day, and I'm just using MMA lines to communicate with people at the shops or some shit. Just walk up to someone. I don't know. Let's think. How would you greet someone using MMA lines? There is so many Jewish people in New York. It is wild. They even have free Jewish transportation. Is that... Are you talking about the tunnels, Greg Arnold? Is that what you mean by the free transportation? The tunnels? Bro, that tunnel stuff was crazy because it was like a tweet that somebody posted like 2 years before it came out, and they're like, I swear I can hear Jewish people underneath. Van's gonna lose to Royval, but he'll be out back in the top in a couple years to be Ramazan Timuriov's 5th title defense. Yeah, I believe so. I do think Royval's gonna win, but I think Joshua Van will eventually get back up there. He's very good. He will not be denied. He's improving really well as well. I think he just needs to maybe. I don't know. The only thing that worries me about Joshua Van is that he's always putting on. He's always winning until he, well, he's already lost twice, but like he's always winning in fights, but he can get cracked, and that's like the one thing. He doesn't have the most power, but he's very technical. Why white people tall and strong? Because our ancestors were like, we had Vikings who were like going around pillaging the world. Like we're colonizers, the colonizer genes. Like you had to send the biggest. This is a theory I have, but like typically you'll see like besides like the Icelandics who are technically they colonized Iceland. There was nobody there, but they were marauders. They went and moved there and everything like that. I feel like all the white people who went to like the New World and everything like that, I feel like they're a bit stronger than the ones in Europe. Besides like Russia and all that, but even Russia, like Siberia, they conquered it. Like I feel like you find that the strongest white people are normally from the conquered countries and stuff like that. I don't know, because like obviously their ancestors would have had to be fighting and had to be big and strong. But then like people in Europe, maybe not as strong as like the Australians or the Americans. It's hard to pick Van. He has everything going against him. Yeah, I got Royval winning. I just think Joshua Van doesn't do good against long-rangey guys. I really like Joshua Van, though. And I like Royval as well. I like both guys, but I reckon Royval will get this one done. Why white people? I already read that. They are called mitzvah tanks and okay Jewish music. Why they drive around the city, play Jewish music. Fear of Ron referred to NYC as the Jewish Atlanta. Atlanta is the blackest city in America culturally. Yeah, that makes sense. Everything you see, like even in like when you watch like Friends or How I Met Your, I think How I Met Your Mother's in New York. All of them shows like it's actually all about just Jewish friendship groups. Like they don't overtly mention it, but like all of them shows that are based like all them sitcoms based in New York, they're always about Jewish friends. It's not about like Christian friends all hanging out. It's typically big Jewish friendship groups in all the sitcoms. Like How I Met Your Mother, like literally, I think only Barney and Robin aren't Jewish in the friendship group. The rest are, but I don't know. Just New York, very Jewish place. Clearly, I like watching the videos in New York where they have like I think it's Williamsburg or Williamstown where it's like all the Hasidic people just hang around. They're all just wandering around. They look like the Amish, but just they're in urban areas. I think Royval can have success out grappling Van. He's got very good BJJ in the striking to set it up, unlike the Japanese dude. Yeah, the Japanese dude Van fought very one-dimensional guy, So I picked Van. I was very happy with that. I think Joshua Van, this is my hot take, I think Joshua Van would beat Tatsuro Taira as well. I think he's a very bad matchup for Taira, but I don't think Royval can just grapple him down. I think he's going to have to hurt him on the feet, which I think he is capable of doing because he's long. I feel like Van, can get caught with long shots because he's very he throws defense out the way when he's exchanging a little bit. But I don't know, Joshua Van wins. I just say give him the winner of Pantoja versus Kai France. I think Royval is a tad underrated. He absolutely is. He keeps beating all these guys and they still keep making him a fucking underdog. I think he's an underdog in this fight against Van as well. I get it, but like I think Royval is going to win. He's very, very underrated. He beat Charles Johnson a couple years ago as well. Like, he had very good wins outside the UFC as well as in the UFC. But, yeah. There's a lot. Flyweight's looking really good right now. There's a lot of good prospects coming up. I really like Ramazan Timurov, the guy who mentioned him before. I like Ramazan as a prospect. Very powerful guy. His performance over CJ Vergara was beautiful. He just went out there and absolutely destroyed him. I don't really see performances like that at flyweight. I'd love to see Ramazan versus Kai France one day. That'd be a cool fight. Both just slugging big shots at each other. But, yeah, I don't know what Royval has to do to get the respect, because clearly he's just very underrated over the years. Also, if you guys aren't already, make sure you subscribe, like the video if you haven't already. Help a brother out. I go live all the time. I'm always going to promote. I always have to promote. I have to always do a little... promotion in between. Oh, there we go. The likes went up. Good guys, good men. But yeah, I don't know. Flyweight's looking good. You know, good prospects. Yeah, he also has had a bad history of concussions. Is that? I hate you with that like. Thank you, Greg Arnold, my man, my man. Oh, we got 7 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Also, you guys like my like Russian hitman, fucking Russian mafia type outfit? I thought I'd wear like a Russian tracksuit. I was like, gonna fuck it. If I'm gonna have like the title is manifesting a Cedric Dumas KO loss, I thought I'd go full Nico Bellic. I know he's Serbian, but you know, he's not Russian, but you know, he wears the tracksuit. I went full Slavic for the group. If Kai Kara-France doesn't win this, will he ever get another title shot? Yeah, he could. He could definitely get another title shot, I reckon, but I reckon I don't know, it depends. If Pantoja's champion, I could see them doing a trilogy down the line if Kai Kara-France gets some wins. But it's definitely going to be a hard way to get back. Tracksuits are cool as hell, yes sir. Doesn't Rigo predict via black magic? He does, I believe so. Royval had a severe concussion not that long ago. He said he was struggling to form sentences. That's how bad it was. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I didn't realize that. That's worrying me a little bit. But Royval, you know, he's pretty tough. And Van's not the hardest hitter. He could just beat the shit out of him, though. But I honestly think Pantoja will outstrike Kai Kara-France with the pressure and takedown threat between him backstalling the rest of the fight. I could definitely see that. You know, the thing is, Bontorin did take the back of Kai Kara-France. But I don't know, I just see Kai Kara-France put on a bit of a, like, just over and over again overhanding Pantoja. I don't think he'll knock him out because Pantoja is so durable. But I don't know, I see like a 48-47 Kai Kara-France. So sad, free stripes for life. Bopnik. To be fair, he never seemed super intellectual to begin with. People forget, man, Brandon Royval, 7 kids to like 3 different women. You know, he's Jamal Hill maxing. I love it. They don't call him Raw Dog for no reason. The man really does like the Raw Dog, you know. He literally has like 6, 7 kids. I even remember when he was like very dehydrated and he was like, I think it was when he was fighting Pantoja or whoever it was. He was like trying to lick his lips when he was next to Laura Zanko and like he looked fucking so depleted. But hey, people forget, man. Brendan Royval, he was trying to Joseph Benavidez Max. He was trying to get the reporter. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel bad for Royval if he keeps winning because, like, I don't know. I just feel like if Pantoja wins, there's no interest in a Royval versus Pantoja 3 at this point. You know, Pantoja has already sort of just smoked him 2 times, you know. But you never know. I am wondering who Moreno is going to fight next. I don't know who they'll give Moreno to. Does Pantoja ever move up? I don't know. I don't think he wants to move up. 200-year British Empire in India. All of you very bad. We're not all bad. We're not all bad. I didn't do nothing. I wasn't running India. Pantoja is small. Yeah, I feel like style-wise, I feel like he could maybe give Merab a tough time, but his cardio... Oh, fucking hell. His cardio is not the best. So I think that he could definitely just like get gassed out by Merab and Merab ends up taking the dub. Bruval said if he beats Van and doesn't get a title shot, he's moving up. And since he doesn't want to be a gatekeeper. Let's look at the rankings for Bantamweight. I want to see who I'd like to see Royval fight if he moves up. UFC, let's look. Yes, that is a slur, Mr. C. They do not take kindly to being called that. Katrick, let me look up what you've said. I'm going to translate this. I really hope you haven't said something really bad. To be fair, I don't know why it's a slur. I feel like it isn't, but like it shouldn't be, but what the fuck am I looking at here? I don't know what is this like your god, Katrick? what you've sent me. Let me translate it. Cody Garbrandt. Oh yeah, Cody Garbrandt could versus Royval could be a good fight, but I reckon you got to give Royval you definitely got to give him a ranked opponent. Okay, let me look at the rankings now, like I was gonna do. Maybe you could do him versus. What is your thoughts on Dariush versus Hanato? Do you think Beneil can get the win? Yeah, I got Beneil winning. I think Beneil is going to win. I think he's going to be able to stuff the takedowns, and I think he's going to win a decision. I think it's going to look very similar to the Gamrot fight. Unless his chin is so shot that Hanato Moicano just one-punches him. But Moicano's not very powerful, you know. He's only ever got one TKO. He could have TKO'd Jai Herbert, but Jai Herbert's like really chinny. But yeah, Royval, you could do Royval versus Figgy. You could do Royval versus O'Malley. That'd be a tough fight for O'Malley. You know, not super tough, but you know, it's a tough fight if he's not coming off a win. Maybe you could do. I mean, you could do Royval versus Mario Batista, but I feel like at this point Batista needs to move up. I want pizza. What type of pizza do you want? I like pepperoni, jalapenos, chili flakes, capsicum. That's the type of pizza I like. If Kai Kara-France wins, does Pants get the rematch? Yeah, he does. You have to give Kai Kara-France. He probably won't, though. The UFC. I feel like the UFC hate Pantoja. Even though he's very profitable. Buffalo chicken pizza. That's pretty nice. I like buffalo chicken pizzas. Yeah, I feel like you could do Royval versus O'Malley. Or you could do Royval versus Davidson Figueiredo. In another life, Dariush would have beat Charles. Can you survive with Indian food whole life? Yeah, I could. I like spicy Indian food as well. I do. I really like Indian food. I cook naan quite often. Like I will just. I know it's not like proper food. It's just bread, but I will have naan by itself a lot. Tony Ferguson said he has fight news. Title run starts now. Oh, fuck me. I hope if he's fighting anyone, I hope they've just found a way to do the Dylan Dennis fight. I actually want to see him versus Dylan Dennis because Dylan Dennis isn't that great. Like that is somewhat winnable. Because Dylan Dennis has no striking on the feet and his wrestling's pretty awful. I don't eat the food of the enemy. Greg Arnold, Jesus. I mean, come on, man. I'm sure the Germans were enjoying a couple bagels. Come on. If you're wondering what I'm eating, I'm just eating like pumpkin seeds. You know, I don't want to stuff my face with like unhealthy shit, so I'm just stuffing them with like little pumpkin seeds. Can we make a belt for Tony so he can retire and save us from a CTE-ridden Tony gone rogue? They should just make, when Tony's like brain is completely mush, they should just make him fight like a Habib impersonator. So then Tony Ferguson can just beat the shit out of him, and then he can be like, I beat Habib, I don't need to do this anymore, I'm retired, you know? That's how you're going to get Tony Ferguson to retire. You need to give him like a fucking Habib impersonator, so then he'll be like, I did it, I finally did it. Like, he's literally fighting because he wants Habib out of retirement, but like, bro, you've lost like 7 fights, that's not going to happen. Kevin Lee versus Tony Ferguson, perfect fight. Only problem though, it might end in a double knockout. Honestly, Tony might just beat Kevin Lee again. Kevin Lee had the durability of like James Vick in that fight. You know, he was getting hurt so easily. If Ilya's getting pretty overrated of his aura, Charles would have a good chance if he wasn't 35 and Arman would beat him. I am interested to see Ilya versus Arman down the line. I reckon that'll be a good fight. It gets really interesting if Arman takes him down. On the feet, though, I reckon Ilya would tool up Arman for sure. I've said this before, but Gamrot's like an interesting matchup for a guy like Ilya because he's got good chin. He gets dropped a lot, but he's never really hurt. He just gets knocked down. I don't know. It's like he wakes him up, but he's like pace and pressure and cardio is really good. And he's like a bigger guy. Like, I don't know. Gamrot, I feel like would be an interesting matchup. I'd probably still pick Ilya, but that is like a weird style matchup, you know. Especially with how he looked against Ludwig Klein. Doggy's Corner made a fantastic Star Wars edit to celebrate John Jones' retirement, so 3 minutes and a must-see. I'll definitely give that a watch. I think I've seen something about that, but definitely give it a watch. But yeah, finally John Jones is gone. Joy is like the fourth foreign dude to ask about your sex life this stream so far. Yeah. I don't know, why does everybody ask me about my sex life? I am actually I'm very curious about this. I don't even see people asking like MMA guru or Lucas Tracy about their sex life. Maybe it's just because my stream, I don't have as many viewers as them, but like literally like every stream somebody asks me about my sex life. I don't mind asking, like I don't mind answering the questions, but like it's just interesting, Kevin Lee Chin fully being gone at 32 is kind of insane and worrying. Yeah, the thing is, I think Kevin Lee lost it in Gym Wars because obviously there was that video where he got like chinned by that I think it was an Aziri guy where he just got badly dropped in sparring. So I think he's just literally, because in fights he never really took too much damage. I think it's literally just been him getting bashed in sparring. Armin would get beat in the pocket, but he's got the takedowns to avoid it. Got the takedowns to win, and he's way better at range of his kicks. That's true. Is Bryce Mitchell dead? No, he's alive, but he might be dead if he can't make the bantamweight weight cut properly. I think it's because of your beautiful looks. When was the last time you shaved? I think it was about a week or two ago. Yeah, probably about 2 weeks ago. No, you do look like freaky zesty. I am not freaky. Well, I may be a bit freaky, but I'm not zesty. I'm completely straight. There's no one topic or point to the stream. That's true. I just like to talk. Does Australia have black people? We do have black people. We have Aboriginal people, who are the Indigenous people. We have Torres Strait Islanders, who are Indigenous to the Torres Strait. We have African people. We have typically African people here from South Sudan. So very tall, like the darkest black people, I'd say. Maybe the Senegalese, maybe a bit darker, but yeah, that we got a lot of South Sudanese people, but we also have a lot of people from like Zimbabwe, and yeah, we also have Melanesian people like Vanuatu have a very dark, and yeah, we got people from Vanuatu. We got people from Papua New Guinea, all them countries here as well. Torres Strait Islanders are technically Melanesian, but because they're also Indigenous, they get their own category by the Australian government. But then also, people forget, man, Polynesians are actually part Melanesian. People don't know that. That's why because Polynesians are actually a mix of Taiwanese Aboriginals, and Taiwanese Aboriginals are like Austronesians from the island of Taiwan. And they actually came on boats to like Southeast Asia, but then they kept moving and they ran into Melanesian people and they mixed. That's how Polynesians came apart. That's why Polynesians, a lot of them have like afros and stuff like that. It's because they have Melanesian DNA. And New Zealand and Oz got some genetic diversity. Yeah, we got like lots of different groups of people and stuff like that. Like I've met like all different types of people here. I don't think there's a group of people I haven't met in Australia. I've even met Native Americans. I've seen multiple fights between them in New York City. These other guys from big organizations have been asked. RDR, MVP, and Yuri carrying. Yeah, 100%. I think Ramazan, the flyweight, I think he'll do good. He beat Charles Johnson. That's a good step. The New Zealand government gives contract to Vanuatu and other Pacific Islands to come over and pick fruit. I mean, they used to do that in Australia, but they did it. I think it was called blackbirding or something like that. They would take Southeast Islanders and they would just make them pick sugarcane and stuff like that. I mean, it was borderline. I think it was borderline slavery when they were doing that. But this was like back when they didn't let non-white people come into Australia, so it was a bit interesting. But yeah, there is a misconception though that they would that the people who were doing the sugarcaning were Aboriginal, but for some reason they didn't use Aboriginal people. They brought in people from Vanuatu and all them islands to do it. What about Aaron Pico? I think he's got a very good shot to beat Movsar Evloev, but I don't know. I don't know. I could just see Movsar getting his first finish on Aaron Pico. It worries me because Pico has been chinned a couple times. Does Australia really have a lot of spiders? We do. We do have a lot of spiders. Normally in the country, but we have them, some of them here. Where are you from anyway, Kartik Walishi? Are you Indian? Because you put in like something about a Hindu god or goddess, so I'd imagine you're probably from South Asia somewhere. I'd love to pick berries if I get to live in Australia. It's very nice, you know. I wouldn't mind like just picking berries or something like that all the time when it's not too sunny. I feel like it'd be like a pretty chill job. Laborers. There is in 2017 when I was there was a shortage of laborers. Yeah, that makes sense. New Zealand's population is very small. Like there's almost more people in all of Melbourne than there is in all of New Zealand. And then at the same time, there's almost more people in all of Tokyo than there is Australia. You know, it's just there's levels. There's levels to the population fucking explosions around the world. And then the Vatican City has like 900 people. It is within another city. 4 million people in New Zealand. I thought it was 5 million, but yeah, that makes sense. New Zealand packs are big punching sports. They do. They're very they love their sports, especially their physical sports, you know, rugby, boxing, jiu-jitsu, martial arts. Does Australia have a homeless crisis? I wouldn't call it a crisis, but we definitely got a lot of homeless people, but a lot of them are there due to drug addiction or, you know, wasting all their money on drugs, alcohol, you know. I think that's a big part of the homeless problem in Australia is there is a big correlation between being homeless and more than likely or not being a drug addict. Hanoi, VN has 8 million. Yeah. Vietnam, very populated country. I think there's 84 million people in Vietnam. You know, that's a lot of people when you think about it. And it's a very small, like, space as well. It's Bangladesh is crazy because Bangladesh has more people than Russia. Legalize shrooms? Yeah, legalize shrooms. Why not? I reckon. Why not? I think they should legalize like anything that's gonna help people. And shrooms apparently are very good for like PTSD, like ex-soldiers who suffer PTSD. So I say legalize it. You know, shrooms out of all the drugs, it's not like acid where you have like a massive bad trip and then like you're fucking, you know, you could go a bit schizo over it. I feel like shrooms are pretty chill. Feed Volk the homeless. Who you got, Ilya or Charles? I got Ilya El Matador Poria. But I reckon Charles has a good shot. I reckon he's going to make it a scrap. But I think Ilya will just be a bit too slick and eventually get him to with a body shot. Grow up and develop a pill addiction like an adult. It's crazy that Indonesia is the fourth most populated country in the world. Yeah, it is crazy when you think about it like that. Like Indonesia is like people don't realize that the biggest Muslim country in the world is Indonesia. Like most the most populated Muslim population is Indonesia. Like because people always assume that it's like the Middle East, but the Middle East is like, you know, not even like I think the most populated Middle Eastern country is Egypt. You know, technically it's North Africa. It's not even in like West Asia. So it is crazy, like you know, the stereotype about Muslims all being Arab or whatever, but the biggest Muslim country is Indonesia. Let's go, bro. I got Ilya by round one. Yeah, I think round two. I reckon round one's a bit of a scrap, but I reckon he gets him out of there. He only has eyes for Frank. If Peyton Talbot wins, what will be the ratio of men to women in his DMs? There'll be a lot more men, I reckon. He's got a girlfriend, and I don't know. I reckon he's like gonna be. I reckon he's like polyamorous. Surely, like him, Frank Ocean, and his fiance or girlfriend. Ilya by round two KO for sure. Yeah, that's what I got. Women generally don't watch MMA much anyway, Mr. C. Yeah, unfortunately not. I've had a few women I'll watch MMA with, like when I had girlfriends. I'll try and get them into it. They'd watch it, they'd like it, but then they'll just, you know, they get bored after it a little bit. Yeah, Charles Oliveira has gone to Boston. Crab Ilya. That'd be fucking hilarious. He should get the sharpshooter on him, or he should try and get the Anaconda device. Yeah, chill, Mr. C. Don't talk about Frank's boyfriend like that. Alex versus Ankalaev rematch. Who you think wins? I'm rooting for Alex, but I think Ankalaev will win. What's your thoughts? I think that I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Alex can definitely win. There's like the fact he stuffed every takedown is good. I just feel like he wasn't aggressive enough against Ankalaev. Like I feel like there was so many ways he could have won that fight. I think it was a lot closer than people made it out to be as well. Like I generally do think I think Alex can make adjustments and win that fight. You know. But I don't know. Maybe I'll lean Alex, but I'm not like super sold on either guy winning. You know, maybe Alex goes in a bit more worried now that he knows he can get hurt, or maybe he goes a bit too crazy and gets chinned. You know, worst part of watching back Peyton Talbot fights was Kringhouse post celebrations. So awkward when there was some sus position and you're oblivious to it because you're trying to analyze the position. I liked his little celebration thing he did after he beat Simon, where he like did like the where he's like sort of like I don't know, acting like fucking Frankenstein or some shit. He looked like he was a little, to be honest, not at his best. We saw him moving way better in middleweight. Yeah, I think that ankle. I think Alex is just getting a bit older. To be honest, I think that's why. I think he's slowing down a little bit. Like he has been fighting. He's had like 40 something kickboxing fights and all that. I reckon Pereira's probably slowing down a little bit, but he's strong. He's very strong. So his takedown defense looks good, at least. Like, he showed very good takedown defense. It's crazy, like, Ankalaev couldn't get him down once, but Andre, like, obviously he's improved and everything, and, you know, he's probably a bit stronger when he's not cutting all that weight. But Andreas Michailidis, you know, he was taking him down so easy. Not my sweet Simon. I'm sorry, Greg Arnold. Alex winning is too good for the sport. MMA gods are not going to allow it. That's true. We're not allowed nice things in MMA. I forgot about that. We're only allowed horrible, twisted, bad things, unfortunately enough. But hey, people forget, man. Alex Pereira, he's on my radar. If Alex wins, we might have the best set of champs. We would. Got Tom Aspinall, heavyweight champion, light heavyweight, Alex Pereira, middleweight, Dricus Duplessis, welterweight, Jack Della Maddalena, lightweight, Ilya Taporia, oh my god, featherweight, Alexander Volkanovski, bantamweight, Marab Devashishvili, flyweight, Pantoja Akaikara, France. Crazy. Thoughts on Paulo Costa going from being the middleweight boogeyman to being a big joke? Yeah, it's a shame. I feel like he really did just lose all of his confidence against Izzy. Because, like, this is a guy who was walking down Yoel Romero. Now, he's just, yeah, he's getting smoked by everybody. And I think Roman Kopylev's going to beat him. Shout out white guys. We're killing it at MMA right now. Yeah, man, people forget. Fucking, like, how many, like, Europeans and, like, white Europeans doing really well. I'm not going to claim Marab. I won't claim Marab and Ankalaev because they're from the Caucasus. But, you know, people with white skin, they're fucking killing it right now in the UFC. It's crazy. Because I remember when it was, like, the three African kings, right? Do you remember when it was Francis Ngannou for heavyweight, middleweight was Izzy, Kamaru Usman was welterweight. Like, that was big. It was the three. And then Aljamain Sterling was champ as well. Like, that was big. It was like that was when there was a big amount of black champions at the time. Now it's turned into white boy summer, you know. We still haven't got like a proper male Asian champion. I think the only one we've had was Machida, right? Or at least Japanese, East Asian. I remember everyone saying Shavkat was going to be champion, and now JDM became champ first. Maraba's UFC citizenship now, so I would claim that sweet soul. Greg Arnold, UFC is American company. Did the fight not get cancelled against Kopylov? It did. It got postponed. It's going to be happening on the next card now. 0 American champions we have been asked of late. Yeah, it's weird. It's crazy. Like, to be fair, like, he did have Jones, but Jones did just straight retire, so, like, that's him gone. I can't even think he'll be the next champion, to be honest, from America. Like, I don't know. There's no guys like I don't know. Sean Brady could maybe get a shot, but like I don't know. I don't think Sean Brady beats JDM, and I don't think he beats Islam either. So I don't know. It seems like Americans might have a bit of a drought for a champion for a little bit. We have Asian male champions, just no East Asian male champs. We have Asian male champions. I'm trying to like think off the top of my head what Asian male champions have there been? Like I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head. I can't remember anybody besides Machida, but he's half Japanese, half Brazilian. Is Georgia in Asia? Georgia's in Asia, but like I'm talking like East Asian. You know, I'm talking East Asian, Southeast Asian, but I'm more talking genetically, not not geography wise. You know, I wasn't wasn't talking about the Caucasus, but a lot of Georgians will say they're in Europe. Like I know there's a big thing about the Caucasus Mountains if they count as Europe or Asia, you know. I count them as being being a part of Asia. Boxing as Asian champs, yeah, true. The Japanese are killing it in boxing right now. You know, I think it would be cool if we had like some like a UFC like flyweight from Japan or something like that who would be champion. I feel like that'd be huge for the sport. Like I feel like we're gonna get a Central Asian champion before we get an East Asian or Southeast Asian champ. But I don't think Shavkat will be champion, but I reckon we'll have like, I don't know, we'll get somebody. Somebody will come in from like Kyrgyzstan or Turkmenistan or something. Georgia is near Dagestan, Russia. Oh, indeed it is. But a lot of people I talk to, they say that Dagestan's in Europe, not on the Asian part. Nakatani is a huge prospect too. I think he has a solid chance of getting it in another way. Sun Young Park, my goat. Sun Young Park. People forget, man. He's got nice hands. He's got very nice hands. If I'm thinking of the right guy. Let me make sure I am. Yeah, I am thinking of the right guy. No, I'm not thinking of the right guy, actually. I was thinking of the guy who beat Shannon Ross. Sean Brady or Royval are America's best chance, especially if Kai wins. I think it's still crazy to see that people are doubting Ilya when Max and Volk were arguably tougher challenges for him. Yeah, I think so. Oh, you're talking about the Iron Turtle. I thought you were talking about the flyweight guy, the guy who beat Shannon Ross. Yeah, the Iron Turtle was a legend. I love the Iron Turtle. I was happy he won. He deserved the win, especially after getting fouled so much that fight. I felt so bad for him. He's like, I don't know. It's very sus to say this, but the Iron Turtle is like the only fighter you can refer to as a cutie patootie. Like, I don't know. He wins. He's smiling and everything. Like, you just don't want anything. You don't want to see anything bad to happen to the Iron Turtle. You know, he's a nice guy. You know. Marab trained on Long Island, New York. I count him as one of us. People forget, man. Kevin James trained with Marab and Rafael Fiziev. People forget. Ayash Kumar, what's up, bro? Not much. How are you, Mr. Kumar? How you going? How's your day been so far, Kumar? Oh no, it was Hum Sung Park. Yeah, that's the guy who beat Shannon Ross. That was the guy I was thinking of originally. Yeah. This guy. He's not bad. He hasn't beat anyone too good, but I reckon he's a decent prospect. He's got hands. He's got wrestling. He's got jiu-jitsu. Max was spamming oblique kicks and teeps and scaring the shit out of me. Charles won't be able to do much better. Won't be able to do better than Max on the feet. Yeah, Max is a much better striker. The only thing is the takedown threat could be a bit interesting. You know, maybe Charles can get a few more shots off. But yeah, I think Ilya winning this fight. Max is technically BMF champ if you count that shit. Yeah, I fucking don't claim that. I don't know, it's weird. I remember I'd always watch Chael Sonnen's videos and he's like talking about, now this is a super fight. You have the BMF champion in Max Holloway versus the UFC featherweight. Like, I hate how he refers to it as the UFC BMF championship. Like, Jesus Christ. Do you think Talbot gets back on track? Haven't watched the prediction video yet. Well, you should watch that after this stream. But I think that I think Talbot's gonna lose. Unfortunately, I think Lima's gonna beat him. South Korean MMA is starting to get pretty good. Zombie Jr., Ko, the Iron Turtle, Hung Sun Park, and Jang Ho Lee. Yeah, we need to go back to we need to go back to Sao for sure. 100%. Favorite extinct animal? The Tasmanian lion for sure. Tasmanian tiger, sorry, not lion. Tasmanian tiger, I would say. They're just, I don't know, they're little rat cute, like little rat creatures if you've ever seen the Tasmanian tiger. But I'd say the Tasmanian tiger. Aren't they coming back? I've heard that. Apparently, like, some people claim they never went extinct. It's just they got better at hiding. I don't know how true that is, though. It doesn't really seem like Talbot cares a lot about MMA. Yeah, I don't know. He's got his own thing. I've seen him on dating shows and doing, like, shit like that, where he's, like, doing them, like, BuzzFeed type entertainment. Don't know if that's the smart approach, but he's going to make some money off it, you know. Got to get the money when you can. The heterosexual American male. Ilya's wrestling is better than Charles. I hope it's a quick, clean win for Ilya. Charles winning would hurt the spot unless he rematches Armin and kills him and goes on another run. Yeah, that's the thing. Charles winning is, I know people love Charles and everything, but it's so bad for the division. Like, Ilya's a fresh face. We need, like, freshness in the division. There's a lot of fresh matches. Like, Charles has already fought Armin. You can't really sell a rematch now. But, like, Armin would deserve a title shot, so it's, like, a weird spot. Unless Charles wins and they give it to Paddy, but I don't know, it's weird. I want to see Ilya win, though, for the betterment of the sport, for sure. I feel like Talbot looks down on UFC fighter and UFC fans. Yeah, I could see that. I think he definitely thinks the fan base is, fucking homophobic, that's for sure. If Ilya doesn't win this, he will look like Joker Jr. Yeah, Ilya will crash out if he loses. He was winning a third round against Arman. They could sell a rematch for the title. Yeah, they could, but I don't know. I just wouldn't want to see it so soon. You know, I hate like really quick rematches. I get like, yeah, he would have built himself up a little bit, but they would. I think that's literally Arman's last fight, isn't it? Arman's last fight was against Charles, so it's a bit. It's just a rough sell, right, to sell that like back to back rematch. But I don't know. Arman once got subbed a few times, so I guess you could sell it. I feel like Charles could have done a lot better with the striking, but he didn't really go for that approach. But yeah, I don't know. I got Ilya. I think Ilya winning is going to be good for the sport. Ilya could be a superstar. I know he wants to retire like when he's 30 or something like that. But I hope he keeps fighting because he could like be a massive name. But he's talking about welterweight. Arman is slightly overrated in my opinion. Yeah, I can see that. He's a bit overrated, I reckon. MVP versus Anderson Silva. I'd probably go Anderson Silva, I reckon. Ilya very well could crumble if he loses. Yeah, Ilya could be one of those guys where he one loss just completely shatters all confidence because he's a very confidence-based fighter. I feel like you don't really see much from Ilya if he's not like super confident. Like I don't know if he loses, he could literally just be like another Darren Till or a Tyron Woodley or a Tony Ferguson. Like someone just goes on loss after loss. I just wish Dana would promote Ilya more. Yeah, but Dana's like too busy promoting fucking Power Slap. Do you think you could last 10 seconds against Gary and Orton Russell in a boxing match? Let me look him up. Let me look him up. Yeah, I reckon I could probably chin Gary Russell. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I'd probably just like, I would probably just move away as fast as possible. 10 seconds. I think I can just hold on to him. I would definitely not try and get into an exchange with him because that would not end well for anybody, I don't think. But what do you guys reckon? How long do you reckon you can survive against Gary Russell? I always love the when people ask, "Oh, how long could you survive against so and so?" Like they should actually test that out, and then imagine like somebody actually like somehow chins the fighter, like because the fighter maybe gets a bit too aggressive, trying to like take out the fan or whatever, and then they get chinned. Would you go fishing with Bryce Mitchell and the H man? I mean, hey, that'd be an interesting interview. Gary Russell named his 5 sons Gary Russell. That reminds me of BJ Penn. BJ Penn and all of his brothers and sisters are all called Jay. Wait, let me look it up. This is why, like, BJ Penn was probably a bit crazy before he, like, got all the CT and started doing math. He says, yeah, it says, his father's name was J.D. Penn, and said his... Where does it say the siblings' names? BJ Penn, siblings... Yeah, BJ Penn has 3 siblings named JD Penn, JD Penn 2, and one of them's called Regan. George Foreman named all his sons George. He did. Impression of Bryce Mitchell and Hitler talking about Israel and Palestine. Whoa. And here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing, you know. Bibby's worse than you, brother. Bibby's bad, brother. I'm not going to even try to do the H-man fucking... I'm not even going to try and do a... I don't even know how I'd be able to do that. Without saying anything that would get my channel taken down. I'll try to... I don't know. I don't think I should try to do that. The Russian Ronda, the Korean Tyson, the Palestinian Natu. Yeah, that's all interesting base names. I mean, don't forget there was the White Tyson. John Phillips, the White Tyson. The Russian Ronda is that Sambo girl that just fought, right? Yeah, she was awful. She was not very good. UFC Israel, Bryce Mitchell main event. I'd pay to see that, to be honest. What would your fighter name be? I'd probably literally just use Benny P. Benny Girly Perf Man. Fuck off. I'd do like the whole CM Punk thing where it's literally just P. You know how he's like, thing on the bottom would just say CM Punk. I'd just go by my YouTube name. Benny P MMA. That's it. That's all I'll go by. Either that or like the fucking. I wrote Gurfy. Gurfy. Sorry, I misread that. Gurfy. Yeah, Gurfy Perf Man. That's me, brother. That's me. I'm the Gurfy Perf Man. It's brilliant. That will be my nickname if I ever compete. 100%. Room tour, please. Donate. Send me some money and I'll do a room tour. Just send me 1 buckaroo. Take us on a walkabout to the servo. Oh man, the servo. I have an interesting story about the servo actually. No, it was worth a try, Tal. It was worth a try. Macaulay. I wouldn't be confident enough to have a nickname. I'd just use my plain name. That's probably a smart thing to do, to be honest. Face reveal. Oh my god, face reveal. Here it is. Takes on a field trip to the beach. Like he's a student. So yeah, I'll take you on a field trip. Yeah, we're going on a field trip, lads. Let's go. Get in my magic bus. We're going. I'm taking you on a trip around the world. Your little Einsteins. I don't know why that song came to my head, but it did. But yeah, all right. Like I said, one time when I'm walking, Dougie's Corner just did a beach stream. Really? Interesting. I should like... I don't know. I need to do a stream in like a very like niche place. That's something I need to do. Just somewhere very like randomly. I'm gonna go deep into the outback. I'm gonna just do a stream. If I ever get like lost out and and I can't call the police, or if I need to, if I have my phone and all I should do is call the police, I'll just go I'll go live instead. I had a beach stream, but I got written a ticket for public indecency. It is summer in USA. It is too hot to sleep right now. It like 80 degrees inside me house, deep in the outback, no internet. No. I'll find a way. I'll find a way, Mr. C. I won't be too deep in the outback, but I'll be deep enough, Deep enough. But the people want to go beach. Alright. I'll do a beach stream soon. I'll do a beach stream, At least you guys are getting to see me out and about a lot quicker than a MMA guru. You've seen me stand up a couple times at least. 8 degrees ain't even bad. It's fucking hot here, yeah? Does Australia use the metric system? Do we use the metric system? I get the different systems fucking confused, like who uses what, to be honest with you. I think space system... Yeah, we use kilograms, meters, and liters. Yeah, we use them here. Metric is the normal one. Yeah. I think America, like, pretty much with all that stuff, we do, like, the common way to do it, and then America does it the complete opposite way. America's just the different, they're the ones who are different. Only America uses Imperial. It's 90 out here. Yeah, I don't even know how much it is. It's like winter here now, so it's actually very cold. America versus the world. America, fuck yeah. Freedom is the only way, America, fuck yeah. Freedom is the only way, yeah. Terrorists, you're fucking screwed if you try and fuck with America. I love Team America, by the way. That was a really good movie. Underrated. The Imperial system is actually really useful for building, construction, etc. Do you listen to Dixon Dallas? Dicks in Dallas. I've never heard of a Dick in Dallas. Let me look up Dicks in Dallas. Do you guys like Dicks Inside Us? Do you remember the Smosh video they did? It was like Dicks Inside Us. Let's see, Dixon, Dallas. Don't actually think I've heard Dixon, Dallas. I will have to listen. I don't mind country. I actually don't mind it. I don't think country's too bad. I think country gets hated on a little bit too much, you know. I think some country songs can be like, what's his name? Rogers. What was the guy's name? The Gambler. The Gambler. Kenny Rogers, that's it. Kenny Rogers, he had some bangers. Bundaberg rules the world. He makes great tunes. Play his song Good Looking. Kenny Rogers, yes. I like Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers. I feel like I've developed, every time I go on stream, I like fucking gain like dementia. Like normally I'm very like easy to remember names and stuff like that. So why are there constants, or like are units more divisible? This is a story about, what's the song? It's like Old Yeller. The Coward of the North. The Coward of the County. I love Kenny Rogers, man. He's got some good songs. May he rest in peace. The Coward of the Country is a fucking banger. He was on... Wait, where's the song? How cold does it get in the winter? It gets like... I don't know. I think the coldest I remember off the top of my head is like maybe 12 degrees. Yeah, probably like 12 degrees. I promised you, Dad, not to do the things that you've done. I walk away from trouble when I can. Now, please don't think I'm weak. I didn't turn the other cheek. And Papa, I sure hope you understand. Sometimes you gotta fight when you're a man. Fuck yeah. Shout out Kenny Rogers. That is a beautiful spring day in New York. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's very rare. It gets very cold here, you know. I promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. That song's stuck in my head now. After this stream's done, I'm gonna be blasting Kenny Rogers, Coward of the County. Kevin Lee vs. Phil Hawes. Winners fights James Vick for the no-chin belt. Yeah, let fucking Cody no-chin Garbrandt hand it to him. Now, I actually reckon Cody Garbrandt's chin's like... The people overrate how chinny he is. But Kevin Lee and like Phil Hawes and James Vick are 100% pure chinny guys. Like, they cannot take a punch. Like, if they get dropped, typically they're out. Like, Kevin Lee was like out on his feet as soon as he got dropped the first time. He was like out of that fight immediately. I am interested to see if Kevin Lee ever fights again, because he seemed like he was very aware that, like, he's a very self-aware fighter. He did say, like, he has no chin, which is, like, sad. I always think it would be the worst to go have an MMA fight and then you find out you have no chin. Like, I don't know, that'd just be so depressing to me. Like, you'd probably feel like the biggest bitch in the world. I've been to Kenny Rogers' fried chicken chain. It went away in America a few years ago. Now it's in HQ. It's in Malaysia. I ate there in Lang Kwai. I didn't know he had a fried chicken place. Let's look it up. That is such a bad trait for a fighter to have. Yeah, it's almost unwinnable at that point. You know, like Phil Hawes had all of the like skill in the world. He had everything he could imagine. You know, skill, takedown defense, athleticism, but he just can't take a punch, and that's very depressing. You know, like imagine GSP if he had no chin, or John Jones without a chin. Like, these are guys who are very skilled, but just you take away their chin and they're getting fucking knocked out by like, you know, that head kick from Carlos Condit is immediately knocking out George St. Pierre. The uppercuts that Reyes would have landed on John would have just immediately chinned him, or he would have got chinned by like OSP or something like that, you know? Like a chin. Having a chin is a fucking horror story if you're a mixed martial artist. I think the worst would be if you go like 10 fights not taking a single strike. Like imagine if when Hamza went on that streak of never taking a punch. Imagine if he just got brutally KO'd in like his 12th fight and he just knows that he's got no chin. Matt Schnell still winning at a UFC level with no chin is honestly impressive. It is, to be honest, especially because he keeps getting knocked out and he's like next fight he can take a few more shots. It reminds me of Arlovsky, how he like his chin came back. Did you know that GSP has a dinosaur addiction? I do. I remember he talked about his free addictions in life. He talked about how his free addictions in life are, I think, what was his free addictions? I know one of them was dinosaurs, women. I think it was like competing. He was like, Joe Rogan, I only had 3 addictions in this life. Oh, that was horrible. That was more of a Connor. I was like, wait, I'm not impressed with your performance. He was like, I have 3 addictions in this life. Joe Rogan. Dinosaur. No, and he said dinosaurs last. He was like, I like fast cars, I like women, and I like dinosaurs. Dakota, Tinchavoja, Benny. Wow, Nolan Maxwell. You really want me to go with Dakota? Let's get it. Let's get it going. Introduce me to Dakota. I can be her house husband. She'll fucking shoot me up if I don't do the dishes. Black women and dinosaurs. Yeah, George St. Pierre, man. People forget, man. That is cool as hell, dude. Dinosaurs and women and cars. I mean, GSP is literally just like a fucking like crazy. Why did John Jones retire, Benny? He realizes that it's not in his best interest to fight Tom Aspinall. He realizes that if he fights Tom Aspinall, he'll probably lose, and then even knowing he's already got his whole legacy and everything, I think he's just realized that if he loses, he's just gonna get memed so much for getting chinned after all the smack he talks. So he's just gonna retire. But I feel like he might come back. I feel like he isn't fully retired. I think we'll see him fight one more time in like a year or two. But who knows? He'll be about 40 then. He'll probably just stay retired if it isn't soon. But yeah, people forget, man. GSP, he loves his black queens. You know, people forget. I mean, there's a photo of GSP where he's in like a jacuzzi with like 4 different women, all from different ethnic backgrounds and races. So GSP, he's just a player. They don't call him George St. Pimp for no reason. Junior Tougher is on the main card for next week's fight. I swear the Toughers have something on the UFC. Yeah, I don't know what it is. You know, maybe they're trying to like get the next Mark Hunt, I feel like, but it's just not working out. It's just not. You know, they just want the next Mark Hunt. Is GSP married? No, he's not. Are you talking to Mr. C? Are you talking to Nolan Maxwell when you say no, he's not? Some believe that GSP practiced homosexuality. Nah, no way. GSP seems like a guy. Not me, though. I would never put that accusation on him. Is GSP polyamorous? I think he's just a bachelor type of guy. He just, does who he wants when he wants. I don't know. I could just imagine a gay guy hitting on GSP. He's like, I am not impressed with your gaydar. You think I am a homosexual? I am not impressed with your gaydar. I am a heterosexual man. I'm not impressed. That's how GSP would react if a gay guy hit on him, I reckon. Who has a better chance of rehabilitating the image by looking a toad in their 50s, Connor or John? Probably Connor. I can see if Mike Tyson can, chill out and everything, I feel like Conor McGregor can. At least Conor McGregor he has like motivations outside of sport, he's like a bit political and all that type of stuff. John Jones, I feel like he has just no route to salvation at this point in his life. But they're both pretty fucked at the moment, so who knows? I could just see Conor McGregor with a podcast in like 20 years' time. He's like talking about the good old days, and it's like, oh, fucking hell, I was a fucking hoot back in the fucking day, yeah? I could see him something like that. Grape a girl, look at Toad, become beloved once more. Yeah, that's the thing. People forget, man. I mean, Mike Tyson, people forgave him, so they could definitely forgive Conor McGregor, that's for sure. My beloved, my beloved. Tracy Cortez, Benny, I wish. I remember that video. Do you remember that video where she's like she's top mounting a fucking punching bag? That was very nice. That was a very nice video. Tupac 2. Yeah, Tupac. People forget, man. Tupac Shakur, he did prison time for assault. Assault as well, not just a normal assault. And people think like Tupac's like a feminist icon. How long would you last against Polyana Viana in the bedroom? Fucking... I could last... I don't know. I could last a long time, so probably like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I'll just keep non-stop. You know, it'll be how long can she last with me? Nina Drama Benny. People forget, man. Nina Drama. She's the same age as Volkanovski. John Jones ducked JDM. He did. He knew JDM was coming. He was coming up for that heavyweight belt. He ducked him. He was scared that they were going to do a press conference and JDM was going to be like, I don't even think that's John's line. I don't even think that's John's needle. I don't even think that's John's sexuality. That's how JDM would have been at the press conference. John Jones would have lost his shit. Nina Drama is the dark arts, man. I don't trust her for some reason. I mean, yeah. I mean, look at her. She's much fucking older than she looks. She's got to be like eating the blood of children or something. Like I don't know. She's got to be eating human flesh to say looking that young. I mean, to be fair, she's probably just got Botox or something, but she looks very young for her age. There's some secret magic in there for sure. People forget, man. Nina Drama. She used to do videos with that King Batch guy who used to be all over Vine back in the day. How many times did you cream your pants when you saw JDM at Bunnings? I've never seen him at Bunnings, unfortunately. But he has moved closer to me, I believe. So who knows? Maybe I'll run into JDM and I'll fucking forcibly make him do an interview with me. He's the only fighter from Perth I haven't interviewed. So, like, UFC fighter from Perth. So I'd like to add JDM to that list. Plus, he's a UFC champion. But I did meet JDM before he was champion. That was cool. Had a pub. Got a photo. Did a little face-off. People forget, man. He's a marauder. He fucked up Bilal Muhammad. Have you met Robert Irwin? I've never met Robert Irwin, unfortunately. How do you get interviews? Contact fighters directly via IG? Yeah, I either direct... I message them directly through Instagram. I either that or I email their managers, or I message them on Twitter. I have had a fighter just message me straight wanting me to interview. Breaking via Big Marcel. John Jones has come out of retirement to have a rematch with his wife. He's out. He's back. Dana, baby, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, she's a tough opponent, you know. She's got a good chin on her, you know. I think if she can survive the first couple rounds, I think she'll be able to, you know, break John Jones and get him out of there. What do you think now? What do you think, bro? Now, finally, John ducked Tom like a coward. I knew it was going to happen, man. I knew that fight wasn't going to happen. As much as I wanted it to, like, I just knew John was done. She's resilient as hell, that is for sure. I mean, yeah, people forget, man. She could have, like, left. She could have left. She could have, like, divorced him, got all the money. But she stayed around. She stuck around. Breaking news. Anthony Smith has come out of retirement to face Jamal Hill at UFC 317. I don't even know who would win Jamal Hill versus Anthony Smith at this point. Just to correct you, there is never no marriage. What you think John will come back? I think if Tom Aspinall keeps winning, I think he will come back. He'll be like, all right, he's sort of taken my shine away. I need to come back. But then they'll probably schedule the fight with Tom Aspinall, and then John will, like, fucking tear his leg or something, or he has, like, some minor injury and pull out, and he'll never fight again. Did you think Curtis Blades won at Baku? I thought that Kuniev won, but I wasn't saying it was a robbery, though. I thought it was very close. Like, I thought the third round that Kuniev sort of let it get away from him a little bit. Second round, he was beating the shit out of Blades, though. Like, I feel like if Kuniev pushed a little bit harder in the second and didn't let Blades get some shots off, I think he would have clearly won. But unfortunately, he fucked himself a little bit, I reckon. I think if Pereira fights Tom and somehow wins, then John will come back and fight Pereira. Yeah, he would do that as well. It was close. Conia's boxing was crisper than the cornflakes and trombone he ate for brekkie. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like John will probably come back if it's an easy fight. John never really takes risks when it comes to these fights. Like, waits for Nagano to leave, then moves up. You have the one guy who could stuff the takedowns, is powerful, athletic, and then you fight some French dude. I think Korniev did more damage. Yeah, he did the most damage in the fight in general. If it was Pride rules, he would have won. Like the second round, he clearly did more damage, but it was just the other rounds, I reckon. What do you think? Will Tom versus Nagano happen? There are a few rumors that Nagano want to come back to the UFC. Nagano came out and said he doesn't want to come back, and Dana said he doesn't want him back, so I don't reckon it'll happen. They'll probably wait. They'll probably wait till Nagano's like completely washed, and then they'll let Tom Aspinall beat him. But I wish he would be in the UFC because Tom Aspinall versus Nagano would be a massive fight. People forget, man. Korniev was mainlanding Osterine for 9 months, man. Charles versus Ilya. I have Ilya Topuria first round. Oh, not first round. Second round KO. I think it'll be tougher than people think, but I think Ilya will get the victory by KO. Just body shot TKO, I reckon. But yeah, what about YouTube viral? Who you got? Look up John's strength coach, Stan Efferding, and tell me that John just does not have access to PEDs. Let's look him up. Stan Efferding. Shamil Ghazi versus Rizvan Kudi for the ultimate KFC bucket. Holy shit, this guy is clearly roided up. This guy's like 60 years old. What the fuck? I'm not fucking biting my lips at this guy, by the way. My lips are dry as fuck. I haven't drank water. Yeah, this guy's fucking insanely yoked. That's crazy. Yeah, if that's John Jones' fucking guy, he's definitely on roids. Best fight on the prelims, and why is it Hyder Emil? Yeah, Hyder Emil, man, people forget. He just puts a pace. He made William Gomez have a fun fight. So I would watch Hyder Emil if he was fighting a fucking heavy bag. Will Islam ever fight Ilya? I'm not sure, unfortunately. If JDM beats Islam and Ilya beats Charles, I can see it, though. That's the path. Will Islam dominate welterweight just like he did lightweight? I don't think so. I think he's a bit too small for welterweight. He can definitely have success, but it's going to be a lot tougher. I think he's going to be in a lot more harder fights. I think most of his fights at welterweight will look like the Dustin Poirier fight, where he's not able to get him down as easy and he gets hit a lot. I don't think his striking defense will be as good. Because I think he's not going to be able to get the takedowns as easily. These guys at welterweight are a lot bigger. Islam is really big right now, 90 kgs. Yeah, but I think that'll make him slower, Islam is one of those twins who would be perfect for a 165-pound weight class. Yeah, 100%. That's what I think as well. He's like Kevin Lee sized, I reckon. Damn, do you remember when Kevin Lee versus Islam Makhachev was like going to be a big fight that like Kevin Lee kept calling for and it just never happened? I remember Kevin Lee called out Habib so many times. He was like, I'm Habib's nightmare. Like Habib's nightmare is a guy who gasses out in 1.5 rounds and got beat up by Alec twice. He's a nightmare matchup. JDM is not the biggest 170-pounder. He's not the biggest, but he's still bigger than Islam. I think he weighed 195 pounds when he fought Pete Rodriguez because they weighed him, which isn't like massive. It's like 15 pounds, but he's still like decent sized, I reckon. But it's also better because he's not like depleting himself. Like he'll be a lot better because of that. Kamaru Usman is huge in 170. Yeah, but Usman's legs are so tiny though as well. You got to factor that in. He doesn't have girthy legs or thick legs. Kamaru Usman has toothpicks for legs, sort of like John Jones. What do you think will happen if Prime Silver faced John Jones, both in Prime? Who will win? I got John Jones. I think John Jones would take down Prime Silver and just do what Chael Sonnen did, but probably not get caught in a triangle. Habib versus GSP. That's tough. If it's at lightweight, I would pick Habib all day. But if it's welterweight, I don't know. I think GSP maybe. It would depend on the weight class. Have you seen Manny Pacquiao's calves? I actually have not. Riz Kayam is in the rankings at 0-1. Really? They actually put him in the rankings. Are you fucking kidding me? Let me look this up. I need to go check. Rizvan Kuniev. Let's look. I mean, it makes sense. He's got power. Usman versus GSP. I actually think Usman would beat GSP. I think GSP would beat Usman, to be honest. With John Jones departing the official heavyweight rankings, everyone on the list moves up one spot. That leaves a spot open at number 15 where Rizvan Kuniev makes his debut. That's crazy. That's crazy. Should have been Kennedy Nchukwi who should have got it, not Rizvan. What do you think? Will Connor come back? Nah, probably not. Maybe he'll come back, but he'll probably get smoked. I still think Connor would beat Chandler, though. I reckon Chandler's even more done. I reckon he would get chinned by Connor, even if he is choked up. But yeah, I don't think Connor will come back. I think he's done. I think he'll fight bare knuckle at some point, but as an MMA fighter, he's done. Connor's still only 36. Yeah, but Connor looks like 60, so Dagestani's fighters will dominate UFC and Bellator. I think something of them is their visa. I mean, I think a lot of the Dagestani guys, I think the best ones are already in the UFC, like Islam and Ankalaev. I think we'll get more better fighters from like the Central Asia region. I think Central Asians will start taking over more. But he's rich and he doesn't want to fight for money. I mean, McGregor wants to fight. I generally believe he wants to fight, but I think Dana just doesn't want to give him a fight unless it's a big fight or whatever. And it's bad, though, because it's, like, completely screwed him over. That's why he's probably fucked up, because he needs something to do, like, productive, like being in a fight camp, have some meaning to his life. All Conor McGregor does is get drunk and do coke and fuck prostitutes, probably, even though he has, like, 5 kids. There was a 16-year-old Malaysian kickboxer that fought for a belt last weekend. I was in watch-along, and it was flooded with Malays asking about him. Mickey Gonzalez is his name. He lost but fought well. What think will Hamzat move to light heavyweight someday? He claims he can. He claims he wants to move to light heavyweight. And the guys at light heavyweight aren't very skilled. So he could definitely have some success there. Like his grappling would be different level, but he might be small. But I could see Hamzat challenging himself. I miss when Hamzat was like the guy who was like fighting back-to-back weeks, and he was so active, We lost that Hamzat, and I blame the long Rona on that, unfortunately for him. People forget, man. He had so much hype at one point. Now it's like, yeah, he's fighting for the belt, and he's still a beast and everything, but he definitely died for it. Hamzat needs to get through DDP first. Yeah, I think DDP's going to win. I got DDP. I think he'll get them. Once that fight leaves the first round, and I reckon Hamzat is going to destroy him in the first round, but I think he'll survive. DDP's tough. And he's going to have put on He's just gonna put on one of those like underdog, like he's gonna put on a tough, gritty performance, and he's gonna end up getting the win. We love DDP in this chat. We're DDP fans in this chat. Drickus still knocks Duplessis. DDP. I think Izzy should move to light heavyweight. He really has to hype for that. Alex also want to fight with him. I think Izzy would get knocked out at light heavyweight. I don't think his chin can handle light heavyweight. The circumference of DDP's neck is longer than Hamzat's wingspan. Also, do you play any PS games? I do. I got a PS5, so normally I just like play free roam games and fuck around. But I play UFC 5 sometimes. What about you? What games do you play? Izzy already tried light heavyweight. Yeah, and he got destroyed. Well, not destroyed, but he clearly lost to Jan Blachowicz. And Blachowicz isn't like the most powerful guy. Imagine if he fought somebody like... I mean, Blachowicz, will you play me in the UFC 5? Yeah. Are you on PS5? What's your username? I will play you Self-Aware Fanta 415. If you're on PS5, I will play against you. Izzy isn't going to step on Olberg's toes either. Yeah, that's true. People forget, man. Carlos Olberg could get a shot, to be honest. Yuri would cartoon knockout Izzy. I would love to see that, to be honest. I would love to see that. Okay, your name's Self-Aware Fanta. Okay. Let me try and add you. My controller is like so busted up. Yeah, just add me actually. My name is Wizardman1000. I've had this account since I was fucking 9 years old. Just add that and I'll add you back. My fucking controller is very. I've dropped it a couple times, so like, sometimes I can't type because it just like spazzes out when I try and type. What do you think? Will Alex move to heavyweight and fight with Tom? I think Tom will win. Yeah, Tom would destroy Alex Pereira. Like, that's like crazy because Alex Pereira is coming up, but he's also not even going to be the faster guy. Like, Tom will still be faster than him, be more powerful. He'll be quicker. He'll have a grappling advantage. He's younger. He's taken less damage. The only thing that would maybe worry me is if it stays on the feet. Maybe the leg kicks can hurt Tom's injured leg, but I doubt it. Does Australia have access to the TV show Drake and Josh? Yes, we have access to Drake and Josh. I used to watch it as a kid. People forget, man. Drake and Josh, quiet on the set. Pereira currently weighs 240 pounds. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Pereira like heavyweight. Like, imagine Pereira should just start fighting heavyweights. Like, imagine Alex Pereira versus Derek Lewis. Just imagine how weird that would look. It'd look funny. I remember there was like rumors of Alex Pereira versus Volkov at one point, but they weren't true. That would have been interesting. I think Volkov would beat Alex Pereira. Heavyweight sucks. He might as well. Yeah, he could definitely do well. Like, the heavyweights aren't very skilled, so he could definitely beat up on some fatties. Tom is going to farm title defenses. I reckon he will. The only one that maybe worries me is Almeida. Maybe if Tom can't stuff the takedowns, but I think Tom will chin Almeida. I think Almeida has no chin. Volkov is so good. Tom is crazy fast. It's scary to pair his height and weight. He very fast and strong. Yeah, he's just, I don't know. He's built. And you know what's crazy? Tom Aspinall, when he left high school, he was 5'8". Tom Aspinall had like a massive growth spurt after he left high school, and now he's 6'5". Imagine being some guy who went to high school with Tom Aspinall, and you like run into him like after your graduation, and he's like fucking 6'5". That'd be fucking insane. At least that's what his Wikipedia reckons, at least. That could be bullshit, but that's what Wiki reckons. That he was 5'8" until he had a massive growth spurt. Like, I don't know, that's just crazy to me. Fucking from 5'8" to 6'5" after you're like 17, 18 is crazy work. His dad is a midget. Yeah, I know, his dad's really small. It's crazy. I've seen a lot of people say that like his dad is actually the milkman. But no, I think he sort of looks like his dad. I think he's got a similar sort of face. People forget, man. Tom Aspinall, he's a marauder. I hope Tom has a real good time at heavyweight. I hope he like breaks all the records and everything. He's a good guy. I think he beats Garn, he beats Almeida, he beats Volkov in a rematch. What you think, is it true? I hear Tom was 5'8" and grew 6'5" of 18. He usually cry with pain. Yeah, apparently he had like massive growth pains. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to grow that much, but it's definitely not impossible. But it's just crazy, like, to grow that much in such a like quick period. Normally people stop growing. Some people stop growing when they're like in their teenage years, and he just straight grows to almost 6'5". But I bet he felt like a fucking beast after that growth spurt. That's probably why he's so skilled. Because he was training as like a lighter man. He had lighter man skill. And then, he got big and now he's like a heavyweight with lighter man skill. It's just, fucking OP. Imagine if he got that new height surgery that people are getting. That'd be crazy. Tom Aspinall's a fake. He's a phony. He's a big fat phony. He's not really 6'5". He's a phony. Dude, he probably thought something was wrong with him. Yeah. He probably, imagine him waking up and he's literally just 6'5". That would be crazy to go. It's possible Rodman was 5'9", 5'8". He grew to 6'7" after 19, after his high school. And Pippen grew. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I think even, I remember, I'm pretty sure Cowboy Cerrone was 5'6" and 115 pounds when he was in high school. And then he grew to 6 foot and 77 kgs. So 170. So not too bad. Imagine being a grown man growing down. That would scare the shit out of me. Yeah, that's when you worry about having fucking giantism, where you just don't stop growing. But yeah, he would have both been very unpopular on Tinder, and then he would have become very popular once he hit that 6'5" mark. Unfortunate for the short kings. 5'8" seems to be. I mean, 5'8" is normally the limit that the women will go. I think 5'7" when it's ooh. Yikes, you know. That's crazy. Well, they are late bloomers and extreme. Very rare. Yeah, definitely very rare, but it does happen for sure. Definitely does happen. But yeah, I'm thinking about like the matchups. It's like he went through a second puberty. Yeah, literally, that's what it is. Like his dad, surely his dad gave him like fucking growth hormones or something. Like that's crazy. But yeah, I'm thinking about who Tom Aspinall's title defenses could be. And like this is what I'm thinking in my mind. It's first title defense Cyril Gahn, then J. Elton Almeida, then a Volkov rematch. That's 3 if he beats all of them. Then after him, after those 3, for his defenses, I don't know, it gets a bit iffy then. Then maybe Taliesin Teixeira if he beats Derek Lewis and has another win afterwards. Like, I feel like they're going to rush so many guys up. I mean, I don't think you can give Blades a trilogy yet. Maybe you could do a Pavlovich rematch if he beats Waldo Cortez Acosta. Or if Costa wins, they could maybe do Costa versus Aspinall. I don't know. There's some really interesting matchups you can think of for Tom Aspinall. I feel like he's just going to run through the whole division, though. No matter who they give him, he's just going to destroy them all. Everybody's going to get their shot at Tom. I just hope he's active. I've seen that he wants to fight in October. I understand, like, people are like, oh, he's ducking, you know, oh, like, we already got a champ and he only wants to come back in October. I feel like that's literally just because there's no other cards they can put him on right now. Honestly, the UFC should just pay a glory kickboxer and help them build up slowly in the UFC against blobs that can't wrestle. Yeah, no, they should. Let's go, Yasir. Balari, how you going, my friend? People forget, man. GSP killed a bear to scare Habib. People forget, man. Dennis said he's meeting with Tom this week. Okay, that's cool then. What do you think will happen if John, Big Brother Chandler, his name, I guess he said, his big brother is stronger than him? What happens if he fight in the UFC? Will he be better than Jones? He's too old. He's older brother. You know, he could probably beat up some of the blobs, but he has no time to like get the skills and all that type of stuff. Plus, he's a bit older. No September card and DDP is set for August. Yeah, it sucks that there's no September card now, you know, but Chandler Jones is CT from football. Chandler Jones apparently like parades around on Instagram Live with his cock out. That's what somebody told me. 100 AI robots versus Gorilla. You gotta go with the AI robots. They'll just like, I don't know, they'll find a way. Not like from the start, just like John Jones start. Oh, yeah. If Chandler Jones, like, instead of going to football, if he just started off as like a, you know, training martial arts or whatever, yeah, he would be very good. He'd definitely be good. He's probably more athletic than John, I reckon. But, yeah. He had a mental breakdown, a friend to off himself on IG Live. People forget, man, the Jones family. They're all fucking insane. Crazy, it's crazy that their dad's a preacher. Like, what did that man put them all through? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know, they've all got some fucking crazy trauma, that's for sure. Maybe their dad was just so strict, so they all wanted to, like, rebel a little bit, and they just maybe took it a bit hard with the drugs, and now they're all just a bit messed up. That's what get you, man. People forget, man. Drugs are bad. Okay. Severe brain trauma doesn't help either. Yeah, that's true. Especially football. The amount of trauma and CT you'd get from football is crazy. People forget, man. John. Schizophrenic John. Could you imagine John Jones with schizophrenia? That'd be a crazy, like, combo. Like, John Jones just starts imagining fucking shit. That'd be crazy. Like, imagine John Jones, like, starts, like, seeing... Like, I talked to, like, this schizophrenic guy on Omegle a while ago. And, like, I was talking to the guy about all this, like, stuff in the world. And he was, like... I said, we're talking about space. And he's like, nah, man, we have to stop talking about space. I'm going to picture myself leaving my body into space. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy. So, could you imagine John Jones, like, full-on schizophrenia? That would be quite the sight. That would be quite the sight. Like, John Jones would be like, oh, it's DC! It's DC! No, DC! Like, he'd just go crazy. 100 Smurfs versus John Jones. I would go John Jones via sniffing the fucking... He would snort the Smurfs. I feel like John Jones would beat all of the Smurfs into dust. Like, he would beat them all so badly, and then he would start sniffing all the Smurfs. And he'd probably get high off the fucking Smurfs. like turning them into fucking dust form. That would be terrifying. It'd be terrifying. If John Jones like develops some insane like mental illness when he's older, like, he's already, you know, messed up now. But if John Jones develops some like crazy mental illness, he's gonna be fucking very hard to stop. You know, you might have to just, you know, tranquilize him or something. 100 Indian computer scientists versus one emotional John Jones. Ah, that's like a night of John Jones on cocaine and prostitute. Like, that's an easy night at the office for John Jones, you know. Like that's John Jones on his off night, you know. That's when he's not training. That's when he's just doing a bit of coke. He's taking out 100 Indian computer scientists, and I'd say give him like 10 minutes. I think you'd just take them all out. Like, I feel like you could like triple fucking choke them at the same time. I feel like you could get 3 of their heads all together and like do like the Machida choke, but on all of them at the same time. Like, I don't know. Easy night for John Jones, I reckon. Against a bunch of Indian computer scientists. The smell in that room, that's crazy. Ben, who you got? Charles Oliveira or Ilya? I've got Ilya. I think Ilya's going to knock him out second round. TKO. Bro is creative. Thank you. Wow, I'm really thinking about it, you know. I feel like you will, I don't know, John Jones. I feel like that's like John Jones in a sparring session. You know, he's just bullying them. He's like, I feel like he could like have one of him in a guillotine. He's like sniffing a line while he's like fucking choking him one of them unconscious. Like, I feel like that's just John Jones like having a good day at the office. You know, that's just him. He's not. There's no threat. It's like playing with a kid, pretty much. You know, he's just like like playing around with your like son or something. Like play fighting with your kid. Joe Rogan versus Fallon Fox. People forget, man. Fallon Fox, she's a marauder. People forget, man. She's got a male skeleton. But no, I'd go Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan would spinning head kick KO Fallon Fox. I mean, Fallon Fox lost to a biological woman, so imagine what a biological male would do to her. Joe Rogan, he's a marauder. He's a Viking. People forget, man. 100 Ellen DeGeneres versus John Jones. I would go John Jones by via car rage. I think this would be John Jones just like, he'd get in his car and he'd like run them all over. He'd be drunk as fuck, gets out, and he'd just start like bludgeoning them all with a fucking broken whiskey bottle, I reckon. So yeah, John Jones. I don't think he would fight hand-to-hand combat against Ellen DeGeneres. 100 Ellen DeGeneres. I think this is where he's like, we see the evil side of John Jones. You know, I guess the Indian computer scientist, that's like him like fucking around a little bit. He's like, oh, it's all right, buddy. Yeah, it's all right. I'm a good guy. Yeah, God bless you. But with like Ellen DeGeneres, I feel like this is the evil side of John Jones comes out, where he's like, no playing around with his food. You know, he's just going in there and he's destroying them straight away. But yeah, keep asking these hypotheticals. I'm enjoying them. People forget, man. Ellen DeGeneres, she was a bitch. Who's that other? Who's that fucking British one? Like, no, it's James. Is it James Gordon? No, James. What's his name? James something. James. I think it's James Corden, isn't it? Yeah, James Corden. That guy's a fucking loser. James Corden. I never found James Corden funny. I never understood why that guy was like got all the opportunities he got. That guy was fucking unfunny. People forget, man. James Corden. He was a cockhead. Remember when John Jones tried to fight Jamal Hill and said it would be a super fight? I do remember that. I do. That he also said he wanted to fight Derek Lewis. He said, I'm not interested in Tom Aspinall. Give me. He was like, yeah, give me fucking Derek Lewis or Jamal Hill. Like, crazy. He's not funny, yes. He looks funny. He does, because he's just fat. You know, he's just a big fat tub of lard, is James Corden. I'd love to fight James Corden. I feel like that would be a good fight, you know. Do it, me and him on Misfits. But I don't know, the guy's just unfunny. I remember when he like lost his shit at Patrick Stewart, like in 2010, because Patrick Stewart kept calling him like a fatty. You know, like, come on, bro, you're a fatty. Like, if you don't want to be made fun of for being fat, go eat a fucking salad, you fat piece of shit. He's not funny, he looks funny. This is what Ellen did to her employee behind the camera. Alright, let's look. I hope this doesn't get me on a watch list. Abu. Oh yeah, I've seen this prison before. Yeah, I've seen the photo of the guy with like the fucking bag over his head. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Ellen was like apparently like a dictator behind the scenes, which is crazy, you know. Ellen, Diddy, they've all just all of them people, all or nothing now. Like I remember she would always have Diddy on the show now. Neither of them are very well liked. She looks evil. She does. She does. She's got that evil look in her eyes, you know. Apparently James Corden's like a dickhead too, though. Apparently he's like very rude to fans. Like somehow he's got fans. Ellen moved to England. Yeah, so did well, not England, but Rosie O'Donnell. She moved to Ireland. Johnny Walker, most cartoonish knockout, is not even in the UFC. Yeah, the one where he fought, I forgot the guy's name, but he got dropped like 6 times, then like fucking waved his head like that, and then just like whacked his head down. That was weird. I don't know how you get knocked out like that, but he did. People forget, man. He's a marauder. Rosie O'Donnell grew up 5 minutes from me on Long Island. People forget Rosie O'Donnell's gay brother was against MMA. Do you remember that clip where I think it was Rosie O'Donnell's brother? I think it was. I think he was a judge. Rosie O'Donnell. It was some celebrity. I think it was Rosie O'Donnell's brother. Yeah, yeah. So her brother, Daniel J. O'Donnell, he was actually the guy who said that MMA was just gay porn with a different ending. And like that he was very big against MMA. And Rosie O'Donnell was like a big MMA fan, so it's very, very strange. But yeah, the first he was very against MMA. And like this was like when John McCain went on his little moral fucking policing of MMA. What do you think? Tony Ferguson should retire long before, but he just doesn't want to accept and keep fighting. At this point, just feed Tony Ferguson to like, I don't know, just feed him to prospects. I don't know. If he wants to keep fighting, we got to at least help the sport in some way. I don't want him to keep fighting, but he is going to keep fighting. But no, I think you should fight Dylan Dennis. I think that's actually somewhat winnable. Or maybe him versus like veterans, you know, if you want to be a bit nicer. Hi there from your friendly next door Zionist. Hello, Zardgard. Back again to mention he's a Zionist. What LMFAO? Yeah, yeah. Greg Arnold. Daniel J. O'Donnell. He was a judge, I think, or at least a politician. And yeah, he ended up being very against MMA for some weird reason. Just keep Tony in one long, continuous training camp for the next 20 years. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Just keep cancelling the fight. Yo, what's going on, GG? How you going? It's good to see you in here again. How are we all? People forget, man. Tony Ferguson arguably lost to Danny Castillo. Keep moving the date back. Yeah, just further and further. Oh, sorry, Tony. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know we said you were meant to fight July, but it's actually been moved to November. Sorry. Yeah, and then when he gets to November, sorry, Tony. Yeah, it's actually been moved to January, and then like just keep doing it over and over again, and hopefully he loses the motivation to keep making weight. But the thing is, Tony Ferguson, you have to space out when the cancellations are, because if you make it like July to then August, Tony Ferguson will just keep cutting weight anyway. He'll be like, I'm just going to cut the weight anyway. So he's still going to do lots of damage to himself by cutting weight for no reason. Where's Waldo? He's in the top 6 in the heavyweight training. Absolute peak. Pumped going to 317 this week. I hope it'll be fun card. Yeah, congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. I reckon this should be a good card, but, you know, sometimes the big name cards seem to be worse nowadays, which is sad. Had to give my son some well-deserved CTE back now. Jesus Christ. Tony is the type of guy that was a funny time. Which fighter you think has the most rage? Oh, I reckon Wonder Boy is holding it all in. I reckon Wonder Boy is a fucking marauder. I reckon he's a very nice guy and everything, but I reckon Wonder Boy is holding all the rage that goes in. Like, he's like doing kids karate class. He's probably like, I want to fucking boot this little cunt in the head, you know. But he can't go and beat up the kids, you know, when they're rude to him and everything. So that's why he's a fighter, you know. He's got a ruthless side to him. Even Robert Whittaker, I reckon, has got some evil in him, you know. Not like he's an evil person, but I reckon he's got some anger hiding deep in him. Man, Tony versus Habib should happen, but it's always something that never happened. Is the guy fighting Dumas any good? The other guy is a favorite. Yeah, he's actually very good. I watched a lot of tape on him. He's got a very good clinch game, good jiu-jitsu. He's tall. He's got good hands, good striking. Seems very well rounded. He's beat some decent level guys. I think he should beat Dumas. I don't know if he's going to be like a, you know, a champion or anything by any means, but he seems like he's good enough to beat Dumas. Jamal Hill has the highest saline content of every fighter. Every fighter should fight like Hyder Mill. Man, if they did that, the UFC would fucking take over the world. But instead, you know, the fun fighters never seem to go that far. But Hyder Mill, even though he's like 34, I could actually see Hyder Mill go pretty far. You know, I could see him getting ranked. I don't think he could be champ, but I think he could beat some like guys in the rankings. Like I think Hyder Mill could beat Yair Rodriguez. I think he could put on a pace and eventually take down Yair and beat him up. You know, I think he could beat some ranked guys. Yeah. Do you use deodorant or no? Yasir Bozlari. Jamal Hill is a real street fighter kind of guy. He's nasty. Yeah, Jamal Hill is like, I don't know. I could see Jamal Hill fighting a little dirty, and if he gets into like a life or death situation, like even in a street fight, I could see him like throwing sand at someone, like I could see him just brutally punching someone in the back of the head in a street fight. People forget, man. He's from Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's a dangerous place. At least he's not from Flint, Michigan. At least he can drink water properly. You know, doesn't have to worry about getting poisoned by cyanide or anything like that. Jamal Hill. But yeah, I don't know what Hill's going to do now. Maybe you have to do him versus like Volkan Oezdemir, someone like that. You have to give him a step down if he wants to get a win, because I don't know. I think he might just keep getting chinned. Who you got, Hermanson or Robocop? Every time I bet Robocop, he gets brutally chinned. I think that Robocop will win, because I think that this is like a good matchup for him. Because he's got good grappling, where I don't think Hermanson will take him down. And Hermanson doesn't really do the best against grapplers himself. And I think Gregor Rodriguez's power will be big, and Hermanson doesn't do good against power punches. He did beat Pfeiffer though. He did improve in that aspect, but I'm gonna go Robocop to get the win. I would like to see Dominic Reyes versus Hill though. That'd be cool. Dumas is about to get sent back to street beefs and get brutally knocked out by death sentence. I would love to see that. That'd be amazing. I love death sentence. What a guy. What a man. What a man death sentence is. But no, I could see Jamal Hill losing his next fight, getting cut, going to like BKFC, and then like we get like Jamal Hill versus like Greg Hardy and like BKFC. Like, I feel like if Hill gets cut, there's no way that guy's staying in shape. He's 100% going to get like fucking heavyweight sized. We're going to be seeing like 265-pound Jamal Hill if he gets cut. We got 15 people in the chat. If this is your first time on one of my streams, make sure you subscribe and like the video. I go live very, very often, and I'm very interactive with the fans. Habib versus Makhachev. I honestly think Islam might win that, because if he can keep it standing, he's a much better striker than Habib. But Habib's got a better chin. So I don't know, that's a weird one. If it gets to the ground, Habib will absolutely maul Islam, but if he can keep it standing, Islam's a much better striker. But he's also less durable. I don't know, it's an interesting fight. I wish that these guys would fight each other, but unfortunately not. I just went to Dougie's corner and made him say the N-word too. They're now Dagestani and Russian going undefeated. I reckon some of these guys are starting to lose. Like Umar Nurmagomedov lost to Marab. You know, I think a lot of these guys are going to look a lot more human now. People are starting to realize they're... I got Lorenzo predicts Benny P in now. Dougie's corner. People forget, man. Mr. C is a baiter. He's a master baiter. People forget, man. People forget. But yeah, pretty keen for this weekend's card. Should be a good one. Let's hope. Surprised this Lima is only a -200 favorite. Seems like free money. Yeah, I'm very confident in it. Lorenzo predicts bans homosexuals from his chat. Really? It's very interesting. Hey, a lot of my subscribers, all these guys in the chat are gay, or at least they tell me they're gay. I got no problem with them. DJ deserves more respect. He does. Do you think The Rock can actually fight? No. I reckon The Rock would be too stiff. I feel like he'd fight like Bob Sapp. Hey, bro. Hello, Terry Nirajan. How are you going? Welcome to the chat. Is your first time in one of my streams? Hope you're going good. Which fights are the hardest to predict on the card? I need to do more fight analysts. Let me look through the card. I need to double check it. I reckon the tough ones to predict will be maybe Royval versus Van is a bit of a tough one. Hermanson versus Rodriguez is a tough one to predict. Fine, bro. What are you doing nowadays? Just doing my videos, just doing my live streams and everything. What about you? What are you up to, brother? What else? This could be a bit difficult. Jahinta Dinez versus Alvin Hines is very difficult. I picked Hines because I know he can wrestle, and we did see that when Dinez gets taken down, he is stuck there. I think Carl Williams got paid not to shoot when they fought because he should have just mauled Dinez. So I picked Alvin Hines. That might be a hard fight. But then I don't know. I'm very confident Nico Price is getting chinned. I just see Jacoby Smith knocking him out. I think Jackson McVeigh will beat Cedric Dumas. I really hope so. But yeah, then I'd say Royval versus Van and Hermanson versus Rodriguez. They might be the tough ones. What do you think? Brock Lesnar versus DC? Well, DC will win, but kind of want to see. I wanted to see it because it just would have been funny to see DC versus Brock Lesnar, especially because of the big size difference. Now I'm in class 12, making my comeback story. Congratulations. This is your first time in my chat, Mr. Nirajan. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're enjoying yourself. UFC should introduce more weight classes. Not more weight classes, maybe just one or two. Not like a bunch, though. The Rock is another one of those creeps along with Ellen and P. Diddy. I could see. If it's your first time here, Mr. Nirajan, make sure you subscribe. I go live quite often if you ever want to join one of these streams. Did you see Jake Hadley get the piss beat out of him? I did. He got absolutely mauled. I think I seen the strikes were like 160 to like 20. I don't know how he got that badly beaten up, but I never rated Jake Hadley, especially since he did lose to Cameron Smotherman. You know, that's a bad loss to have. Very bad loss to have. Like, he made Smotherman, like, look competent. He did beat Mitch Rapazzo, though, when he missed weight. But, hello, Mr. Nirajan. I hope you're having a nice day. Oh, that's nice. It's got some wholesomeness in my chat. People forget, man. MMA YouTube can be wholesome sometimes, you know. Burschev McKinney is a sneaky good fight. Yeah, that fight could be really, really good. Really, really good. I could see that fight being a banger. Yes, brother, I have subscribed to your YouTube channel. Thank you. I appreciate you, my man. My man. He got 30-26, got dropped and got his ass beat. Yeah, he just lost everywhere in that fight. Yeah, it was rough for Jake Hadley. It was at bantamweight as well, wasn't it? Because that man could not make flyweight for the life of him. I remember he missed weight against the Don. What's his name? The Irish dude. Oh my God, my memory is really bad right now. Loughran. He looked with Loughran. That's it, Loughran. Yeah, he looked really... He beat Loughran, but he missed weight in that fight. That was a bad look. What do you think if Bruce Lee and IP, if they fight in the UFC, will they become champion? I don't think so. Thanks, Arnold, my friend. Can Snoop Dogg run 1 mile and stay away? I think so. I think he's got the good genetics to be able to do something like that. He's skinny, he's tall, lanky. He's got long legs. He could probably just keep running. It means Ip Man. Yeah, I know it means Ip Man. I've watched the Ip Man movies. I watched one with Mike Tyson in it. I don't think Bruce Lee would have done very well, you know. I think he'd lose to like fucking Mickey Gall or something like that. Sad to see Dana at the Canelo Crawford press conference having the time of his life while the UFC is having its worst year in forever. People forget, man, Dana White's a traitor to the sport. He cares more about power slap and boxing. What do you think about Conor versus Mike Tyson? I think Mike Tyson would probably knock him out because he's so much bigger, probably. But you never know. Mike Tyson's always said his weakness is his feet. So maybe if he just kept kicking at him, Conor could get him out. You know, there's a factor. You always got to factor stuff in like that. Dana is one of those power gays. Nah, Dana is like one of those power fucking... Not gay. I don't know. One of those money gays. No, Dana. I don't think Dana's gay. I reckon he just fucks all his ring girls. Yeah, you're right, I think. But we never know. Like, I don't know. Dana, I reckon Dana is like... Is Dana gay? I do not think Dana White is homosexual. No, I think Dana is straight. Dana doesn't really give gay vibes. I think Dana is like more of a, you know, he's gay for power. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But not... You mean he's... Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, I just don't think Dana White's a homosexual. That's what I mean. I think Dana is straight. But who knows? Maybe for money he would. I just don't know why he loves the power slap thing so much, man. Like, I just can't get behind it. I don't know. I just can't. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll get into it, but I don't know. I just can't. It just seems a bit boring to me. Like, it's not even cool knockouts. Like, I like UFC because, like, the knockout can come anytime and everything like that. Some gay people don't give gay vibes. Yeah, I know, but Dana is, like, notorious for apparently, like, railing, like, Ronda Rousey and his ring girls and everything like that. This is a fun game, though, just to accuse people of being gay. Okay, my brother, I have lots of work, so I'm leaving. Nice to meet you, my brother. Nice to meet you, too. Hope you have a good day, and thank you for subscribing. Maybe he did something with Conor. Nah, if anything, he maybe did some shit with John Jones. But I don't think he... I don't know. I don't reckon he's gay. I'd be surprised. Because if they get defensive, it makes them look gay. That is true, though. You can't fully deny it, because then it'll just look... Yeah, you have to laugh it off, I feel like. Because if they get defensive, it makes them look gay. But if they don't say anything, it also makes them look gay. I mean, yeah. I know I do not have any nigglesome injuries. No, I know that's not a bad word, Mr. C. But sometimes if I say it too fast, it could come out badly. But no, I actually do have some nigglesome injuries in my toe. I have a pretty bad foot injury sometimes. Like, I get policeman's foot because I walk so much. Old UFC was more brutal and no weight class in the beginning. Indeed, yeah. There was, like, you could punch to the groin. You could do anything in them fights. It was crazy. They use it in the NRL broadcast all the time. Nice, man. Nice. People forget, man. I forgot to tell you last stream, but I'll never forget a stripper told me Dana White would frequent a strip club in Vegas and just hand out 10K to random girls. Shit had me dying. That does not surprise me. What are your picks next weekend? I hit on a 6-leg parlay this past weekend. I can give you like a decent parlay, I reckon. All right, this is what I'm going to do, all right? This is a risky one, but Jacoby Smith, very easy win. I think he's going to win. I think Alvin Hines is going to win. I think Jackson McVeigh will win. So there's 3 fights there. I think Hyder Emil will win. He's an underdog. So that's 4. That's 4. You want 6 legs. Then I would go Beneil Dariush. That's 5. And then I would go Brandon Royval for 6. Either Brandon Royval or Kai Kara France. That's what I would do for a 6-leg parlay. Hyder is a dog. Last time I checked, Hyder Emil was... Yeah, he's a slight underdog on Tapology. Oh no, I got Moicano. Oh, well, instead of Moicano, then do Royval and then do Kai Kara France. I think Dariush is going to win though, but it's a close fight. Hyder is a dog though, yeah. Hyder Emil is actually a dog. What you have for luncheon, Benzo? I didn't actually have any lunch. I just had my breakfast. I haven't ate lunch today. I just had pumpkin seeds. Dana is easily one of the horniest sides alive. Dudes, yeah. The power slap fighters probably get paid a half-eaten bag of potato chips and $1. That's probably why he likes it so much. That's true. I got 2K on Kai Kara France. I think he's going to win, Zach Lopez. I do. I think it's a good matchup for him. Obviously, Pantoja's a dog. He can always win, but I think he'll get it done. Dude paid strippers damn near the same amount as fighters breaking their bones and teeth out there. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Because the average UFC fighter gets like 10 for 10. I think now that they've changed, I think it's now they get 12 for 12. So they've got a 2K extra pay, you know. But yeah, Zach Lopez, I think Kai Kara France can definitely win it. It's risky, but he can do. Moicano is such a sweetheart. Yeah, I like Money Moicano. I just think Dariush is a bad matchup for him. I'm an Aussie Kiwi, and I think I either have to not bet on the Kai fight or bet against him. I know. I think Kai Kara France will win, but it's close. It's definitely very close. I just like that Kai Kara France has such good takedown defense and power. I feel like he can keep Pantoja off him a little bit, get him thinking. And plus Pantoja keeps getting older and older, so like eventually, you know, like he's gonna start to slow down at flyweight as well. Like he's like 35, 36. Kai Kara France is a bit younger. Moicano and Dariush are the same age, but Dariush looks like the Iranian Santa Claus. Yeah, Dariush is just like the average Assyrian man, I guess. Like Assyrians just they all turn really old really quickly, I guess. People forget, man, Pantoja just turned 35, and the 35 and below curse is real. Exactly. You know, the curse is happening. Why Chael Sonnen settle? People claim he's undefeated 50-0 or something. Because he's the undisputed, you know, 50-0. Now, it's just because he's like, I don't know, people love the trash talk. So, like, they just say, you know, undisputed, never lost a round, you know. Iranians are Assyrian, not Persian. No, Iranians are Persian, but Benil Dariush is Assyrian. He's not a Persian. Benil Dariush is an Assyrian Christian. Because he represents the Assyrian flag. Volk broke that shit. Yeah, Volk's just built differently. I mean, Pantoja is built a bit differently as well, but I reckon Volk's just built a bit more differently. Kai Kara France has shown good takedown defense, showed it against Askar Askarov. Yeah, and he also showed it against Pantoja as well in their tough fight, and that was 9 years ago, you know. I think that Kai Kara France's takedown defense has gotten a lot better as well in the last couple fights, which I really like against Pantoja, you know. So I really like Kai Kara France to get this one done over Pantoja, you know. Like, the thing is, people don't realize Kai Kara France got fucked over against Pantoja. What about the Japanese fellow, Tatsuro? I don't really rate Tatsuro too highly. I never rated Tatsuro too highly, even though I did pick him against Royval and I was annoyed about it. Because I always said Tatsuro would lose, like how he did. How hard would it be for Kai Kara France, Volk, JDM, and Olberg? How hard would it be? And Olberg with chance. That would be pretty sick. But I reckon I think Olberg has a good shot against Ankalaev, but I think if like Yuri or Alex Pereira were champ, I think they'll chin him really easily. People forget, man, Askar Askarov beat Pantoja. He did. It's crazy when you think about it like that. I'd softly kiss Tatsuro. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Make no mistake. I am so confused. Delirious, like, are you just like are you actually a chick or are you actually a guy? Are you just like, I don't know. Like, you're using the name of a Harry Potter character and you know about MMA, so I'm just assuming you're a guy, you know. People, only downside to Kai Kara France winning is that makes Amir Al-Bazi the lineal champ. Yeah, that is bad, but that's such a horseshit decision. That's one of the worst decisions of all time, so. What do you think about Rampage versus John Jones, the most clear eye poke? Yeah. People forget, man. People forget. He's a marauder. No, it is crazy, though. It's crazy. John Jones just has got away with eye poking and fouling every single fight, but he's the GOAT, you know. Like, it's not just bad that he has roids. He has all the physical attributes. No, he has to cheat as well. I'm a fat chick from North Carolina. I feel like if you're a fat chick from North Carolina, you wouldn't refer to yourself as a fat chick, but maybe you would. Who knows? How fat are you, though? Like, that's the thing. He's a guy. You know, he's absolutely a guy. I know, yes, yeah, I know he's a guy. Anytime a guy, like, somebody says they're a girl on YouTube and they don't have a profile picture, I'm just assuming they're a guy, you know. I can't imagine many real girls are going to be on Benny PMMA's fucking live stream that says Cedric Dumas should be knocked out. Yeah, I'm a guy, you're right, obviously. delirious. I think Asakura vs Tatsuro would be a good matchup. Asakura is explosive and fast. I'd like to see it. I like that they gave Asakura Tim Elliott. I think that's a good matchup. I want to see him get a win. We need new life in the division, so that's cool that he's getting a bit of a veteran. Hopefully he wins and we have some new names. Flyweights just... I remember they were going to cut flyweight at some point. Thank God they didn't, because flyweight is on fire at the moment. One of the best divisions, I reckon. Like Joshua Van. You got Kai France versus Pantoja. Sick fights. You got Brandon Royval. You got so many good guys. I'm 23 from Georgia of white ethnicity. So where the fuck did you say you're from North Carolina then? Very bizarre, very bizarre. You're like a shapeshifter, you know? You keep changing what you are. People forget, man. Delirious Umbridge, he's a marauder. He doesn't know what he is. But anyway, how is everybody, you know? Somebody says Joshua Van may be the best boxer currently in the UFC alongside Ilya. He's definitely got very good hands. He's got very similar... This is what I'll keep mentioning so I can give him a shout out. But Cody Haddon, very similar style to Joshua Van at bantamweight. I think they're both very similar fighters. Cody Haddon will be up there with those names very soon. I just hope he can be active and fight soon. But yeah, I reckon best boxers in the UFC, Ilya and JDM are at the top. I reckon Cody Haddon's up there, and then there's like a few other names up there. Is Leon Edwards done? Yeah, I don't think Leon Edwards is ever going to be champ again. I reckon Michael Morales will beat the shit out of him if they book that fight as well. Max. I put Volk up there before I put Max up there. I mean, Volk outboxed him and beat him up on the... Nah, Izzy's a horrible boxer. Izzy's boxing is very overrated. Good kicks, but Izzy's not even close to one of the best boxers. His boxing is pretty bad. Like, Izzy was getting jabbed up by Whitaker, who's a good boxer, but has a big reach disadvantage. Like, I don't know. Izzy's boxing's never been good. He's got very good kicks, very good leg kicks, good head kicks and stuff like that. But I don't think Leon Edwards wins a fight. Again, yeah, I agree. I don't think he does either. I think Buckley would beat him. I think Buckley would still beat him, even though he lost to Usman. I think Buckley would beat Leon. I think Morales would knock out Leon. I think JDM would beat Leon. I think Bilal would beat him in a rematch. This isn't my like original take. MMA Guru said this first, but I think Andreas Gustafsson would beat Leon Edwards just because he's such a tough matchup. Yo, I proposed to my girl in Guatemala. It went smooth. Congratulations. I'm glad to hear that, my friend. I'm very happy. I remember you telling me you were going to do that, so I'm glad it all went well. So you're almost a married man. You're engaged. You're an engaged man. Congratulations, Alex. I'm glad to hear that. Wonderboy versus Leon for the retirement belt. I honestly could see Wonderboy winning that. Wonderboy hasn't looked that bad in his fights. Even against Buckley, he was doing pretty good. Leon has 2 more fights in him, to be honest. Yeah, Leon's not a guy who's going to keep fighting if he keeps losing. He's a guy who needs to have everything his way, you know. I mean, even the way he fights, you can tell he doesn't love it. Chat, am I a simp? No, you're not a simp. You found the one you love. You found a beautiful Guatemalan woman. I think right now, Jacoby Smith sends Leon Edwards to the Shadow Realm. I could see it. I honestly could see it. I could see him knocking out Leon Edwards. He could definitely just ragdoll him around. Gustafsson would beat him. Colby shouldn't be ranked. Yeah, I don't think so. Colby's like unranked level at the moment. Prates. I think Prates would knock out Leon Edwards. I think Ian Gary would beat Leon Edwards. I've always said Leon Edwards was very overrated. Like, always said it. Even after he beat Usman. Like, I think Usman came into the trilogy, just no confidence. I think he would beat him. Guatemalans considered Latinas. Yes, they are. They are. They speak Spanish. It's in Central America. They're Latinas. The only one that confuses me is if Brazilians are Latinos or not, because some people say they're not. Some say they're Hispanic but not Latinos, so I'm not sure. But favorite Shakespearean work? That's a very tough question. It's a very tough question. Can't think off the top of my head. Leon could probably beat Colby, Holland, and Jeff Neal. Jeff Neal would probably put a beating on him, to be honest. You know, Leon will probably shoot. Jeff Neal would stuff the takedowns and jab him up. Holland could probably beat him, but Colby could definitely beat Colby again, though. Like, Holland at welterweight's powerful. He's got good takedown defense. They speak Portuguese, so whatever that means. But yeah, Brazilians. I met up with a Brazilian girl a couple months ago, and she said that she considers herself Latina, so I guess they do. Kevin Holland and Jeff Neal probably beat him, but he beats Colby. Yeah, I agree with you, K1. Brazilians are Latino, not Hispanic. Hispanic refers to Hispania, Espania, Spain, Portugal. Latino means of Latin origin. Yeah, I know, but like, I don't know, some people just don't consider them Latin because they speak Portuguese instead of Spanish. I don't know, it's a whole weird thing. I mean, Brazilians look a lot different to the other Latinos, though, because, like, their DNA is a bit more different, you know, they got a lot more African ancestry. More of the other Latinos have more, what's it called, like, Amerindian and European, you know. But Brazilians are more of a triracial. They've got a mix of everything, while most Latin Americans are mestizos. If Colby fought Leon the same way he fought Usman, he would beat Leon. Yeah, he would. He would. Colby had like an opportunity to beat him in that first fight, but I think he was like injured or something. If he fought how he fought in the 5th round, he would have beat Leon Edwards, but he fought like a fucking idiot. And now he'll never be champion. But yeah, I don't know. I reckon Leon's done. Like, Leon just won't do anything great. Midget Elia would send Leon flying. I'd love to see that. That'd be amazing. I do want to see Leon get knocked out before his career's over, you know. Leon Edwards has always been one of my least favorite fighters. I was never big on Leon Edwards. I hated the whole headshot dead thing. I actually got so fucking annoyed when he headshotted dead Usman. I was actually so pissed off because Usman won the majority of the fight and then gets head kicked. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Now everyone's going to act like this fucking guy is the best welterweight in the world. JDM would wrecks everyone in the division, I reckon. I believe so. I just wish we got to see JDM versus Leon, you know. I wish JDM fucked up Leon and then he, like, took a quick turnaround and beat up Bilal as well. Like, it would have been so great to watch JDM just batter up Leon Edwards, man. I can't believe there are actually people saying, oh, Leon's a bad matchup for JDM. Like, how? JDM's going to put the pressure on him. He's going to get him against the fence. He's going to absolutely beat the fuck out of him. And, like, he showed against Sean Brady. He didn't learn any lessons about getting pressured, you know. He still got pressured quite easily by Sean Brady. So, I think JDM would have fucking knocked his block off. 100%. But JDM's toughest matchup would be Brady. It would be tough in ways. If he gets taken down, it'll be tough because he'll be a bit harder to sprawl up. But if he keeps it standing, it's easier than the Bilal fight because Brady's not as good of a striker. That prime Colby is gone. You can tell he wants to survive and lose the decision. He was probably so happy the doctor stopped the fight against Buckley. Yeah, 100%. I know what you mean. I agree. I think he's done as a competent fighter, unfortunately. I think JDM stuffs Islam's takedowns. I think so too. I think it's going to be a striking fight. I think Islam will have a bit more success with the kicks than people think. But I think the boxing, JDM's going to piece him up. Honestly, Volk beats Leon. I honestly think there are featherweights and lightweights that could beat Leon. Like, he would get, hear me out here, right? Hyder Emil would pressure the fuck out of Leon Edwards and he would back up. He would absolutely back up to Hyder Emil. Like, Hyder Emil would get him against the fence and he would just, like, beat the shit out of him in the clinch. And it'd be so much quicker as well. Leon would be like, oh, fucking hell. You know, he'd just be fucked. There's no way JDM would lose to the only guy in history that KO'd by Bilal. I agree. The only fighter I see Leon beating is Masvidal. They should do that fight. Jorge's apparently coming back. But he was meant to come back like a year ago, so maybe he's like cancelled the comeback now. Who knows? So I got told by sources that they were trying to book Jorge Masvidal versus fucking Carlos Prates at one point. But that didn't end up happening. Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, French, and Romanian are the 5 major Latin languages. Yeah, I know, they're called the Romance languages. I'm aware, Mr. C. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. I know my fucking languages, mate. But, yeah, no, they're the Romance languages. There's a few other ones. There's a few little languages as well, like, I can't think of the top of my head, but there's a few other groups within the countries. Bravest fighter, probably like Andreev's Gustafsson. He literally just goes in swinging, gets fucking clipped and everything. Who do you think will headline Perf card? I'm guessing Oldberg and Yuri in a title eliminator. Yeah, I think Oldberg's probably going to main event. I don't see Masvidal beating anyone. Me neither. He'd have maybe someone unranked, but maybe you could do Jorge Masvidal versus Luque. That'd be a cool fight. Maybe Masvidal versus Kevin Holland. That would be cool fights. Romash is the largest of the minor Romance languages. Isn't there like Aramean people as well? Aren't they Latin? I think they're called Aramean. I'm not talking about Armenians. They're called Aramean people. They've got their own little flag. They live in like the Balkans. I think they speak a Latin language. I could be wrong though. Islam might take JDM down, but he doesn't keep him down. Yeah, that's the thing. You get JDM down, he's not accepting position. He's always going to push up, try and get back to his feet. And that's what I like. And Mansoor Bularati, or whatever his name is, the guy from PFL, he was able to get a lot of get-ups from Islam like JDM did against Bilal. Now, this was like 12 years ago or 9 years ago or whatever, so I'm not going to really hold it too much, but I think JDM can get back to his feet if he gets taken down. And I think he's going to really work the body of Islam, and that's going to gas Islam out. Islam was struggling to take down one-hit Poirier. I don't think he can take down JDM 100%. Hill versus Ming Yang would be a good matchup. That'd be good, but I think that I think he would fuck him up. I think Ming Yang would probably fuck up Jamal Hill at this point. Craig Jones helps JDM a lot. He does. No, I'm not. Aramaic is a language spoken by Jesus. Not sure. Not sure about a Balkan Romance language called Aramean. No, there is like the people, they're called Aramean people? I don't know, I'm trying to remember the name of these people. They're from the Balkans though. Why are you sleeping like a cutie patootie? No diddy. My bad. Manifest some hoes for yourself. I don't have to, I already got hoes. It's not hard. So I'm just manifesting some other stuff. I want a criminal to get knocked out. Dan Hooker versus Fazeev, Perf main event is a possibility too. Yeah, I don't know how Dan Hooker's hand is going, but that would be sick. There definitely could be. I just haven't heard of it, I think. Prime Hill was actually a really good fighter. I guess the Achilles really did him dirty. Yeah, that's the thing. He's just so fucked up injury-wise that it's going to be hard. Hill had some ACL injury after that. His career went downhill. Yeah, he just keeps getting injured. Like, remember he pulled out of the Roundtree fight the first time? It was meant to be in Kansas City because he, like, tore his ACL or he tore his meniscus or it was an Achilles injury. I don't know. He just keeps getting injured. So it's a shame. You know, he could have... I don't know. After that Glover fight, he looked so good. And then... yeah, now he's just... not the same fighter. I mean, Glover was, you know, washed and everything, but still, he looked really good in that fight. Fuck. No water. I haven't drank any water, man. What are the Aramean? Yeah, I'm going to try and find these people for you, Mr. C. Oh, I found them. Yeah, here. I found Mr. C. If you're still in the chat, let me know. I'll tell you I found the people, what they called. Blind Cat versus Shiwa. I'll go Blind Cat. The only non-exciting fighter in the flyweight division is Albazi. Yeah, that's true. Albazi looks so bad against Moreno. I thought Hill was a good fighter, but he's generally way too arrogant. I don't know how he was trying to like argue that he got robbed. That was crazy. Who do you think is the chosen one to rid us of boring ass Ankalaev? Oh yeah, my hot take is that, well, firstly, I think Yuri Prohaska could definitely beat him. But if they did, I think Carlos Oldberg would out-boring fucking Ankalaev, and I think Oldberg would win a really, really close decision. French are of more Gaelic Ancestry Romanian, more Slavic, Italian, Portuguese, and probably considered Latino in the Americas. Yeah, they're called Aromanian people. They're a ethnic group native to the southern Balkans who speak Aromanian, an Eastern Romance language. They traditionally live in central and southern Albania, northwestern Bulgaria, northern and central Greece, and North Macedonia. Aromanian, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They have their language is Romance, is a Eastern Romance language. Still here, mate. Sorry, Gaelic. Gaelic, not Gaelic. Hill ripping is a killing. It's definitely affecting me 100%. Your thoughts on Yuri versus Roundtree? I think Yuri would break Roundtree. I think Roundtree would get gassed out and get knocked out about against Yuri. I still don't rate Roundtree too highly. I just think Jamal Hill's done, you know. I just can't believe a guy who was UFC champion lost to Khalil Roundtree. Like, I don't know, just the losses that Khalil Roundtree have are so aged so badly. It's crazy, you know. This is crazy to me that he's like UFC champ. Not UFC champ, sorry, that he's beat a former UFC champ. Who do you have, Joan versus Ngannou? I'd probably go Ngannou, but it will never happen. How many wins do you think the UFC required Bilal to ever let him get a title shot again? We know how they treat boring champs. Look what they did to Aljo. I reckon Bilal would need to get like 20 fucking wins in a row before they give him another shot. The UFC do not like that man. I know he had like an entertaining fight, but that was literally all JDM's doing. He had nothing to do with it being entertaining. Any Bilal fight, entertaining Bilal fight, is just him getting battered. Jeff Neal, Lyman Good, Alan Joban. The only times Bilal's ever won fight of the night is when he's like getting the shit beaten out of him. Roundtree could give Yuri Prohaska. Could give Yuri problems with the leg kick. That's true. He could do that. I just think he would be in the face of Roundtree, and Roundtree would like break a little bit, having him constantly in his face. Bilal ain't getting belt ever again, even if he beats Shavkat, Ian, Carlos, and every other welterweight. Yeah, they would just, like, keep him away from that belt for sure. And plus, he's getting older. They're just going to give him nightmare matchups. Like, once Jacoby Smith gets, like, 4 wins or whatever, they're just going to immediately give him Bilal because he's, like, a nightmare matchup for Bilal. I see Fazeev beating someone like Dan Hooker. His Muay Thai is too superior. Yeah, I would have Fazeev. If Pereira wins ever, even if it's close, Ankalaev never getting a title shot again. 100%. We know you've beaten all of the top 5s in welterweight, but you need to fight Hamza at middleweight to get a title shot, kid. Thoughts on John Jones' retirement? I am glad he's retired. He wasted 2 years of the heavyweight division. He's a fucking drug cheat. He's John fucking Jones. I'm glad he's gone. I'm generally glad he's gone, you know. He literally wasted all of our time just to beat old man Stipe. He could have retired, like, as soon as he beat Stipe, but no, he had to wait for 8 months just to, like, hold up and stagnate the division for no reason. He's a dickhead. So, he took the cards way out, 100%. You know, I get he would beat me up, I know. People are always going to say that, but, like, fucking hell. Live reaction to Dougie's edit. What is Dougie's edit? We could have had 2 title defenses by now, 100%. We could have had Tom Aspinall beating Cyril Garner Almeida in this time, and we could be seeing him getting to another one. Jerry doing that spiritual ritual to scare opponents is the funniest shit. Yeah. I love Yuri Prohaska, man. He's a funny dude. I can't wait till Peter Yan fights again. Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited to see Peter Yan versus Marcus McGee. He's a marauder. People forget, man. He 29-28. Jonathan Martinez. This guy's a savage. Guatemala has been chill, by the way. Only got pressed by 1 mugger. Hey, that's good. Only 1 mugger, you know. I've never been mugged once in Australia, but, you know, you only had to deal with 1 mugger. That's good. Nah, but I'm glad you're all right, bro. I'm glad. Did he get much from you? Dougie's Corner, Star Wars edit. All right, let's watch this, shall we? Dougie's Corner. Dougie's Corner. Let me put headphones in. All right. Doggy versus missionary. That's a very interesting question. I'm watching the thing, by the way, Mr. C. Doggy versus, if you're in it with a relationship, missionary's good, like all passionate, kissing and everything. But if you're just fucking some random bitch, doggy, 100%. I mean, doggy in general is just good, you know. But I feel like if you're getting real passionate, it's missionary. But that's like relationship positions. Doggy's just like, you know. I like them both though, you know. Both very good positions. I'm watching this edit, by the way, Mr. C. Muslim fans. Brazilian fans. American fans. I pressed him back, thought I didn't speak Espanol and was shook. I'm glad you pressed him back. I'm glad you stood your base. You stood your ground. Good job, Alex. MMA YouTube, home of the rebellion. Instagram channels, gamblers, podcasters. I was thinking to visit of. Give me some tips. What tips do you want? What do you want some tips on? Kenny Okoye and Lucas Tracy hugging. Why is Errol Hawani the fucking CPP? What's his name? The R2D2. Sorry. Like basic stuff, you know, that I should know so I don't get executed in public. You won't get executed in public anyway. You should be pretty chill. Just don't be loud, don't be obnoxious, and you'll be all good. Nobody will be, you know, people just won't even notice you're there, you know, just don't try and stand out too much. Malcolm Wellmaker versus Peyton Talbot. How do you see that going? I'm not sure. Peyton Talbot has a really good chin, so I think he's the better striker, but Wellmaker is very powerful. Is Oz a good honeymoon spot? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a good place. It's a good place. Especially, it depends where you go. Go Margaret River in West Australia if you want a good honeymoon place. That was a good video, by the way. Ben P. Hello, Chris Samuels. How we going? This is your first time in the chat, so what's going on, Chris Samuels? MMA Joey's son or Amy Kaplan daughter? Ooh, GG, that's a tough. I would say, oh my god. Is Perth in East Australia? No, Perth is in West Australia, Chris Samuels. Hey, but what if Dumas is innocent every time? Well, he'd be the most falsely accused man of all time if he got arrested 20 times, you know? I don't know, last I heard, though, is like, I think Cedric Dumas got, like, banned from 109 different, like, counties. But, you know, every time it's not his fault, though. I like the fact Oz have a maintained immigration laws. Only educated becomes citizen, not like Canada. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'd say, I guess a lot of people who come here are like students and on student visas and stuff like that. But some of them get in shady ways. Good country to start a family. That's true. How was that edit? Only 23 spelling errors. Not bad for a Melbourne plasterer. Dumas about to be the first UFC fighter with an ankle monitor in the ring. Absolute scenes. He's gonna pull a. Oh, what's his name? Lee Murray. He's gonna pull a Lee Murray. He's gonna come out in like the Hannibal Lecter outfit, you know, but he's actually going to be genuine. Like, it's not going to be him wearing an outfit. Like, he's not going to have all the security guards and everything going to be genuine. He's going to be back in prison after he does his fucking fight. Cedric Dumas is going to have another super pill before his fight. I mean, people forget, man. Cedric Dumas, he fucking smoked a blunt before he fought Josh Fremd. He was literally apparently high in the cage against Josh Fremd. What a fucking idiot. Like, yeah. Canada is the most difficult country to immigrate to. Australia is easier to immigrate to. 750,000 Chinese immigrated to Oz last year. Nah, 750 Chinese didn't, but we did definitely get a lot of Indians. I think it would have been more Indians than Chinese. Is Perth expensive coming from the US? Perth's a decently expensive city, but compared to like Melbourne, Sydney, we're a lot cheaper than those cities. There's a lot of taxes in Australia. Is there a lot of taxes in Australia? Yeah, we get taxed quite a bit, but I don't know how to compare it to other countries. Freaky average girl versus boring pretty girl. Oh, freaky average girl any time of the week, man. You know, I don't mind a little bit of a mid if she's like, you know, if she's fucking down, like, she's super crazy in it, you know? Like, if a girl is like, I don't know, she's got crazy dirty talk, you know, she's just really passionate, that's really good. But if you have a really attractive girl, but, you know, she won't even give you head, you know, she's very boring, she doesn't do dirty talk, and she just sits there like a fucking starfish, you know, that's going to be not the greatest experience, you know? So I would say average, freaky average girl, you know? That's the number I was told by an Italian immigrant living in Oz. I think that's exaggerated for sure. I can't imagine there was that moved over that much recently. Brother, Canada is easiest law. Aussies have so many laws. I'll probably move there after I finish my studies. It's an easy recruitment too, but in Canada easily. Like a starfish. Yeah, man, it's true. Like, I remember I've got with a few girls, and they literally, like, just fucking just there. You're like, you just got to do all the work. It's like, bro, where's the passion? Where's the... You know, I just fucking might as well get a pocket pussy if you're going to fucking do me like that, you know? Australia, red, or New Zealand, white wine? I don't drink, so I can't really answer that. I've never drank wine before either. Jackson the Moose McVeigh is going to win, I hope so. Exactly. Freaky 5'10" girl, non-freaky 8 out of 10 girl, or 10 out of 10 femboy. He's freaky as fuck. Yeah, he may be freaky as fuck, but he has a penis, you know. That's the one thing about the femboy. He's got a cock. That may make it a bit more difficult, you know. Literally all you can do is fucking anal. All day. Jesus Christ. I would have to... I mean, how was a femboy a 10 out of 10 though? Like, he literally just looks completely feminine, like just completely looks like a girl, but just has a cock. Is that what you mean? Like 10 out of 10 femboy? Does the femboy have tits? Like, is it... You're a great at fight analyst, especially the anal part. Thank you. Like, this is the thing, I gotta get to your hypothetical, you know, here. Is the femboy, as a I don't know, like, how much is it done? Like, I know I'm overthinking this a little bit, but I'm just curious. Yeah, everything, but it's got a cock still. But it's still got a cock, right? Because that's like that's the interesting bit that ruins the 10 out of 10, I feel like. I blame Pornhub for ruining my brain. Yeah, I get that. I try not to watch porn, you know. But sometimes I'll just be on fucking Twitter and, like, literally any time I'll be on Twitter and boom, fucking porn is just on my screen. Just do doggy and you'll never notice. Yeah, just cover the fucking willy, I guess. Malcolm Wellmaker versus Raul Rosas Jr. How do you see that one going? I'll go Raul Rosas. He's a bit more proven at this time. I still don't know how Wellmaker's takedown defense is. Where have you traveled to? I've been to Singapore. I've been to Brunei. I've been to the United Arab Emirates, and I've been to England. And if you're talking about cities and towns, I've been to Jurien Bay, up north. I've been to Margaret River. I've been to Esperance. Been to Tooja. I've been to Northam. I've been to York. I've been to a lot of country towns. Do you know how much percentage coaches take from fighters each fight? I think it's like 15%, something like that, maybe higher. Maybe it could just depend on the coaches and how they do things. I'd imagine it's not the same for every coach, every fighter. I'd imagine it depends on who the coach is, what gym they come from. Maybe some don't take a significant amount, maybe some take more. Have you travelled anywhere on your own dime yet? Yeah, I went to Margaret River on my own dime. I've been to Jurien Bay. I've been to a town called Loden twice on my own dime. Yeah, I travelled quite a bit on my own dime. Not to other countries, but just to towns and shit like that. When I had one of my ex-girlfriends and me, we went to Margaret River, or I should say, my ex-girlfriend and I, we went to Margaret River. It was fucking expensive. We got an Airbnb there for like 3-4 days, but everything was so expensive in Margaret River. Favorite place you've traveled? Probably Margaret River. It was very nice there. It was expensive, but it was very nice. The food and stuff was good. Jake Paul trying to compete with International Fight Week is still very funny. I didn't even realize Jake Paul was fighting this weekend until you just mentioned that. I would eat some alligator there. Have you tried it? We don't have alligator here. We have crocodile, though. But I've never actually tried it. I would, though. I'd definitely try it. I've always wanted to try it, you know. I feel like it tastes very scaly, but it could be very nice, too. Always willing to try new foods and new animals. Fuck the vegans. So it's Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder's fighting this weekend? Really? I thought that fucking guy retired. Deontay Wilder. Yeah, they are different. I think crocodiles are bigger, but I could be wrong. Is he really fighting this weekend? Damn, he is fighting this weekend. What the fuck? Imagine he gets chinned again. Punjabi versus Bengali. Are you asking me what I prefer? Probably Bengali. Bengalis have a very interesting look to them because a lot of Bengalis have like a bit of East Asian. Or are you talking about fucking animals like a Bengali tiger or a Punjabi tiger or something? Are you talking about people? I'm confused. But if you're talking about women, Bengalis have a very interesting look because they have East Asian ancestry. Wild, I'm pretty sure, is on a Friday. No, I'm offended. Hey, I like Punjabis too, though. Don't get me wrong. I like the Punjabis too. I used to see a half Punjabi, half South Indian girl a while ago. We used to hang out quite a bit. I also learned quite a bit about Sikhs because I talked to a lot of Sikhs. They told me that these have like 8 special. I think it's like, I don't know. You have like 8 items you get given, like in Sikhism. Not every Punjabi is Sikh. Punjab is state in India. Yeah, I know. Obviously, most Pakistanis are Punjabi Muslims, but there is a lot of the majority of Sikhs are Punjabi. Yeah, but I guess are you not a Sikh? You ever tried camel meat? No, I haven't tried camel meat either. Definitely wouldn't. Wild, I'm pretty sure it was on a Friday. Wow, I did not know this. I'm hearing this for the first time. I literally had breakfast on a volcano this morning. She was fired. That is very crazy. I need to see footage of that. Does Catholicism exist in Australia? Indeed. Every religion exists in Australia. Every religion. But I'd say the most Catholic people in Australia are probably like Filipinos. Yeah. I'd say the majority of the passionate Catholics in Australia are probably people from the Philippines. I knew you were a Punjabi. You said it was easy to move to Canada. My former Punjabi boss said Canada is known as second Punjab. I love Filipinos. People forget, man. Filipinos. Yeah, Filipinos are cool, though. I like Filipino people. They're pretty cool. I used to work in a pasta factory, and all the Vietnamese people were very rude to me, but the Filipinos were very nice. So I like the Filipinos. They're very nice people. Deontay Wilder is fighting a tailor-made matchup. If he loses, he's up there with Tony Ferguson and washed. Yeah, he should win. I feel like fights anybody who's not very competent in boxing, he will just knock them out. But he will look bad. Wilder's going to look very bad before he gets to the knockout. That's how Wilder fights. But if he wins, we need Wilder versus Francis Ngannou. That's a fight I want to see. That's like the only fight I ever wanted to see Ngannou in boxing was against Deontay Wilder. The Vietnamese were rude. Maybe because they don't speak English as well as Filipino. Oh no, like I mean, you could factor that in, but no, they were just very rude to me. I don't know. They were just very rude. I don't know why. Not all of them, but like, especially the older workers, they were pretty rude. I don't know. It was my first day there, my first week at the job, and they were like pissed off that I wasn't doing everything 100%. Even though they had been there for years, and it was my first day there, you know, like they were already like instantly rude. But the Filipinos were very nice, and I appreciated it a lot. Yeah, I think maybe all the Vietnamese who moved to Australia were like the rude ones, you know. Like they a lot of them are descendants. Or like some of these might have literally been like refugees who moved here, so maybe, you know, the life hasn't been easy for them, so they're a bit ruder, you know. Francis would probably knock out Deontay Wilder. He probably would at this point. I wouldn't really surprise me. He showed he had power against Tyson Fury. Like he showed that the gloves don't matter too much. Yeah, it's so easy. Like 35K Oz dollars to move there. Apart from all the stuff, maybe 50. But India have so much population, man. So much competition. People forget, man. So Katik, you're not Sikh. What are you then? Are you Hindu or are you Muslim or are you just not religious? People forget, man. Mm-hmm. We've got 18 people in the chat. Thank you guys for all being here. If you haven't already, make sure you like the video. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Francis versus Andy Ruiz. I'd probably go Andy Ruiz. He's got a granite chin. He'd probably just be able to march through the big shots. But hasn't Ruiz looked really bad his last couple fights? Didn't he lose to like somebody he should have beat? Andy Ruiz. Because I haven't been keeping up with boxing too much lately. Didn't he lose recently? Oh no, he went to a draw with Jarrell Miller. That's not a good look. I love how Sikhs give free food to everyone on Sunday. Really cool religion. Yeah, Sikhs are really nice. A lot of the doctors here are Sikhs. Like a lot of the Indian doctors are Sikhs. You know, they're very, very nice people. Just that too, so it's like Sikhism. It's like Sikhism and Hindu is very similar. But Buddha's not religious, kind of. Oh yeah, true. No, India is very interesting for religion and ethnicities and all that. Like, I don't know, people think that India is just one ethnicity, like just being Indians, like that's it. But there's so many different groups of people in India. It's very interesting. They all look very different, you know. South Indians are a lot darker. North Indians are a bit lighter. Punjabis look different to other North Indians. Bengalis look different. You know, there's Northeast Indians where they're, like they look more like the people of like Bhutan or like Tibet. And then there's also like Anglo-Indians, not a big population, but there's some Anglo-Indians who still live there and some Portuguese mixed Indian. So yeah, India is very interesting. Fun fact about Jarrell Miller, he lost a Crow Cup. He did. That's always a fun fact I mention. It's crazy when you think about it that way. He was a kickboxer. What is your favorite book? That's a very interesting question. I actually don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. I need to read more books, I feel like. I used to read comics when I was younger, but no, I haven't really read a novel in a while. It's very diverse, many religions, but that's what makes it unstable too. Yeah, that's true. Then there's also Kashmir, and Kashmir is a very interesting place as well. I don't know how Armin won the Charles fight. People forget, man. It was close. It was very close. I thought Charles could have edged it on damage because he had so many close submission attempts in the third round. I want to get into anime. I've honestly never watched anime like outside of a mainstream one like Dragon Ball Z, and that was when I was a kid. Maybe I'd like it if I watched it, but I feel like I'm way too old to do it now. By the way, do you think Kane versus Francis, Kane versus Fedor, or Francis versus Fedor? Moby Dick is one of my favorite reads. Are you saying what fight I'd rather see between those, Kartik? I would like to see Kane versus Fedor if I was to pick any of those. Neither have I, but they seem fun. UFC 300 was literally perfect outside of Charles losing. Yeah, that was a really good card. I enjoyed it. The only thing that ruined it a little bit was the momentum of having Bo Nickel on the main card. Like, that ruined it a little bit, having Bo Nickel versus Cody Brundage on the main card. Especially in hindsight, that Bo Nickel, you know, wasn't all that. GG. Except for Bo Nickel being on the main card. Yeah, 100%. Chris Samuels. That was the one bad bit. Yeah, Bo Nickel was pathetic, man. Yeah, I honestly don't know why they like. I don't know. They really fucked him over. Like RDR was like honestly a big step way too soon. I don't know why they thought he would win that. A lot of people think Armin is just way better than Charles when that's just not the case. Yeah, Armin's good, but people act like he's like Habib or something. But he's good. He can beat everyone, but he's not like a guy who dominates everybody at the same time. He can beat everyone, but he could quite easily lose to everyone too. Over Yuri and Aljo too. Yeah. Oh, that Yuri versus Rakic was sick performance from Yuri. I could have won my entire life without seeing Aljo versus Kata and Kayla home. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it was impressive from both of them. They did just maul them, but yeah, it wasn't like the most entertaining fights. Calvin Kattar, man, what a fall off he's had. I remember like people picked him to beat Max Holloway. Now he's like getting ragdolled by Aljamain Sterling, lost to Yusuf Zalal. Now he's probably going to get chinned by Steve Garcia. Armin's personality pisses me off. I mean, the thing that's annoying is the guy's rich. He's rich as fuck. So you just sort of want to root for him to lose because he's so rich. He's rich and he's a good fighter. Like, yeah. Was that crazy samurai blocking body jabs with head against Alex fight one? Blocking body jabs. Yeah, he was. He was... Yuri's fucking crazy. I was at 300 and I saw Kamba Gamlin die by himself. Dude was going through it. Calvin Qatar. Huh, you mean Qatar. Qatar. I know it's K. Yeah, but he's... Calvin Qatar is... he is Lebanese. So I'd imagine... Yeah, he is... He's Lebanese ancestry, so I feel like it would sound more like Qatar, wouldn't it? Like if you properly pronounce it. Maybe I'm wrong. Charles subs Ilya. People think because he lost to Armin, he's washed. But he beat Chandler and arguably beat Armin. No fanboy shit. I think Ilya's gonna win, but yeah, people are definitely over underrating Charles Oliveira. But he didn't look the best against Chandler. Yeah, he spawned around with his boyfriends to confront Green, yeah. Yeah, Armin is, I don't know, Armin, he gives off fuggage. He's like a bit of a fug. He's a bit of a fug, I reckon. Like, I don't know, I could see Armin attacking people, like, after the, like, he comes off as like a rich boy posh version of like the Diaz brother, like the Stockton, the scrap pack, I could see him and a bunch of Armenians just jumping people after events if things don't go his way. Like, I reckon we'll see Armin jumping Dan Hooker at one point in time, because they're always going back and forth. I just hope Dan Hooker can come back before the year's over. To be fair, Chandler kept cheating his ass off that fight. That's true. That 5th round, that whole little comeback he had was him completely just cheating the whole time. Eye gouges, back of the head shots. It was all illegal shit that he did, man. Like, it was all illegal, Like, the whole reason he had... Oh, what the fuck? I turned my camera off. Whoops. The whole reason he had all that success was literally just because he cheated. Like, yeah. Chandler low-key dirty as heck. Yeah, Chandler's always cheating, If you could pick one flyweight and bantamweight to back you in a fight, who you picking? Interesting question. I'd probably go Joshua Van in a street fight situation. I mean, because if we're just fighting regular civilians, he will be able to just chin them because they won't be able to take punches, and he will just be able to keep going over and over again. And then I would pick for bantamweight. I would pick Marab, because I reckon Marab could just keep slamming people on the canvas over and over again, slam KOing people left, right, and center. And because neither of them would gas out, so I could just like sit back, let them like do the work. I woofed at this amazing Kiwi lady's farm who's travelled all over since she was a young journalist. She said Lebanon was her favourite country in India and China were the worst in her opinion. Yeah, Lebanon's like pretty nice country besides, getting bombed by Israel all the time. I'd go Marab because of the gas tank. How did even Charles survive the back and the headshots? He could have gone out any second. Yeah, people say Charles doesn't have a good chin, but I think he does. He just doesn't have good defense. Bantam, I'd pick Peter Yan. But the thing is, Peter Yan would start very slow in a street fight, You'd be like getting your fucking head kicked in, and Peter Yan would be like making his reads. He'd just be like holding his guard up, making his reads a little bit. And it's a bit worrying, in a street fight, you want them to be like guys who will start fast and just start getting at it early, Peter Yan might take his time a little bit to get into the fight. by that point, you're getting fucking just beaten up by like 4 or 5 guys. Rampage Jackson versus Jake Paul. Like, at this point in time, I'd pick Jake Paul. Rampage looked fucking awful against Fedor, and that was like 5 years ago. Ilya would finish Chandler in a round. I think so. I think Ilya would kill Chandler. Norma Dumont, smash or pass? Smash. Duh. Smash, smashity smash. Come on, he would be tripping people for 29 minutes. Yeah, but Marab would like slowly cause... I feel like Marab would slowly cause like your opponents to get like into cardiac arrest, so you'd win the long game. But yes, who wouldn't smash Norma Dumont? Like, she's... You know... Is he the GOAT of middleweight? Maybe. You could argue it. John's still the UFC GOAT. I mean, John is... He used PEDs. You can't really call him the GOAT. He got caught... He tested positive too many times. Flyweight, I might pick Charles Johnson just because he'd be tall and has carry pie. That's a good one. Charles doesn't have good defense, but I would say his chin... I wouldn't say his chin is good, but his recovery is insane. Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it. But he's not like a glass jaw where he gets immediately KO'd. Most people don't realize how terrible their own fighting cardio is. Yeah, that's true. You know, cardio, everything, like, these fighters do everything. Like, oh, that's easy. Oh, how's he getting tired from that? But, like, it does drain you. Like, even just training is draining. But what about you, space-time continuum? Would you smash Norma Dumont? Bro, are you at uni? No, I'm not at uni. Why is that? Do I look familiar? Are you at uni, space-time? Every time Charles gets dropped, it looks like he's doing it on purpose to take a break from how slow he's falling by down. Yeah, it does. Are you unemployed? I'm not... I wouldn't say I'm unemployed. I do work. I get paid for it. But definitely don't make super big bucks doing it. So I get some assistance. What about you, Space Time Continuum? You're asking me a lot of questions. What about you? Are you at uni? What do you do for work? Tell me everything about you. You have a Nelson profile picture. Nelson Muntz. But yeah, Charles does. He gets... Do you have siblings? Yes, I do. I do have siblings. Damn, everyone's really asking some personal questions right now, huh? Well, unemployment is a job in itself. It is. It is. But damn, people are people trying to like build up crumbs to like blackmail me or something? People are asking all these questions. We've got 20 people in this chat. I'm gonna ask if you're new here, you subscribe, like the video. I go live very, very often. And the more subscribers I get, the better it does for me, and I can start making money off this. So please subscribe if you haven't already. Tell me your IP address, just general knowledge, nothing personal, you know. Yeah, exactly. Good chatting, Ben. Going to sleep now. See you later. Asking questions versus answering questions. I like answering questions because I feel like, okay, so I like asking questions when I'm interviewing someone because I'm like talking to someone interesting, someone who, you know, I have a lot of questions for. But in this chat, I like being asked questions more, you know, because I feel like I can give a proper answer on here and stuff like that. And you guys ask interesting questions. But what about you, Yassir? Which one do you prefer? Got 21 people in here. This is like a classroom of people just listening to little old me talk. This is crazy. Mackenzie Durham, Norma Dumont, Alexa Grasso, Misha Tate, rank them. I won't rank them, like, I won't give them a number, but I can rate who from best to worst. I would go... it's actually very tough to go. I'm still thinking how to answer this. I'll go Norma Dumont, number 1. I'll go Mackenzie Dern, go Alexa Grasso, then Misha Tate, I reckon. But they're all pretty fine. Would you be willing to teach English? Oh, fuck that. I would get too frustrated, I feel like. I rather ask because I know how to do it better than answering. Yeah, that's true. You ask good questions, Jasia. You know, you should. When I interview a fighter, you should send me some questions to ask them, and I'll ask them next time I do an interview. Michelle Obama, Benny. No, I'm alright. I'm alright. Thank you, Nolan Maxwell. I don't need Obama nuking me. Bro went quiet because his parents are doing the dishes in the back. No, I didn't go quiet. Like, people were talking outside my door, so I just muted it. Yeah. Didn't want to want the private conversation. Do you like to watch fighter interviews? Yeah, I do. I like to watch them. I like to do them a lot more than being in the. Do I like to watch fighter interviews? Shame. Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I could easily afford to rent something, but it's a lot cheaper and financially better. Anyway, Space Time continue. Bro thinks he'll be the next MMA guru. You never know, man. You never know. I mean, I already got 12K followers on Twitter, so I've got following. I'm gonna make it, bro. Get an education. I ain't gonna make it. All right, you fucking negative cunt. Fuck you, Space Time Continuum. Fucking hell, who's shouting your fucking cereal, you fucking miserable bastard? Would you ever interview an Aussie boxer? I would. Do you make money on Twitter? Yes, I do make money on Twitter, Space Time Continuum. I do. I actually make quite a lot. For some reason, they cut off giving money to, like, creators from, like, South Asia, and recently I started getting. But, like, how much? I'm not fucking telling you how much money I get. But I get a good amount of money off there. That's all I'll say. Because I get a lot of Space Time shares. Share with us your millions. Genuine Ben Benny Key question. $20 a week. Nah, it's more than $20 a week. I get money off that. I have sponsorships as well. I got sponsorships because I always have people, like, trying to get me to, like, retweet their stuff. So I get money off that. I have a gambling sponsorship. See, I ask about money a lot. Yes, I am rich. So I get money for that. I do writing as well. I do journalism. So I get paid to write articles as well. So I don't just do YouTube, but YouTube is obviously the goal. To make a living, or just matches minimum wage? At the moment, just matches minimum wage. You know, it's nothing significant, but obviously that gets, the more bigger you get, you know, the more money you get. That your full-time job. Oh, I'd say it's more of a casual. It's pretty much casual hours, right? But it gives me time to do the things I like, and I still get money. You know, I'm making the same amount of money I was doing when I used to work in traffic control. So, and traffic control is like a pretty good job for money. So yeah, it's not bad. You're very interested in my finances, Space-Time Continuum. Bro just came to fucking start hating. Virgin, bro. No, I'm not a virgin. Definitely not a virgin, but yeah, sure. Yes, he's broke. As an English teacher, I love to do writing or editing for MMA. Yeah, well, I have editors, like, for my writing. I always get them, "Oh, have a touch you at least without paying for it." Alright, bud. Alright. I've been with girls you could only wish of being in the same room with, mate. I mean, I don't even know what you look like, but you're definitely fucking fat. I've never paid for it. Doesn't count if you pay for it. Not with those teeth, buddy. I got good teeth. What are you talking about? I got pearly whites. But it's pretty easy to talk smack when, you know, you fucking photos of fucking Nelson Mutts. Like, yeah, can't really shoot much back at you. I don't really know, but you're probably a very insecure type of person, I reckon. Space-time is angry. Rich people aren't angry. Yeah. Space-time is obviously just a bit of an insecure person. It's fine, you know. Has to come on and hate, but I don't really care. It's YouTube at the end of the day. Oh, one aren't you? One aren't you? Don't know what that means. Who do you think Dana is going to glaze now since the gay duck retired because of fear? He'll probably glaze Ilya, I reckon. He'll probably give Ilya it all. One ounce. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I have no fucking clue, Mr. C. Like, I'm generally confused. It's like I don't know what the fuck that means. Thoughts on Volk? I think he's arguably the greatest featherweight of all time. But maybe needs another title or two just to fully... Ilya ran from Volk. Ilya did not run from Volk. I wish I could say that, but he blatantly fucking chinned him out cold. He's not an English speaker. I don't know. I thought Space-Time was... I thought he was Australian. He was talking sort of Aussie-ish. Racist motherfuckers. Jada Pickett Smith, Benny. What's Aldo's best wins? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. Latinas versus Asians. I'd say Latinas. But I don't mind Asians too, you know. Latinas are just... I don't know, Asians are more chill. But Latinas are a bit more crazy, like... you know, like, you know what I mean. How old are you? I'm 24. Ilya versus Volk 1 was an early stop. Volk was just... Yeah, he was in Corpse Guard. I don't know why they stopped it. Aldo overrated as fuck. Yeah, he's overrated in a way. Like, people act like he is. Bro, he's been with neither. Okay, bud. Okay. I could easily fucking disprove that, but you look 40. I look fucking 12. What are you talking about? I look 40. Zabit's very overrated, you know. People always say that Zabit's like the one big one if and all that type of stuff, but no, definitely not. Like, oh yeah, Zabit could have been this. Like, no, Zabit gassed out like every fight. He would have died in a 5-rounder. Anyway, Miss Space-Time Continuum, I'm sure you're 7 foot tall and $1 billion and get with every single girl. You're definitely not just randomly shit talking me in a space. I'm sure you've got plenty of punani just fucking lying around. A bit of a pawn, a bit pomade and a good clean shave, and you're a proper ladies man. Well, I mean, even with this shit, I'm a proper ladies man, you know. I mean, that guy can say what he wants, but I definitely have no problem with the girls. Benny's the reason Asia is overpopulated. People forget, man. People forget. No, it is crazy, though. Like, literally, all of my matches are typically always Asians. I think they see the grey eyes, and it's like, I don't know. There was just... Benny pulls for sure. So, yeah, fucking exactly. I don't know what Space-Time's talking about. They are lying, brother. You look 43. Hell no, you could solve the world's oil shortage with hair being as greasy as it is. Hey, listen, my hair might look a bit greasy, but trust me, it's just the lighting, bro. Mate, you are free. What's a bit sus? You're fucking rating me. Like, why are you rating me anyway? I'm recessive. My hair's not recessive. Greasy, come on, mate. Learn to spell. Zabit would have looking like Shamil Gaziev in a 5-rounder. Yeah, he would. His fucking cardio was horrendous. I don't like Islam as much. Loving the crowd engagement, bro. How long did it take to amass over 1K followers? It took, I think it took like a year. Benny's like wine. He gets better with age. Exactly. I'll send a super chat. How much you want? Send me $100. If you're so rich, man, send me $100. Benny's like wine, it gets better with age. Exactly, exactly. Space time, you insult like a 5-year-old. I think he means receding. Yeah, he did mean receding, I think. Do you make me joking? You look like any other person, but look, although you're going to get bored in 2 months. I'm not going to get bored in 2 months. I got a haircut like 2 months ago. Best I can do is 100 rupees. Ah. Yeah, actually, yeah, 10K. Come on, space. Come on, space time continuum. You're a very rich man, remember? You're a billionaire, right? So help a man out. Tell him 10K. Best I can do is 100 rupees. Don't respond 21 else. Bro, do you think I can get into med school? I mean, if you believe in yourself, you can get into med school. I mean, I don't even know how old you are. How old are you? $10K is nothing for a rich guy. Exactly. Exactly. You think it's worth it? I mean, in this day and age, fucking doctors will probably get replaced by fucking AI. Like, every job is just going to get replaced by fucking robots before you know it. But no, I think it would be worth it. I am preparing for pre-med too, dang. No, obviously, the world always needs doctors, obviously. Though I think it would be worth it. So you from Australia, Space Time Continuum? You talk sort of Aussie, like the way you speak in an Aussie type of way. So I'd imagine you're from Australia. Do you think a girl in your life would hinder your ability to analyze as much as you do? Yeah, so I was in a relationship like 2 months ago, and my video down was a lot more when I was with my misso. So when we broke up, I started putting out a lot more videos. So yeah, I think it is hard to have a relationship and like be live streaming and doing all that because women always want constant attention, and yeah, it can just be a bit difficult. Like I feel like my prediction rate went up after we broke up. Do you think a girl in your life would hinder? I'm supposed to be studying for UCAT. Fuck. Space Time is the most manipulative bipolar teenager I've met in a while. Yeah, he's like 1 minute he's like shitting on me and he's asking me for advice. Space Time is locally Sean. Here's a fucking thing, you guys. From Space Time Continuum, here's the fucking thing, you guys. Space Time, I already read that. I'm just doing it for rupees. Space Time is low-key Sean Strickland. That is true. It is true. All right, later, boys. Okay, that was very interesting. Thanks. Thank you for your presence, Space Time Continuum. Yeah, I wish you all the best too. Even though you think I'm a virgin and that I'm not going to make it, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You made the stream a little interesting, except Mr. C, dickhead. Mr. C, you spoke too soon. Do you still rely on your parents, or do you make enough to move? Or do you make enough to move? I could probably like rent if I wanted to, but I'm just saving money up. While I'm still here, you know, I gotta make the most of when you can save money. Especially with how rent and everything's expensive. Like I pay board and everything. And his parents rely on me. Exactly. Like I pay rent though. I pay board and all that. I don't just like do it for, I don't just live here for free. Sean Strickland is like a good guy who's trying to be bad, but sometimes is generally bad. Yes, Sean Strickland's like, he's good, but I think he just maybe has the wrong approach at times. Could move out to Asia. Rent is cheap here. Ours is not. That's true. I would be very popular. Every time I talk to like a Asian girl or something, they always tell me I'd be very popular if I lived in those countries. I'll go live in Japan. I feel like Japan would be very expensive. Sean just needs therapy. Yeah, but then he wouldn't fight. then he wouldn't have a job. So it's like, he needs to use the anger to the best of his ability. I rent a free story, 4 bed, 5 bathroom for 300. Holy shit, that's actually really good. Okay, maybe I should move to Vietnam. I'm coming, Vietnam, I'm coming. Don't mind me just munching on some fucking KFC. I'm depressed. My favorite fighter, Olives, gets slept and Cronulla Sharks are getting torched in Melbourne. It's alright. You'll be alright. It'll be alright. Charles will get submitted, but he won't get knocked out. I'm sure Olives will be alright. It's more than 300. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I was like, fuck, that's really cheap. Alright, guys, I'm turning into a feeder channel now. Up the wazoo. ASMR. Yeah. I just start chewing extra loud while I'm eating. No, I'm going fuck that. ASMR might be the most understood acronym of the past 10 years. I actually did start an ASMR channel. For some girl I know kept saying my voice is very relaxing. Like a few girls I would talk to would say my voice is relaxing, and they'd like use me to fall asleep. Like they would call me and make me talk to them before they go to sleep. So I made a channel, but I only made like 3 videos and I got fucking sick of it. Any of you guys want a chip? Link to the channel. It's called Benny Suves. I don't know if it would come up or not. It was a mix of ASMR, and then I was like just telling Reddit stories that I would find, and I'll just narrate them. But I just got like sort of sick of it. I was like making my MMA videos at the same time. I like the ASMR of shit breaking like glass, but I hate personal doing ASMR. Yeah, I hate the ones where it's like they're just like making fucking noises with their fingers and doing that shit. ASMR refers to that tingle you get from the base of your neck down your spine. ASMR channels don't give me an ASMR expert, but I've been able to do it on command since I was a wee lad. Bro, there should be Joe Rogan versus Dana White. I got Joe Rogan first round spinning head kick KO. He was a boxer, but Joe Rogan was a kickboxer. He went like 2-1 as a kickboxer. Plus, I don't know if Dana White really had all these boxing fights because there's no proof of them anywhere or any record of them. Yeah, I know he's a Taekwondo specialist, but he did have kickboxing matches. Yeah, but Dana was more of like a cardio fucking boxing coach than like a proper, you know, boxing coach. I mean, apparently Dana used to fuck up Tito Ortiz in boxing though. Joe Rogan had kickboxing matches, or anything? Taekwondo. Yeah, he was an amateur kickboxer. He went like 2-1 or 3-1. I think he did tournament, like a tournament or something. But he said after he did that, he started getting headaches, so he stopped. But yeah, he competed in like amateur kickboxing. So does Bruce Buffer. Opinions on Andrew Tate. I agree with some of the stuff he says, but then he goes like exaggerate shit a bit too much, and he's just fucking stupid. Like, for every good thing he says, he says some fucking really stupid stuff. And then there's obviously the whole shit with the human trafficking and all that, which isn't good. I think he just took advantage of a lot of lonely men. Like, both with the cam girl things and then also just like building up his brand and everything. But yeah, did you see him box that YouTuber who, like, that guy on Instagram who just fights people? Who he fights a follower every day. That was pretty funny. Andrew Tate can fight. He was an average kickboxer. He wasn't like a great or anything. Isker at the time was very low level when he competed in it. But yeah, he was never like glory kickboxer or K1 level. Like, he never beat anyone really great. The best guy he beat was a guy in like a 6-fight losing streak who lost to Alex Pereira. So that was his best win. He's just a scammer and god of incels. Yeah. He is. Andrew is great in life, conqueror mentality. Tried to give this small MMA analyst channel a chance, and I watched his breakdown of the UFC Baku card, and the dude said Tafik was a smothering wrestler with no striking. Jesus Christ. Literally, anyone assumes any guy with a beard is just a wrestler now. Like, all the striking of all them guys are getting really underestimated. Andrew, a few things are good, but he's just a women, and his course and matrix. Yeah, the one thing I found weird is Andrew Tate put up a fucking tweet the other day where he's like, there's more to life than just sleeping with lots of women. It's like, bro, you're literally the guy who said you need to go and sleep with this amount of women or whatever it is. Oh my god, you can't just that guy can't just assume, bro. Like, you're doing predictions, you can't just assume. You gotta at least watch tape. fuck Matrix or other things. He earned money with cameos. Like, bro, he then acts like he's Elon Musk or some shit. Black magic predictions. I believe Kaikara France is going to use some traditional Polynesian magic to win. You little weasel of a thing, yeah? You little mad backwards cunt, yeah? Lord Samurai Roland, you wee little wizard of a thing, yeah? I said wizard, I meant weasel. What move do you think Jones was showing Gatto? I think he was showing like a weird oil check fucking maneuver or something. Have you studied the stocharic metals? I have not, actually. D&D. What's D&D again? Dungeons and Dragons, okay. Goddard really should have been more specific. Sexual act is so vague. Yeah, that's what annoys me. Because now it's like left to interpretation. Like, what the fuck's he talking about? Impression of Connor playing D&D. Yeah, little wizard of a thing. Yes, stand your mage. Dungeons and Dragons. You're not fucking leaving this fucking kingdom alive. I'm gonna show you who you are. Connor would say some shit like, I'm gonna show this king what happens when he mistakes kindness for weakness. Tomorrow night, you're gonna pay with your kingdom, and I mean it. There you go. That's all I could think of for D&D, Conor McGregor. But yeah, Goddard really doesn't... Not Goddard, sorry. It wasn't Goddard who said it. It was John McCarthy. He just said sexual act, and it's like... That could mean anything. He could pretend... Like, I think he either did that, or he, like... I don't know, because he... McCarthy, yeah, it was John McCarthy. Like, I feel like it was... Either he oil checked him, or he was like... I don't know, because I think he said he put him in a guard position. So he must... I don't know, it must have, like, been something. Maybe, like, pretended to, like, make the guy suck him off. I don't know. Because the guy went wide-eyed, so it would have to be something really weird. Maybe, like, try to pinch his nipples or something. Who knows? If dragons were real, would you be able to domesticate them? I mean, people forget, man. Donkey from Shrek, he fucking railed a dragon. I'm sure they'd be able to domesticate if a fucking donkey can do it. But... yeah, nah. I don't know. John Jones is... I just feel... somebody said this in my chat a while ago, and John Jones is going to be like the Diddy of MMA, and I can see something like that, you know? Chickens are supposed to be 99% diners, and we're domesticated them. Exactly. People underestimate the human spirit. Anything can be domesticated if you're brave enough. I mean, fuck, Mike Tyson had a fucking lion or a tiger. I think it was a tiger, actually. Obviously, that's an extreme example, but I think anything can be. Humans are like 89% bananas, yeah. People forget, man. Humans was reason of most extensions of animals. Was Sean Strickland the most handsome MMA fighter? I think he might have been. You know, he could have been a fucking like he could have been like on like an American soap opera or something like that. You know. Tom Aspinall will be knocked out of his neck. No, he won't get knocked out by Cyril Gane. He'll destroy Cyril Gane. So weird how some kickboxers are just so good at MMA and some are just terrible. Like Justin Willis is 2-3, was an elite kickboxer, but Dustin Jacoby is good at MMA. Yeah, I know. I mean, I think Jacoby started in MMA and then went to kickboxing. So he's a rare outliner, I feel like. Yeah, young Sean Strickland looked like a Disney prince, but now he looks like fucking Trevor Phillips from GTA. Oh yeah, Vampiria Legs, if you're still in here. Big fan of your channel, by the way. I love your thumbnails. Just wanted to mention that. I think you were the one who had the thumbnail of Cyril Gahn, where it was like empty-headed fuck or something like that. It was really funny. What are you doing all the day, bro? No, today I was just taking a bit of a chill day. I went for a hike in the morning, so I thought I'd just chill. What are you doing all day, bro? Love you too. Ayush Kumar. Who cares, man? Let's talk about some baddies. What type of baddies you want to talk about, man? Yeah, no, I love your thumbnails. The thumbnails are fucking iconic. I remember I think I helped you out quite a bit because I posted one of your thumbnails on Twitter and I got a lot of views and I went and checked and your video got like a big intake of views after that. But yeah, it was cool. I like the thumbnails. They're fucking hilarious. Yeah, Brock Lesnar could have been the fucking GOAT. If he trained earlier, learned how to take shots better. Because the thing is, not John Jones, Brock Lesnar didn't have a bad chin, but he was just so scared of getting punched in the face. Why should he low? Brock earns shitload of money. Yeah, that's true, but like, he'd be up in the GOAT. Yeah, to be fair, even if he did get into MMA and stuff earlier, his name wouldn't be as big and everything like that. I mean, it's still crazy that the UFC let him fight while on roids, in hindsight. I can see why Mark Hunt's so pissed. I want to, if they ever open up the featherweight women's division again, I want to see Maya Lesnar fucking in the division. I want to see her. I want to see Maya Lesnar versus Kayla Harrison super fight. I feel like Maya Lesnar could fuck some shit up. CM Punk also tried, but he gets humbled. Yeah, CM Punk got fucked up. CM Punk also tried. Have you ever met Brock Lesnar? I've never met Brock Lesnar, but I would love to meet Brock Lesnar. Maya just hoists Kayla onto her shoulders and shit. Shot puts her across the cage. She probably would, to be fair. She's like fucking 20 kgs heavier, right? 20 viewers down. Yeah, that's like the most we've had at the same time. This is a good stream. Got some good numbers on here. So I'm just eating my fucking KFC right now. Damn, we got 16 likes. Holy shit. I received F5 from Brock Lesnar and I almost died. I'm glad you didn't die, or else you wouldn't be able to be in the stream. Brock Lesnar did look like he was scared to be punched, but he did have a lot of heart, especially in the Shane Cohen fight. Oh, 100%. He took some bombs in that fight, and he came back. Like, the ref could have stopped that fight, and it wouldn't have even been bad, but he came back and finished him. What do you think is true, that people who are black, I'm saying, what respect, the most gifted compared to white people in sports? I feel like black people are very athletic, but they're still super athletic white fighters as well, you know. I don't think athleticism has like a racial bias, but yeah. I'd say the most athletic countries are probably like, I don't know, there's some super athletic countries that don't really have any fighters, I feel like. Okay, fellas, see you guys. I'm a goon. All right, Katik, enjoy your goon sesh. Brock Lesnar, big back. He's a big back. People forget, man, Brock Lesnar, he's a marauder. He's a genetic juggernaut. He definitely didn't put a bunch of needles up his ass. I'm back, guys. Done, goon. Damn, that was a quick sesh. You must have been fucking holding that shit in. West Africans are explosive and East Africans have endurance. Yeah, East Africans, I remember, I read a stat that, I think it's like some long run or marathon record or something. All the top 20 are all from Kenyan guys from the same village. They're all from the same part of Kenya. They're all from the same town. And they all just have a genetic, like, advantage that they can keep running and not get tired. And they can also be fast. Too, they used to chase Apex Predator and then just download it until they collapse. Brock Lesnar is full weight, yeah. Almost every heavyweight was on Rocket Full back then. My favorite heavyweight moment was Josh Barnett. Josh Barnett fucking fails a drug test, but they don't even strip him. They just gave him a warning. That's fucking crazy. Imagine them doing that now. John Jennings like fails a drug. Oh, it's all right, John. We're just gonna give you a warning, all right, mate. You can keep your belt though. I'm pretty sure he beat Randy Couture, and then they just gave him a warning when he tested fucking hot for it. They just didn't give a fuck back then. What do you think about why guys have height insecurity more and more, and the Tinder is having a feature where guys can filter their favorite height? What the fuck is these? What do you think? It's pretty shit. I feel bad for like the shorter guys out there. But because like girls are very rude about it. But the thing is, like, girls assume that like guys are much shorter than they are because guys lie about their height. So if to them 5'8", they're actually meaning like probably like 5'10" or something. But well, they're probably meaning shorter than that actually. Like, because guys lie about their height. So like the girls who are hearing someone's 5'8", they're actually assuming that 5'8" is really short, but it's actually probably someone who's like 5'6", 5'5", lying about their height. So it's like a continuous thing. So for girls, they can't actually measure height properly. So all girls who want taller guys, they actually want a guy who is probably more like 5'10", whatever it is. But they just don't know the actual height of these guys, I reckon, because guys are typically lie about their height by like 3-4 inches. At least that's what I reckon. Because I've seen so many short guys say that they're much taller than they are, and girls just believe it like without even like checking. So I feel like girls just have a very wrong view of the heights, I reckon. No, just kidding. But yeah, thankfully I'm 6 foot, so I'm solid. many times. It looks like father and daughter height difference. Like the thing is that most of the girls who are like very like don't want a shorter guy are literally the shortest girls. Like they're normally like 5'2". Like what do you mean you want a guy who's like 6'5"? Like I don't know, it's bizarre. I'm a 5. I'm a fucking 5'8" beast of a thing, yeah. I'm 6 and I say I'm 5'10". Short girls or tall girls? Oh, that's interesting. I dated a pretty tall girl. I dated a girl who was like 5'10", 5'11". It was pretty good, but I don't really have a preference when it comes to short or tall girls. Just as long as I'm taller, I guess. But I wouldn't even care then, I guess. I would have to experience it first. Honestly, Dana could probably glaze John, even if he popped again, and probably would try to gaslight the commission and the drug tester to why John should keep the ball. He would. He would. I don't know why he loved him so much, considering John Jones ruined so many fucking events over the years. Dana would piss in the cup himself. I'm 6'2", 6'2 feet, weigh 120 kgs. I want to join the UFC. Nice. Gym girls are chubby girls, not fat, just a bit chubby. Oh, you say gym girl, but you're talking like fully gymmed out. They have abs. So I don't really like a girl who has abs, but I like a girl who's lean but got like a big booty, you know. I'd say gym girls if that's what you mean. Just like lean, but they've got like a fat ass. John never even drew more than 1 million. But yeah, that's what... I have this same argument with my cousin all the time. Well, not argument, but he always just says that John is like he's a big star and everything, but he's never actually... Nate Diaz and Jorge Masvidal have sold more pay-per-views than John Jones has, and John Jones has main evented fucking, I don't know, more than 10 pay-per-views. I like chubby girl more. I want to do cooking and feed her many things. Oh, you're a feeder. Interesting. I mean, I don't mind chubby girls as long as they're not like obese, you know? As long as it's chubby but not fat. Fat with a F, by the way, not fat with a P. I wish I was a chubby girl. Why do you wish you were a chubby girl? John Jones pissed off. He would probably blame it on Bilal. He would. What the fuck is my life come to? Yeah. I feel that sometimes. Do you train? I have trained, but at the moment, currently I'm not training, but I might get back into training soon. Do I also mind obese girls? Chubby is fine, but not obese. Okay, that's good then. Oh, let me delete this fucking video. Yeah, obese is just a bit too much, I reckon, you know. No offense to them ladies, they'll find someone, but I'm not that person. Like, it's within reason, you know. Have you seen that video of John Cena talking about he railed like a 300-pound woman before? Like, that's fucking crazy. He's like, I had a good time. She was a very beautiful lady. She was just a big lady. Superhuman fit. Yeah. I mean, come on, this is the same guy who fucking lifted up the Big Show. I'm sure he can lift up a 300-pound woman. Here Leo's going to be aura farming at the press conference. Yeah, he is. He's gonna be wearing a suit. He's gonna look around. He says, I'm going to knock you out. La-di-da-di-da. I'm going to knock him out. He's gonna do something like that. I wonder if there'll be trash talk, because Charles has actually been a bit lippy. Before the fight got booked, he was talking about how, like, Ilia Topuri's a loudmouth and stuff. So I wonder if there'll be a bit of bad blood. That makes things a bit interesting. Well, can't feel jealous from short guys. They can get muscle easier and feel their frame fast. Yeah, but at the same time, they're short, so it's like it's a bit unfortunate. You know, they can build the muscle and everything faster, but then it makes them look even shorter, and then girls are like, no, thank you. So it's like it's a very bad world to be a short guy in this current era. We can work hard to compensate. They can't. Hell. But hey, I got love for the short kings. Don't worry. You'll find your person. Trust me. John Cena can beat any MMA fighter very easily. Yeah, maybe if he has a fucking steel chair, he can. Do you remember when Conor McGregor was like talking about scrapping all the WWE fighters or wrestlers, and they were all like saying, "All right, come and do it then," and they're all just talking about how much bigger he is. Ilya is definitely not 5'7". Yeah, Ilya is like 5'6", 5'5". He was like very similar to height to Volk. And Volk, I don't think is 5'6". I think Volk is like 5'5". So yeah, I reckon Ilya is like 5'6", 5'5". 100%. I'm not sure, but I don't think I would be insecure of my height if I was. Yeah, I don't think I would either. I'll just own it, to be honest. You know, that's all you can do. You can't hate on what you're given, you know. That's just the fucking dice. That's just the number you fucking got diced, you know. That's the genetic lottery. That's what you got, you know. You just got to work on other things, you know. Just work on getting really rich. If I was short, I would just work on becoming a billionaire, you know. But nah, at the end of the day, you got to be comfortable in your body. If you're not comfortable in your body, then and you can work on it, then you got to work on it. If you can't work on it, you know, you can't be stressed out or be anxious about things you can't control. John Cena in real fight can destroy anybody. I'll just immigrate to Japan. I mean, that's probably a good idea, to be fair. People forget, man. Japan has a population collapse. Their birth rate is literally under the total replacement fertility. People forget, man. Japanese men are not fucking their wives. Generally, though, they have actual programs where they have foreigners try and like they invite foreigners over to like breed with Japanese women. That's like crazy. Like, I don't know. I just can't. I don't know why Japanese guys aren't just plowing their wives more. It doesn't seem like it'd be a hard thing to do. Japanese women are pretty, so it's like, I don't know. It's a weird weird things going on in Japan right now. I think more than height, looks matter more, and more than that, money talks. A short guy with money and confidence compared to tall guy, short guy will win. Yeah, it's about confidence for sure. Hiya, Yanni Yum. Hello, it's good to see you again. Haven't seen you in maybe a couple streams. Maybe Yanni Yum can give us her thoughts on this as a woman. She can tell us. But yeah, I agree. I think confidence is definitely more key over everything. If you're a confident guy, it doesn't matter if you're short. If you can like properly convey confidence and you are actually confident, if you're not just all talk, you know, if you have a good poker face for it, I'm sure you can pull. You know, it's not hard. You know. But I hope you're all doing well. I think this might be the longest stream I've done. This stream feels like it's been a pretty long one. Shit, McGregor wasn't that tall, and he's my man crush. Exactly. The fucking Mac. Man, we've been on it for like 4 hours. Good to see you too. Hope everyone is great. Yes, it's good. It's everyone seems like they're doing well. We're just talking about Tinder adding height. What do you want my opinion on John Cena? No. We're talking about Tinder changing the height preference. That now you can only put what height your preferred height. So we're just talking about like the struggles for short guys. What do you think, mate? Why cheating get more? What do you think, mate? Why cheating get more normalized in US like my cheat did to me? 3 years is a waste. I think that's a lot of. a lot of that is just media, you know. They convey like affairs, like oh it's a hot affair and oh it's like I don't know that they've normalized having an affair, and with that they've made like having an affair is like something that's sexy and like that everyone should do, you know. Oh you only live once, you know, go have that affair, you know. When actually, you know, back in the day people like that would get shunned from society, but now they sort of promote it on TV and everything. So that's why people have less of a moral compass nowadays, I feel like. I don't know. That's just my opinion on it. I could be wrong, you know. There's always been cheaters, but I feel like it's definitely been a big increase, especially when you got like social media and you see what's there's more out there and you just like there's never ending options and you know, some people, you know, if I'm in a relationship, you know, I like the saying where it's like why would I go out for spaghetti when I got steak at home, you know, and it's very true, you know. Why would you cheat? But unfortunately, some people cheat and those people are very morally bankrupt, in my opinion. Like it's not hard. If you want to go and sleep with other people, you should just break up, you know. Not fuck somebody else up and ruin their securities, but yeah. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. An MMA channel, you know. I'm an MMA channel, man. I'm giving my advice though. I heard Tinder changes now to its wide. I'm newly widowed, so I haven't dated in 9 years, but it's good they added a height preference. Yeah, I think it is good because, you know, sometimes somebody might swipe, because I feel like it might help actually when you think about it in the long term, because a lot of people match with someone and they ask their height, and then the guy will say, you know, I'm 5'6", 5'5", and a girl would just like completely belittle him. And that'll probably hurt your confidence more than if you just didn't match with that person, get insulted, you know. But at the same time, yeah, it's a slippery slope, you know, when you think about it. It just must be rough either way. It's weird, like having multiple relationships and then you want to settle with one guy and expect him to don't react to your past. Once a cheater is always a cheater. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like obviously people can change and everything like that, but it's always going to be in the back of your head. Like they did push and do that. You know, they went through the whole cheating rabbit hole. You know, like obviously cheating's never justified, but there is some cases where like maybe they were in an abusive relationship and the guy wouldn't let them leave, so their only way was to, I don't know, they tried to move on and they cheated through that way, then I get that. But if they're just straight just cheating, like they have a perfect relationship, like, you know, their partner's not abusive, then yeah, cheating's like 100% wrong in all them circumstances. Like as long as the partner is not like holding you captive and isn't letting you leave, then yeah, it's all just wrong for you to cheat when if you're in a situation like that. I feel like if you're not if you have a way out and you're still cheating, then yeah, you're just fucking stupid. You're a very immoral person. Not that I'm someone to preach about morality or anything like that, you know, but that's just my thoughts on it. But what about you guys? Am I spitting or am I wrong? Five very painful for leg bones. You been cheated on? No, I've never been cheated on. Oh, well, at least not that I know of. You never know, maybe, but never that I've found out about. And in this point in time, I wouldn't want to find out, you know. I'm 5'4". My first BF was 5'4". His height don't bother me, but sometimes he had to jump on the counters to grab stuff. Oh, that's cute though. Benny, would you be with an OF model? I wouldn't date one, but if the opportunity came, you know, maybe I'll do like a situationship type thing. But I don't know. Are they like OF, like they're just selling photos of themselves, or wait, or are they just like are they railing other guys, or are they just posting photos of themselves? It depends. Like, are they straight porn star? Because I couldn't do that. No, that would go against my morals. Completely wrong. I thought for some reason I read it as my eyes as soon as I looked. I thought it said, Benny, would you bath with an OF? Did you ever be in relationship? I've been in relationships. I've been in a lot of relationships. 6 or 7, I think. Like official relationships. But my longest relationship was only 14 months. So I haven't had really the longest term relationships. You know. I think I tend to date pretty crazy women. I feel like I love fight, but punching no is very painful. 14 months is crazy. 14 months. That's my longest relationship because yeah, that's my longest. Like all my friends have very long term relationships and they date for like 2 3 years and then they go and have another 2 year relationship or whatever, and then my longest is 14 months. So yeah, single life definitely does me a bit better though. I feel like Bro, you a playboy. Nah, according to Space Continuum, I'm a virgin, remember? That guy was in the chat, he said I'm a virgin, bro. But nah, yeah, I've been in a few relationships, but I don't tend to just date anybody, you know. I'm somebody who likes to take my time if I'm going to get into a relationship, because if you rush it, you know, you don't really know who that person is. I don't like going into a relationship not with so many questions, you know. So I normally take my time before I date someone. So 14 months was my longest relationship, but we talked and like everything for 3 months. So I guess if you want to be technical, I guess it was 16, 17 months, but yeah. But yeah, I only had one and just focusing on myself. Yeah, it's best to just focus on yourself, to be honest. Sometimes people just aren't ready for my God, people aren't ready for relationships. You know, sometimes it's best to just work on yourself, get to know yourself a bit better before you get to know somebody else better. You know, some people barely know themselves, in my opinion. At least that's what I reckon. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. How old are you, Poco? Like, if you're young, like, you got plenty of time, you know. How you did it? 5, 6. I only did one. Now she cheats. I'm busy myself. Oh, I guess I had my first girlfriend when I was in high school. They went for like 4 months. I had like a lot of short relationships. Like I barely count them, but like just because we were official and everything, I count them. But yeah, I don't know. Just meet someone. It's like, okay, you know, see how it goes. But I don't know. Relationships are very exhausting. I don't want to know myself. I don't know if I'm ever gonna date again. It all seems so draining and fake. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, especially in this day and age with social media and everything, you don't know what people are like, what they really are. Like, if they're talking to other people, it's just being in a relationship takes a lot of trust. And in this day and age, it's hard to trust people. But eventually, you know, there is people out there who believe in traditional values and not cheating and all that shit. But it's just a bit harder to find them in this day and age, unfortunately. Poco myth. Benny is matchmaker dating coach. You know it. You know it. I'm the head of the fucking thing. I'm at a cafe holding my sleeping baby and a 4-year-old is harassing me. Remember to pull out, boys. Just jokes. Yeah. Pregnancy scares are crazy too, actually. Especially, I don't know, the only time I've ever had pregnancy scares are post relationships. So I feel like it's not even a pregnancy scare, it's just like a fucking scare of, oh shit. Like a girl who's like trying to ring you back in. But yeah. Yeah, dating in 2025 is a crazy, crazy, crazy. Considered a vasectomy and freezing your sperm. Thoughts on vasectomy? I would never get a vasectomy. I want to be able to produce as many kids as possible. You know, one day I want to have kids. I want to have a lot of kids. Poco, I'm sorry you went through cheating. It's a betrayal that lingers. You'll eventually fall for someone again. Yeah, exactly, Yanni Yam. He will. It's not over, Poco. You'll get there. You can still do that after a vasectomy. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Why would I get a vasectomy? I could just keep my balls in normal, you know. Frozen sperm is a terrible idea. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't get a vasectomy. It just seems painful, and I don't want to do that. Like, you can reverse the vasectomy, but like, why would you even get it in the first place, you know? Bunch of little Benny P's running. Or exactly, we need them. We'll take over fucking I'll take over the MMA space. I'm gonna build the whole of MMA will be my children, my seed. I'm gonna build up like the next big journalist. That'll be one of my children. Then I'm gonna build up the next heavyweight champion, the next light heavyweight champion, the next matchmaker. I'm just gonna have children for every little part of the UFC, and then they're slowly gonna take over. Do MMA people use steroids? Some of them do, but illegally. So it's illegal to use steroids, but there are still people like, you know, who get past the testing somehow. But eventually they all get caught. Remember that show Joe Rogan on Fear Factor? The stunts are scary and dangerous, and the player don't even drink donkey sperms. Yeah, that's fucked. Modern day Genghis Khan, exactly. Is masturbate decrease strength? I don't know. There's a lot of different stuff on it. I tend to believe, like, right as you like post ejaculation, yeah, maybe you're not as strong, but like long term, no, I don't think masturbation makes you weaker. I mean, fucking Chase Hooper got a bit stronger and he was gooning all camp. So, but yeah, like right after you finish, obviously your strength's gonna be down because you've just like you just beat out a load. If I can taste the difference between frozen steak and fresh steak, there's gonna be a difference between frozen sperm babies and fresh sperm babies. Why did he say that? Okay, steroids might cause issues if you're trying to have 100 little John Jones. That's true. That is very true. It's very valid. Like I don't know. I think steroids definitely ruin. When once you get off steroids, it definitely ruins your sperm count, or not sperm count, but your ability to get someone pregnant. I think it makes it harder to have a baby because your T goes down pretty significantly after you get off roids. I know it's just stupid to even get on them in the first place. Like, yeah, you get a performance enhancing, but long term it's bad for your health. Most fighters are not on steroids because they don't have the money to hide it. But someone like Arman that has so much money, he very could hide it. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. Or if you live in very isolated parts of the world where you start, like a lot of the Dagestani fighters, there is no one from USADA that's coming into fucking Dagestan or Georgia or Azerbaijan or like Central Asia. Like, you know, USADA's not flying in a plane to go test Shavkat Rakhmonov all the time. Are you still single now? I'm still single now. My last relationship ended 2 months ago. It was not a very long relationship either. But yeah, hope she's doing well though. I like seeing DC, man. He was beast. But what you think? What will DC if he fight in light heavyweight, welterweight, middleweight? Because compared to DC height, he was heavyweight classes. I think DC would have been a really good middleweight. Like I think he would have beat Anderson Silva back in his prime if he was like fighting around that time and everything. Obviously, he beat washed Anderson, but I think he would have been able to beat Prime Anderson. I think he would have beat Chael. He would have beat Weidman probably. I think he would have done really well at middleweight if he would have made middleweight. But obviously, he came to the UFC when he was a bit older and he could only make heavyweight and light heavyweight. Steroids affect your hormones, but not sperm production. Okay. Isn't there a thing though? If you're on like roids, if you have higher T, like you have more of a likelihood of having daughters, or is that not true? Because I've heard that a lot. I've heard people say that about Volk, but I don't know how true that is. I don't know if it was like bullshit or not. I'm pretty sure the UFC got rid of USADA. Oh yeah, sorry, not USADA. They have a new testing agency, but I just say USADA because I'm so used to it. Arranged marriage or love marriage? I fucking love marriage for sure, man. Arranged marriage is like, I don't know, it would feel very forced, clearly. I don't know. I definitely prefer a love marriage. If you love someone, I think you should be able to marry them, not get arranged into, you know. But if it works, it works. Arranged marriage, 100%. Okay, Mr. C's got a different opinion then. I'd take an arranged marriage. Okay, I'm like in the minority here, it appears. I don't know, I just feel like if you love someone, you'd be better to marry them than someone you don't love. But I guess you could always love someone in an arranged marriage, but I don't know. It depends. Do you know you're going to marry the person, or is it just like sprung on you last minute? Because I know in India a lot of them have arranged marriages, so they know ahead of time who they're marrying and all that. But me personally, I'd like to marry the woman I love for sure. Marriages in India are pretty bad. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Okay, don't look as my hair's a bit of a mess. What is with Indian dudes making alt accounts with women in their profile pictures? I'm not sure. What's a UFC fight that you recommend watching for new fans? Well, last weekend they had a real good fight, Nassim Sadikov versus Nicholas Motta. That'd be a good fight to watch. That was a very good fight, back and forth. I'd definitely recommend watching that. There should be highlights of it on YouTube. I'd definitely recommend you watch that one, Yenny. Or if you want to get anybody into UFC, or if you're trying to get into UFC. Yeah, Nicholas Motta versus Nassim Sadikov. Gaethje versus Johnson's good as well. That's a really good fight. I only know John Jones and Conor McGregor, but they don't fight anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of like good guys coming up. Jack Della versus Bilal Muhammad's also a really good fight. That was a good fight you can watch. Like there's a lot of good fights out there to watch, and then you'll be hooked. That's how we all get hooked. Are you in a Tapology group for picks? I used to be in a Tapology group for picks, like must have been 5 years ago, but I stopped using it. What do you do if all girls reject your proposal? I don't know. Never happened, so I guess we'll never know. No, I don't know. I'll just move on, I guess. Charles versus Justin. Yeah, that's another good one. That was a first round war as well. That's a good one as well. Yeah, there's a lot of banger fights. You get a femboy, jeez. Is there a lot of lady boys in Vietnam, Mr. C? Before you found your wife? I don't know if you married a Vietnamese woman or what, but did you ever have a close call before you met the missus? Thanks. Robbie versus who? Oh, Rory McDonald. You know, the fight is Rory McDonald versus Robbie Lawler. It's a really good fight. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not Thailand. Yeah, no, it's not Thailand, Mr. C, but even like Bali and like some of those countries have a lot of lady boys. So I thought like maybe Vietnam would too. Bro, so handsome, they go reject it. No, obviously, like, some girls reject me for sure, but I just, like, move on, you know? It's like, sometimes, like, they don't fully reject me as in, ew, you know, whatever. They'll just be very bland, and I'll be like, all right, fuck this, I'll move on, you know? I'll just talk to someone else, you know? Don't sit and ponder on it. But yeah, have you gone to the other Southeast Asian countries, Mr. C? Like, what actually got you to Vietnam? Did you go to any other countries between them times? And why did you settle in Vietnam? I'm very curious. Jeffrey Bezos. I still need to play Kenny Rogers after this stream happens. I'm gonna listen to the coward of the country, or the county, sorry. I think Philippines has a lot of ladyboys. Yeah, they do. Wait, this is interesting. What's interesting, Macaulay Towel? Which part? I think, yeah, Philippines does have a lot of ladyboys. That's what I'm saying. A lot of the Southeast Asian countries do. So it's like, that's why I just asked. For maybe Vietnam would too. But maybe because they're communist, maybe they're not as, you know, they don't fuck with that like the other countries do. When did I teach English in 2019? I met my wife. Did you teach your wife English or did she already know English? Was it love at first sight, Mr. C? There are some here for sure, but not as many as other countries. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm thinking about what videos I can put out this week, by the way. I was thinking I'll probably do a Jake Paul fucking prediction video just because it will do views for his fight against Julius Chavez Jr. I wouldn't dip my pen for the company ink. Picking arranged marriage after that, LMFAO. I'll DM you some video ideas. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks for the info about the fights. I'll watch and see if I become a fan. Yeah, hopefully you do. Then you can engage in more of the conversation for the live chat for sure. Bro, what will you choose? Be 6 foot and obese or 5'8" and great physique for the rest of your life? Well, I would never. Being obese is like a fear of mine, so I'd probably pick 5'8" and jacked. Like if I can't lose the weight and I'm just stuck being obese, I'd just pick being 5'8". I never want to be obese. I don't care if people say it's fat phobic or whatever. I don't want to be unhealthy. Because I'm a very physical person. I like to walk and I like to do a lot of exercise and stuff. And if I have a lot of extra weight, it's going to be harder and it'll be harder to breathe and everything. So, would you rather look like Maraba Malaki? Do I get Marab's cardio if I look like him? Fat phobic is crazy. Yeah, I don't know why there's people who say like fat phobic's a thing. Like people should be scared of having health issues. You know, it should be a phobia. Rob didn't look bad. Just looks. I mean, I'd probably pick Marab. Is it post hair transplant? Because if he's got the hair transplant, I don't think he looks that bad. Malarkey just, I don't know. Malarkey has no eyebrows. It's a bit worrying. Got 17 people in the chat. Thank you guys all for being here. Make sure you subscribe if you're new here. I go live very often. And like if you haven't already. All girls reject my proposal. My only opinion left is arranged marriage. I'll get arranging that marriage then. Joking. Jake Paul definitely wants to fight Tony Ferguson. Yeah, he does. I do like Joe Rogan, but only the podcast. But mainly the stuff about UFOs, conspiracy theories, and drugs. Yeah, I like the interesting podcasts he does. I hate when I hate when he's like interviewing someone really boring. Like I like the comedy videos, like podcast ones he does when he's like a comedian I like. But when he's interviewing like Bert Kreischer or somebody like that, it gets a bit boring. But I like when he's interviewing interesting people, especially about conspiracies and all that. Jake Paul will fight John Jones when Jones will be 80. Oh yeah, we'll get it. We'll get Jake. Jake Paul will somehow get a boxing match against John Jones. That's gonna happen. I can foresee it. Jake Paul is gonna be the one to fucking beat John Jones. That's just how the era is gonna be, man. Like, no, we can't get John Jones losing to an MMA fight. No, he's gonna fight Jake Paul when he's completely washed. That's probably what happened. 60-year-old Jake Paul versus 80-year-old Jones. If Jake Paul could fight a corpse, he would. Oh, if he could, he would dig up Muhammad Ali right now and fucking fucking overhand his corpse. Yeah, he can be very shameful with the matchmaking for sure. Like Mike Tyson is crazy. Fucking, you brought Mike Tyson who had to pull out of a fight with a body ulcer for God's sake. Like seriously, you couldn't fight anybody else. No, you had to pick fucking Mike Tyson. What job you do? I would say journalism because I do get paid to write articles. I do a lot of articles and stuff like that. But I don't work like I used to do traffic control though. I also used to work in a factory, but now I do not do those. Being a male stripper is pretty lucrative, not gonna lie. I would definitely if life ever gets too bad, I will become a male stripper. I'd have to work on the physique a little bit, but why not? How good is Tinder in India, Joy? That's a good question. I'm always curious. I remember I set my Bumble once that I was from India, and I got a lot of matches. I got to ask Joy, why do so many Indian women not use their names? So many of the Indian women I match with, they would put like C and M, and like they would only use the first letter of their name. They would never use their name. Is there a reason for that? I noticed that even here with a lot of Indian women on Bumble and Tinder, they don't use their full name. They just use the first letter of their name. I heard being an abultaya is good money. You know, I was probably spelled that wrong. Let's see. Decent people don't use it much, mostly catfish. That makes sense. Using Tinder is shameful. Not being mean. But I had butter chicken for dinner last night and it was so good. I love butter chicken. That's probably one of my favorite curries to have. That in chicken tikka masala. I like that as well. I love naan though. I always have to have naan. If I have curry, I always get naan. I literally bought like so much naan from the Indian place nearby. Butter chicken is the most British curry alive. That's true. That's true. People forget, man. People forget. The Anglo-Indian company, they invented butter chicken. Because they want to hide their name due to privacy and shine. I had naan too. It's my favorite. Yeah, naan is just so good. It's the Zendaya of Indian food. I would be not surprised if Jake Paul fights Vitaly Klitschko next. Might not be old enough though. Yeah, Vitaly might be a bit too much in his prime. Which one's the mayor? Is Vitaly Klitschko the one who's like the mayor of Kiev, or is that the other brother? I always get them mixed up. He'll fight the one that's been fucking mayor of Kiev because he wouldn't have been training the whole time while he's dealing with an invasion. We usually get Japanese curry here. I've had Japanese curry as well. Japanese curry is really nice. Had it with a teriyaki chicken. It was really good. I only had beer. I haven't had anything else. Vitaly is the one that's slightly less good, I think. Okay. Yeah, Jake Paul will fight the one that's slightly less good, which I think is Vitaly. And then he'll fight Vladimir after that. He'll wait like a year or two to fight Vladimir. Indian foods are great. The taste are great. Yeah, Indian food's very good. Have you ever had chips and curry? That's like I've had that before. I haven't had it for years though. It's like an Anglo-Indian type thing. They do like chips with like curry sauce. I love Japanese with the perfectly cooked omelette over rice. I know how they cook omelets so fucking well. Yeah, they do really good omelets. I love anything with egg as well. That's always really good. Indian food is great. I just don't like the bubble gut for 3 months afterwards. Yeah, I get ya. I get ya. If you like Indian food, you should try Ethiopian food. It's flavorful and has some spices to it. Yeah, I've always wanted to try Ethiopian food. There's a meal I always see that's Ethiopian. They use like bread. Is this your longest live? Yeah, I believe it is. I was checking how long it is. I mean, it's my longest modern live. I used to do lives for like 6, 7 hours when I do fight companions, but they were a lot less. They were much worse than these ones. I would barely talk. It was a lot more awkward. This is my longest, just random one, I think, though. But yeah, I've always wanted to try Ethiopian food because they use like this bread that looks like naan, and they use it to pick up the meat, and they use it as like a spoon. That looks really nice. Ethiopian food consists of a quarter piece of bread and 2 spoonfuls of rice. Hey, still sounds good to me. I mean, I just want to try all types of food, to be honest. I've heard a lot of African food's really good, but I haven't really tried much African food except for like South African food. Like, because there's a South African shop like 20 minutes from me. So I get like samosa and I get biltong from there sometimes. The bread is injera and there's no fries, but it's bomb. I love Middle Eastern food when done well. Yeah, I love kebabs. I love kebabs a lot. Kebabs are really good. I don't know what else in Middle Eastern food there is, to be honest. Like, kebabs is what I like, but Middle Eastern food in general is good. They have good spices and everything. I like Greek food as well, like Slovakia. I like a lot of them wrap type meals. Anything that's like a wrap in it. Gotta head to bed. Have a great night. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you, Yanni. You too. It was good to see you again. Yeah, have a good night's sleep. Ethiopian writing is my favorite script. Looks like an unknown from Pokemon 2000. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, people forget, man, Ethiopia, I think they were the second or the first country to convert to Christianity. I think Armenia might have been the first, or it was Ethiopia. It was one of those two. People forget, though. Ethiopians, they found Christianity before the Romans. Anyway, how are we all? We've got 15 people in here. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe. I'm gonna push the subscription every time. Ethiopia supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, I've heard that as well. They have a lot of ancient stuff like scripts and stuff like that. I think uh, there's like a very holy city in Islam that has a lot of that stuff. Like, it's a very holy city they mentioned in the Quran. People forget, man. Horse has an iron chin. Was eating a mother's punches like TikTok. Yeah, people forget, man. Phil Hawes, he's a marauder. He took punches that a Izzy could dream of taking from a Marvov. I want to eat Tic Tacs. I haven't had Tic Tacs for so long, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like it's just cool to have like a Tic Tac like container with you. Like, yeah, you're all good. You just have like a Tic Tac. I don't know. It's a very 2000s type thing to just always eat Tic Tacs, I feel like. Tic Tacs versus Pez. Tic Tac. What's Pez? Not sure what Pez is, to be honest. Pez dispenser. Oh, yeah, I used to have these. Fuck, I haven't thought about these in years. Oh my god. You like reopened a memory. I think I used to have like a Ninja Turtles one of these. Mohammed Usman is going to dethrone Aspinall. It's coming. The motor is coming. The motor's coming. You can run, Tom, but you can't hide. The motor is coming. He's coming to claim what's his. No, that'd be crazy. Tom Aspinall does all this just to lose to fucking Mohammed Usman. What a fucking timeline would be in. I think that timeline would be called Hell. It would be very funny, though. I don't know. The thing with heavyweight, it only takes one punch. It doesn't matter. Like, some big, powerful dude could just come in out of nowhere and boom. We got 19 likes. We're almost breaking the record. I think the record for most likes was 21, 22 for a stream. So, be interesting to see if we can break that record soon. I got 4 subscribers this week. Your boy is sitting pretty at 5 subs overall. People forget, man. Mr. C. He's a marauder. He's coming. He's coming. Tell fucking Jose Mr. C's coming, yeah? Mr. C's coming. He's fucking coming, way. Yeah, you bitty little lass. But nah, congratulations. Soon you'll get 10. Then it'll go to 20. Then it'll go to 30. And then it just keeps building and building and building. Nah, I swear though, building your subscriber count is like, you get dopamine from it. It's like when you see you got a new subscriber, like, holy shit, it's working. I remember when I started off, building the channel at first. Rate my latest thumbnail. Let me check. Who? Tom better be careful. Tied to Ivase might be doing his 400-pound life, but he hits like a fridge. Ricky. Who? You're talking about Dumas? Who is Dumas? Is that what you're asking, Ricky? Yeah, imagine they get rid of the 265-pound limit and Tai Tuivasa just like fucking blobs Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall shoots a double leg on Tai Tuivasa and Tai lands on him and Tom breaks his back. Why? Do you want Dumas to get a KO win? I want Dumas to get a KO loss. I want Cedric Dumas to get brutally KO'd. I mean, the guy, it blows my mind that he's still in the UFC, but like they cut I don't know, they've cut fighters for much less. And good fighters too. Like Dumas is awful, but I don't mind him being in the UFC because he will just keep losing. Dumas probably going to throw a dog crate at him. Yeah, I feel like I could see Dumas getting DQ'd in this fight. I feel like he's just going to fight as dirty as possible. People forget, man. He's an assaulter. People forget, man. Cedric Dumas. He's a woman's worst nightmare. People forget, man. Cedric Dumas was arrested for armed robbery. Like, it's crazy that he was literally in a jail cell 2 weeks ago. And now he's fighting in the UFC again. Like, that is crazy, right? The fuck? Yeah, he was actually under arrest. He hid in a dog crate. That's why K1 keeps saying about dog crates, because Dumas was actually he got arrested for armed robbery, and he's out for some reason. And yeah, they found him hiding in a dog crate. He's just fighting again, like nothing happened. Like the UFC are like, oh, that's all good. Dumas might just hit a pile driver. Yeah, like he's gonna eye gouge him. He's gonna hit him in the back of the head. He's fighting fucking whatever county rules he's from. I actually forgot where Dumas is from actually, but he's gonna fight he's gonna fight like street rules. Nah, I don't know. I just wonder if they'll actually cut Dumas this time, or if they'll just keep letting him get beat up. I don't really mind. He's committing robbery because he's on a 12-12 contract. Yeah, that's probably fair. But like literally my thumbnail is all of his different mugshots. Like he's got like 12 mugshots from the past like 2 years. Like I don't know how you can commit that much crime and not be in prison. Like he must have John Jones level lawyers for sure. Also, I'm gonna head off in like 6 minutes. So if you just want to ask any more questions before I head off, make sure you do. I like to just put very specific times, like not 5 minutes, no, like 6 minutes. I'll be back. I will be gone in 6 minutes, not 5. But yeah, it makes sense that he'd be committing robberies considering. I remember he was meant to scrap. Do you remember he was meant to fight some like rapper or something who said that he would fuck up UFC fighters? That guy would probably end up chinning Dumas. Dumas would probably get caught like flush and get knocked out because that guy was a lot bigger than him. He was like something X or something. Honestly, who is his lawyer? Because they are the GOAT. They are. They are like generally John Jones and Dumas must have the same lawyers. I remember when I got arrested in New Zealand, they told me that local criminals aren't allowed to leave the country for 7 years. Is it the same in Oz? No, I'm not sure. I don't think so. That's crazy, to be honest. What did you get arrested in New Zealand for, Mr. C? You're being a bad boy. What on earth could you have done to be arrested, Mr. C? I thought you were a model citizen. But yeah, I'm just hoping Jackson just fucking brutally KOs Dumas. We need that happen. We need it. We need it. Plus, McVeigh seems like he's got a good like personality. There's like a video of him like doing like a Trump impersonation after he won. So he's got a bit of personality to him. So hopefully he can win then. You know, he's a good fighter. He's got personality. And he's not Cedric Dumas. So he's like plenty of reason to want him to win. Greg Hardy versus Dumas. Now, honestly, I reckon if Dumas gets cut, he's gonna like balloon up. He's gonna get really fat, and he's gonna go fight like BKFC. He's gonna get like chinned by like Mike Perry or something in BKFC. I can see it. I can just picture it. I can picture him in BKFC gloves getting brutally flatline KO'd. Well, not even I'd say BKFC gloves. BKFC wraps, I should say. I can picture him in the fucking squared circle in BKFC getting brutally flatlined on a Ben Rothwell undercard. I can foresee it. I punched a creep in the face outside a bar. I was 21 at the time, and the first time out of the country was my first night there. Got nearly blackout drunk with some Europeans and punched a creep. Damn, what was the guy doing? Was he harassing women or was he harassing you? I was traveling alone too. Was not my proudest moment. Yeah, I get that, but you got to do what you got to do, you know. The guy was creeping. He was harassing women outside the bar and harassed girls by group. Hey, at least you stood your ground, you know. You stood your fucking base. Get the fuck out of here. Nah, did you get him good? Did he go down with the first punch? Fuck yeah, give him a good overhand. I respect it. At least you didn't face any like proper long-term problems from it. Did your hand hurt afterwards? Would you get him like good spot? It's Romanov fight week. MMA is Romanov fighting this week? I didn't even realize, man. You're you're like telling me so many fights are happening that I didn't know were happening. So I appreciate you, K1. Oh yeah, because he's in PFL now, isn't he? Let's see who is Alexander Romanov fighting. Oh, he's fighting Valentin Moldovsky. That's a good fight. That's a good fight. Yeah, he got knocked out. Big old lump on his forehead. Hand didn't hurt at all. I got big meaty hooks. You landed a big meaty overhand right on his fucking temple. On his forehead, I should say. Linton Vassell is like such an underrated fighter. He just kept beating all these guys for years, even though he's so old. Like, Linton Vassell is 42 and he was beating all these heavyweight prospects for years. It took me a year to finish all that shit. I went to court meetings like 7 times throughout the year. I had to do community. Paid 1,000 and fucking hell, man. Now I'm just glad you got it all sorted now. You know, you were able to go to Vietnam. How long were you in New Zealand for anyway? Nascimento vs. Romanov 2 would be a very funny final. Very funny final. Cut them from the UFC to fight for 500k. Just a year. Oh, yeah, you weren't there long. That would be fucking hilarious, to be fair. They go from fighting on the prelims and everything like that to then rematching for the PFL. It would have been better if they were still doing $1 million. Anyway, it's been 6 minutes, so I'm going to head off. But it was good to stream with you guys, talk to you guys for so long. This was definitely my longest stream. It was good. Helped build up the fan base. And just good to chat to you guys. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. Maybe not as long as this time, but I'll probably do another stream. I learned a lot from that whole experience. Not my proudest, but I learned a lot and don't regret it. That's good then. You know, you learn, it was a lesson, you know. But yeah, thank you guys so much. If you're not already, subscribe, put on notifications, like my videos. Check out my prediction video if you haven't already for UFC 317, Topuria versus Oliveira. And I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.